Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia.
Omo Nigeria, we our own dear native land. Nigeria, we our own dear native land. Those tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honor, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us.
Nigeria, be ready, our own native land. No tribe at all, medieval, in brotherhood we stand. We are proud to serve that sovereign motherland.
Yes, it's very good, my friend. torí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀, ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wà dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó rẹ̀ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Ebu ló sọ̀nà ọ̀sán ní kan wò ó.
Okay now.
Tupẹ̀sẹ̀ bí fi máa ń pẹ́. Àsìpadà wa tàbí wọ́n ní ìfọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n.
Okay.
Ọkọ̀ yẹn ló fi fíìmù. Ìdílé anya. Màmá mú sí na nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jelu mba, o wee bute ike. Ọganihu na-ebute ilo nwanne m. Ọ na-agbawa nke ya dịka akpa ya chọkwa.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jó ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wọ́n á fi jó aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀.
Will it not be better for us to return to Egypt? Will it not be better for us to Japa? Some of you are dusting your passports right now, as in Prophet. This might be my last Sunday here because I'm planning to move to Ghana. I heard that there is corn in Ghana. Listen, anything you touch in Ghana is $100. Fuel in Ghana is more expensive than fuel in Nigeria. Accommodation in Ghana is gold. You are the one that thinks your nation is bad. And I think this happens to people that don't really travel out of the country. If you go to Canada and you hear what Nigerians are going through, you will sit at home. Here, you can even call. You can come and say, please help me with transport. Urgent 2K. Over there, nobody's happy you. No work, no pay. You don't earn a dime, you don't get a dollar. You are OYO. If you greet them, you know how you'll be going and your eyes will jam someone's eye and say hello. They'll look at you like, I'm like, these people are so rude. They don't greet. So you can't even beg them for money. But you are not hearing what is going on over there. There was a box that I bought last year, July, August, summer. 2 years ago, I beg your pardon. Last year, when I went back to buy it, it had increased by 15 pounds. Before I left London, I needed that box again. You know these lightweight boxes I used to pack food. By the time I went there, it had doubled in price in 1 week. But you think you are the only one. You think it's only Nigeria that is feeling all of these things. The economic instability is everywhere. Everything is expensive. Everywhere. My friend told me that her shop in Ghana, she pays $4,000 a month for a plaza, small plaza. So she had to cut so that she can rent out to people. And you are here. You think Nigeria is the worst case scenario. You ain't seen nothing yet. We're in that season where, like Isaac, we must wait to hear God before we make moves. Otherwise, you will waste 10 years of your life and come back and be praying prayers of restoration. We're in that season where no matter what they are saying, if God says move, you move. We're in that season that no matter what they say, if God says don't move an inch, stay in this land, I will bless you here. If you stay, you will see the hand of the Lord. We're in that season where our obedience must be active, not passive. Our faith must be alive, not dead.
Well, I wouldn't subscribe to the idea of replacing the National Youth Service. The National Youth Service can be in place, but we can reform it. Instead of them spending 21 days in orientation camp where they are being trained by the man of war, we can extend it to maybe 6 months or more for them to go through, full-fledged basic
as part of the NYSC.
Exactly.
Yeah,
full-fledged basic military training so that they can understand, some basic military skills. Look, Charles, the area where countries have standing forces of 1 million, 2 million, 3 million is over. Because as the resources of countries dwindle, countries will have to adjust to be able to meet up other obligations. For example, let me tell you, 50% of U.S. armed forces are members of the reserves. They are ordinary citizens. What they do is they take them to basic training. They assign them to what is called selective reserve units. Each unit specializes in a particular field. So every month, 1 weekend in a month, they will go to that unit to train. 21 days in a year, they will go to what is called annual training to even do further training. And they're on standby. Whenever they are needed, they will be called upon. You saw what happened in Israel. At the beginning of Gaza, Hamas-Israeli war, Israel amassed a whole bunch of their reserve forces.
They call their reservists
from all over the globe.
Right.
And after a while, they had to deactivate them to go back home because such number was not sustainable. The economy couldn't carry that. And that's what Nigeria should begin to think about. But I'm not looking at it mostly on the perspective of just being in the armed forces. This could be a broad thing where they can equally do civil service like in the police or the
absolutely
or the fire services or the what's it called, national security, civil defense, so that every unit will be specialized. If civil defense needs more manpower, they can draw from those units that are trained to deal with issues that has to do with civil defense. If it's about fire, they can draw from those units, but you have to train them in specialized units. You have dental. For example, when we had COVID-19, right? There were medical.
When you go to major parks, they live as if they are in the jungle. Lagos is Lagos. It is not jungle. You either obey our law or go to your own jungle.
Hello, there it is right there. So there it is. No coughing today. So that connotes a bright start. Does it or doesn't it? I don't know. So none of us start today, but still the butterflies. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? There it is. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? The usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. And please, let's see the like buttons going up. You see that thumbs up sign on the YouTube space. That's the like button. So if you give it a click, it will indicate to you that it will count a number up. So do that now, and then see that number count up. So click on the like button just as soon as you log on or as you're listening now. So click on the like button. And then if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. So click on like and subscribe. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that invites you into a studio space. Soon as we finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll invite you, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. So it's an open microphone platform, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be an active combatant, if you want the cut and thrust of it all, the ebb and flow, the rapier weight. Do you know what rapier weight means? Rapier weight. R-A-P-I-E-R weight, W-I-T, is the speed of thought. You know, verbal jousting. Verbal jousting. That's essentially what that's the best way to explain it. When they say rapier weight, the rapidness of your weight to one up whatever the person says in the immediacy of that conversation, that's rapier weight. So the cut and thrust, the ebb and flow, the thrust and parry, the rapier weight. So all of that in play. And your man in the middle, of course, the orchestra maestro with the orchestra stick, that bald-headed, or you are laughing man, one man went to more. It's been a while since I said the eagle has landed. And of course, the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen. There's a strong invitation for you to click on that dollar sign at the bottom of the screen and super chat towards the platform. So this is the norm. If you go to any and every other platform, you see it lighting up in multicolor super chart. So why should we be any different here? So follow the example set by Alexander Gomez, and as Ayo routinely does. So do that. Click on that dollar sign that says, click on that dollar sign that enables you to super chat to the platform and super chat to the platform. We have the anticipation of 5 super chats per session. So Alexander Gomez has done twice, but because that's coming from one person, that counts as 1. Ayo, as ever, the sugar daddy of the platform, he always generous to the platform. So he does his bit. So you do your bit as well. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and click on the dollar sign to super chat towards the platform. So now, those two clips, not the intro music and the intro set place that you're used to, those two clips about some pastor telling you that the grass is not often greener on the other side. I will revisit that conversationally. And that clip from, I think that was from Rice TV, Charles Yomo, well, Charles something or the other, the son of that George. You know, that clip as well, that guy inviting then that the NYSC should actually be transmuted into some sort of military training for reservists for the Nigerian state. So it's not a new idea, but it's an idea whose time I suspect has come, because I think we've hinted towards that severally on this platform, and it's just the structures are there and the need is there. So why not the marry? The structures are there. We already have a structured system for the NYSC. We have an immediate and urgent need for reservists or military trained people or people trained in military ways. So why not marry the two? and then turn that NYSC program, as that guy excellently put it, the first 6 months, have them that orientation phase, rather than it being however many weeks it is now, let it be a 6 months intensive military program, and let them walk away from that with some sort of a pistol. You know, give them the right to bear arms. So long as they're trained on how to use it. I think that's what they do in Israel. And by the way, they want to introduce that into the UK as well, military service, conscription, because that's the way the world is going now. And that guy explained then excellently that no country really can have a huge bank of military personnel. So what? I didn't even know that half of the military strength of the United States were reservists, but that makes infinite sense. You know, I mean, the overhead otherwise will just be unbearable. You'll be spending half of the country's income on. So we want to visit that as a conversational piece. So all of that, so a lot to wrap into it. It was slim pickings at the start. I only really had one thing that seemed to make sense. The idea that they extended then the minimum wage to 105,000 naira, and I came up with the headline that Nigerians are outraged by that. But it looks as though that might well have been reversed as the government denies that. So that headline fell through. But the let me just take you to the headlines. Let me take you straight to the headlines. Look, so let me take you through this straight to the headlines. Thank you, Ayo, for the super chat. People join Ayo in that space as I bring that super chat off the screen so you're able to read along. So now, Bill, and by the way, the studio needs populating. We do this every yes. Conscription, was that not what I said, Adiola? The studio needs populating. So, what's this guy saying? Sorry. You know what happens sometimes? There's a studio screen and then there's the readout screen. So when I'm in the readout screen, I can't see what you guys are doing. But when I come into the studio space, some comments often catches my eye, like this guy's comment. All right, the platform has really upgraded and more captivating. Nice one. I suspect is the no bass goes on the Igbo something. When it goes to Igbo, that's when it usually goes wild. But maybe it might well go Igbo now. But like I said, the room does need populating. So anybody that wants to join, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come be part of the conversation. Let's get straight to it. Bill for creation of new state for Southeast scales first reading. So now my answer to that is no. Sorry, I was actually going to let's say a map of Nigeria. All right, let's bring that, because I suspect we are going to need a map of Nigeria to be able to have any sort of conversation around this particular topic. So let me bring up a map of the country. I think this one would do. Hold on, I'm just no, it's not even like. Just bear with me 1 microsecond, because we would need a map in order to be able to have. Remember that infamous quotation from Buhari, dot in a circle. Yes, onye dot, the Southeasterners mocked back. So what that dot in a circle means is what defeats any idea that there should be an additional state in the Southeast. I'm just looking for a map that would give us a good view of the. Let me see. Would that fit onto the screen? It will serve the purpose. This will serve the purpose. All right. So yes. So yes. Back to it. Bill for creation of new state for Southeast scales first reading. So no is already my answer. The House of Representatives on Thursday took a step towards the creation of a new state in the Southeast geopolitical zone of the country. Correspondents report that lawmakers on the floor of the House of Representatives during Thursday's plenary, passed a bill for first reading for the creation of Olu State, that's ORLU State. The bill sponsored by the member representing Idiato North / Idiato South Central Constituency, Imo State, Ikenga Ogu Chinyere, and others, is now set for a second reading. According to the draft bill, the creation of Olu State will alter the 1999 Constitution as amended, increasing the number of states in the federation from 36 to 37. The new state will be carved out from Imo, Abia, and Anambra states, with Olu as its capital city. The bill also seeks to amend the 1999 Constitution by inserting a new paragraph, which will include 28 local government areas, namely Olu, and then it goes on to give you the names. Ugo Chinyere, a member of the People's Democratic Party, the lead sponsor of the bill, appealed to his colleagues at the National Assembly to support the bill to ensure its passage through a second reading. It stated that the creation of Olu State would lead to the emergence of Idiato as a senatorial district. In the current political configuration, the Northwest comprises 7 states, whilst the Northeast, North Central, South, and Southwest consist of 6 states each. Only the Southeast has 5 states. However, the Southwest is seeking the creation of Okeogun State, which, when created, would bring it at par with the Northwest. So there it is right there. So straight to the flag, because there is no argument that creates an additional state in the Southeast, none whatsoever. So none whatsoever. There is. Let me remove that so you can. Let me remove that banner so you can see the fullness of that. There is no argument that creates an additional state in the Southeast. So the totality, what my cursor very closely, hopefully you can see my cursor, the totality of the Southeast is where my cursor is circling around here. So there's Anambra, which is a tiny little sliver of a state, Enugu State, which is probably the biggest state in that space, Ebonyi State, which is just, I don't think it's even as big as Ibadan, never mind anything else. Abia State, which is just a tiny little sliver, and then Imo State, which is the dot in the dot that is in the circle. So where exactly does that state come from? There's no geographical land space for the, unless of course you cut 2 streets or 2-3 streets and call them a state. So there is no geographical argument to create an additional state within the Southeast. There is sufficient, if you look at the totality of the Southeast, if you can if you hold down shift and lift it, you will fit it into your state easily. 3 times into Niger State, countless times into Adamawa State, etc. So there is no geographical reason to create an additional state within the Southeast. In fact, there is a reasonable argument to condense the Southeast should not be comprised of more than 3 states, if even that, just in terms of their geographical mass, in terms of land mass. So, but apparently, allegedly, that bill is passing through the parliament. So now the Southwest, they are also arguing for an additional state. They have 6 already. They want the same complement of states as the which is it Northwest? Which part of the? Let me just check. Right. Yes, as the Northwest. So they want an additional state to make up the complement as the Northwest. So now there is sufficient argument that there are. If you look at Kwara State, that's the map on your screen right there. if you look at Kwara State, the whole of the Southeast will fit in there twice. So there is sufficient argument to cut Kwara State up into two. I'm not even sure if that is North Central. There's certainly sufficient argument to cut Oyo State into two. There is an argument to cut Ogun State into two. There is an argument to cut Oyo State even into two. Even Edo State and Delta States, they have a stronger argument for additional states as opposed to the Southeast. But apparently, allegedly, that is already going through Parliament. Quite why that would be, I don't know. It's a real travesty of everything. The Southeast should not be more than 3 states at the most. And that is even generosity of some sort. So generosity of sorts. Let's go on from there to the next headline. We'll only read this headline only to dismiss it. Yes, so it's already been dismissed. Our presidency denies finance ministers alleged 105,000 naira minimum wage proposal. So I think that is a kite put out there by the labor union to try and sort of that to maneuver public sentiments, to maneuver. I'm not saying the super chats light up, by the way. Let's see them light up. It's not just Alexander Gomez and Ayo that have access to it. Let's go on from there to this. This is still within the realms of that ongoing labor union versus government. No, this is from Akume, the secretary to the federal government. So this is from Akume, secretary to the federal government. Nowhere in the world has labor ever tampered with the national grid. It is treason. Treasonable felony is economic sabotage. You don't do that. He said, we are trying to rebuild the economy. The president is picking it up and they want to destroy it. Of what use is that to all of us? That is not the way. So this is the secretary to the government. Of course, you think he would say that, but setting aside his political leanings, there is very much veracity in that. They had no business doing that, and somebody really should pay a price for that. Somebody should pay a price for that. Now, there is this clip. I'll show you now, but then I'll download it, bring it into the studio, and we may well play it. About 10 people sent me these to play. So the
band of Igbos inside this Nigeria.
About 10 people sent me this. Let me just download it. Maybe we'll play it at some point. It's a libertarian view from the East. So you might well say that's an oxymoron, a libertarian view from the East. But apparently, allegedly, this guy is putting out some sort of a balanced view that looks at the state of play. So we may well happen upon that in the course of. Your friend and mine, Peter Obi, declares position on dumping Labour Party. So he's playing double dutch, Machiavellian maneuverings by our friend from Oka. The Labour Party LP presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has said that he remains a committed and loyal member of the Labour Party. We'll just take 3 more paragraphs because I don't think anything new is coming out of here. Our correspondence reports that this comes amidst controversy, trailing Peter Obi's statement on Wednesday night, clarifying that the Obedient movement was not domiciled in any party. So yes, I saw that statement actually, and there is some veracity to it because the Obedient movement itself has told us this often enough that they are separate and distinct from the Labour Party. So they are adherents of Peter Obi rather than party members of the Labour Party. So there is no conflation there, and there is no reason for confusion either, because it's quite crystal clear how they are positioned. So their faith is essentially packed and aligned with a particular individual. So they don't have any ideological marry with the Labour Party, but they have political faith in Peter Obi, and that is what the man from Oka, I think, is trying to flesh out. The Labour Party LP presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has said that he remains a committed and loyal member of the party. Correspondents report that this comes amidst controversy trailing Peter Obi's statement on Wednesday night, clarifying that the Obedient Movement was not domiciled in any party. In a statement via his Instagram handle on Thursday, the former governor of Anambra State said he was confronted by a journalist at Abuja Airport who wanted to know if his statement on the Obedient Movement on Wednesday was a signal of an intention to dump the Labour Party. In response, Obi stated that he aspires to work closely with other party leaders to reconcile valued members and partner with like-minded parties all over the country. So it's essentially telling you that it's a vehicle that he wants to use to form a bigger group because it's a formal party. And even though its potency, the Labour Party I'm talking about, is a formally registered party. And even though its potency is if you removed the Obedient Movement from the Labour Party, it will be cast back to the wilderness. Its potency is the Obedient Movement, but it's a formally registered party, and the Obedient Movement is just sort of a fanatical followership of an overlord. He added that his earlier statement on the Obedient Movement was intended to clarify some issues that are of concern to the teaming supporters, some of whom are not members of any political party but are desirous of a new Nigeria. He said, "For the avoidance of doubt, I remain a committed, loyal Labour Party member. That is my definitive response to all Nigerians who may be in doubt about my political affiliation in light of recent reports and conflicting interpretations of recent political expressions. I have just been confronted by a journalist at Abuja Airport wanting to know if my statement on Obedient Movement yesterday is a signal of my leaving the Labour Party. For the attention of all those holding such an impression and for the general public, I remain a faithful, committed, and loyal member of the Labour Party. Indeed, as a leader of the party, my aspiration and desire Indeed, as a leader of the party, my aspiration and desire, working closely with other leaders, is to reconcile our valued members and partner with like minds and parties all over the country to build a strong and better party that will catalyze and commence the rebuilding of a new Nigeria. My statement yesterday was intended to clarify some issues that are of concern to our teaming supporters, some of whom are not members of any political party but are desirous of a new Nigeria." So there is Peter Obi then playing it, playing both sides against the other. So the rascally, just a couple more headlines and then we launch into the conversation. Federal government moves to suspend nationwide collection of levies on Okada riders, fuel trucks, and shops. So what does this mean? I'm only really bringing you this because the headline struck me somewhat as a curiosity. President Bola Tinubu is considering a 6-month suspension of the collection of taxes, levies, and all charges in business of few sectors in the economy. Recipients of the tax suspension will include Okada riders, transporters of goods, fuel transporters, wheelbarrow and cart pushers. I never knew wheelbarrow and cart. I suppose all those tickets that they get at the shopping, whatever, the markets, shop owners, market traders, amongst others. This was contained in a draft executive order titled Inflation Reduction and Price Stability Fiscal Policy Measure, Order 20, blah, 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 which is aimed at bringing down inflation and the price of food items across the country. According to the draft executive order, the president said he was exercising the powers conferred on him by Section 5 of the Nigerian Constitution, blah, 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 and other powers. The suspension, the draft order revealed, is for road haulage tax and any other levy or charges on transportation of goods, bicycle trucks, canoe, wheelbarrow, and cart fees. Others include business premises registration, shop kiosks and market taxes and levies, animal trade and produce sale tax, further suspension of VAT and diesel, etc., etc. So there it is. They're just trying to remove as much as what constitutes the expenses of getting goods to the market. So there it is. I think that's sufficient enough to go with. Let me send the link again. The room does need populating. I don't know quite why we have a tepid little slow and then very quickly it fills up. But if you want to hop on now, the moment is now. So let me play the Kegite music. We kick off the conversation. First we go to the first we go to the Kegites.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Failati keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So joining us, an American who sometimes moonlights as a Nigerian, gas them up. So good to have you gas them up. Father of the bride.
One man. Why you gotta always introduce me with these funny things, man?
Yeah, that's how I flow. So good to see you gas them up. Father of the bride, Ajale Koko.
You know what? I now realize why you were Kaizo.
Are you there? Did you break up? It's been interrupted by somebody coming to collect payment for something. Probably one of those Instagram purchases. Are you ready to go gas them up? Because I was intending to start with you.
Yeah, no, I said I now understand why you and Kaizo are like, so close, because Onatu control. Wow. Yeah. I didn't know that Kaizo has a trolling Yoruba brother in UK.
Look at that. Good to have you here. I didn't know you were particularly interested in Nigerian matters. I thought it was those esoteric intellectualisms that tickle
you. See, look, listen, Nigeria is an esoteric intellectual, conundrum. As I recently told somebody the other day, stupidity at times is more complex than intelligence. And that's the reality of Nigeria. No, look, listen, you touched on a lot of good topics. I always say the real question or the real solution is very simple. Are we looking to be a so-called Nigeria? Recently, I was on, I'll say your platform with Kaizo, you guys share a platform. And I showed tonight, you are trolling me now, right? Over the time, maybe you get to know me. I still owe you a super chat. Don't forget, it's just because you're in the UK. I wish you had some sort of America thing. It's just difficult to send you guys money in UK. I don't know if you have any American friend that would just make life easier. I can ship it to them. They'll send it to you, Sha.
Don't worry, we'll do that later. But
so my point is
I never even really used to push people for super chats until Kaizo had words with me that what are you doing, you crazy man? So I started doing it. But no,
well, you know, that's why Kaizo doesn't like me, because if you talk with him, we had me and we had the black pentagrams. I just don't have time for YouTube, and I used to tell them, keep your blood money. You understand? The jujus and the spiritual world, I don't want your blood money, because once I take it, that means I'm indebted to you guys. That means I owe you guys things. Now I have to have moderate. No. It's my platform. Is my platform. It's there for the information. So that's why I never,
all right. So what tickles your fancy is
the thing is, okay. No, I just wanted to quickly say.
I just wanted to rattle off. We played clips of a chap saying that the NYSA should transmute into some sort of a military service, and then we played a clip of a pastor telling us that life is not always all this narrative you want to japa. Maybe there should be a temporary japaing, and then you come back in 6 months again, because the life is not as you often expect. She was explaining that. And then the usual Nigerian stuff. So come at it wherever you like.
Well, look, listen. As I said, the real fundamental problem of Nigeria that encapsulates everything that we've played is that, are we all going to be in Nigeria? Right? We can all deceive ourselves, but if Nigeria is not working, it was interesting that you said you didn't realize that those guys who do wheelbarrow and Okada have to pay a ticket. I tell people all the time, I don't know, which part of Nigeria you stay when you go back home. But me, I try and hit, like if I'm in Lagos, I'm never on the mainland. I be the island. I'm on the mainland. I want to see what people are experiencing. I can't hide in one estate on the island. No disrespect to anybody who does that, but I want to see. And I've always said, like, Nigeria is only working for a select few. And, these are part of the problems that we as Africans are not willing to acknowledge. As I was saying to you, when I was on this platform, seriously, I would go back and forth. Niger would fight me so hard, pause. You would just attack me every chance you got. And I told him then, I said, Niger, you are fighting for a so-called, first of you name yourself Niger. Nigeria doesn't even have independence in the independence document that the British gave them. Please go and check it. It wasn't until last week on your platform with Kaizo that he finally Googled it. Just like you said conspiracy theory. I wish you Google it, because you end up like Nigeria. You finally agree. That's what they do. But he finally Googled it and he was dumbfounded. He put the whole paperwork in ChatGPT. He still couldn't understand it. That how is it that the so-called document that the British gave says the exact words to continue the Queen's dominion, right? So, these are the things that we as Nigerians have to ask ourselves. Are we going to have in Nigeria? Now, when you look at the history of Europe in a large context, right, in a large sense, they were able to fight their individual fights. That's why you can see a small country in Europe with however many small millions of people, and they're existing because there's cohesion. Even in those days, you had Czechoslovakia. Now they separated themselves, right? You have Czech Republic, and I believe
to be fair, but gas them up. Europe experienced several centuries without really any major interruption. You'd say the Second World War and all that, but they've had countries like England, France, etc. They've enjoyed several centuries of development without interruption.
But that's my point. That's what I'm getting to.
Their development was arrested for a century plus, and then they were
more than a century.
And then they were balkanized into incoherent and incohabitable sort of structures.
That is the problem. That is the problem on the ground. So realistically, there's nothing wrong if there's a so-called, the way Europe was able to develop, there's nothing wrong with the Yoruba nation state that would have included Benin Republic and parts of Togo. There will be nothing wrong with a small, Bendel city state that would look like a Luxembourg or one of those small European countries. There's nothing wrong with it. Unfortunately, so-called, these are the same people that signed the document that British gave them that said continue the Queen's Dominion, Awolowo, Zik, and Balewa. I don't want to insult them because whenever I insult them, so-called patriotic Nigerians get angry, so I'll be politically correct on your show. But these are so-called intelligent men that signed this document. What were they thinking to say, look, let's rearrange this contraption called Nigeria. Let's see how we can make it work for the ethnic groups that exist. They wanted power, and in their bid for power, they forced everyone, like you said, to be in this balkanized thing.
Sorry,
Please, let me finish, and then you can go if you don't mind.
Just them up. Just as a working rule, we have interjections on the platform.
Okay. Go ahead. If you want to interject, go ahead.
No, hold on. The person that has the floor has the right to say, "Let me land that thought," but you will get a lot of interjections, especially if people feel you are misinforming or they want to interrogate what you're saying. Prince, to you.
Oh yeah, 1 second. So what does it mean actually to continue the Queen's Dominion? You didn't really explain if it's what it meant.
That's why I'm saying this. Look, I'm not a smart guy. Me, as them Kaiser people will say, I'm a low IQ village African. Ask Kaiser, one man. See, when you talk to ask him. When Kaiser first met me, I was the one champion. I said, look, I would rather be in my village with my 3 wives, minding my business. I do all this on our development. I'm not for it, but it is what it is. This is the world we live today. We all have so-called nation states. This is Mama, please, if you get a chance, just type in Nigeria independence document. You see it's on the .gov.uk whatever on our this thing for UK. You see it there. You can read. You can share it. I'm not a lawyer. My own thing is this: is that I can guarantee you, if you ever do a contract with an Oyibo and you put to continue Yoruba Dominion, they will never sign it. I know what the word Dominion means. Now, they will tell you, and this one, and this one. But is it a coincidence that after Nigeria received that so-called independence, Nigeria was a member of the Commonwealth, and the only time Nigeria was not a member of the Commonwealth was during the time of Abacha, because he didn't really listen to them. So my point is this, is that Nigeria has never been a nation that all the people understood we must come together united as one, and there are historical reasons for that. I don't know how deep we can get on this show. We
can get very deep, but let's establish the basis first. The document of independence was signed by pretty much all of the composing ethnic nation states, and all those people that signed those documents, they were highly educated, very sharp people, so they knew what they were signing up for. The fact that they've not been able to marry it into a coherence just yet is not indicating.
But I think that is a cop out. No disrespect to you. That is what you are doing there. I wish that was the case. But when I look at the end result of this experiment called Nigeria, it doesn't bear that to be. It seems to be these guys were not as smart as they said. They were smart to us that were left behind in Africa, that didn't get to go to London and America to study. They were smart to them. But when they were in the real halls of power, they were sitting at the deal table of power. They had no idea what they were doing. They didn't know how to leverage. They didn't know any of those things. Not to say that I know better than them.
How old is Nigeria as a state?
63? I mean 64. How old?
And how old is the United States?
Is 200 and something plus years. I mean, 17.
My point is that countries like Nigeria, they're still very much in their nascent stage of evolution. And if you
but that's what I'm saying, Roman. That's not how it works now. They didn't do it. Look, I can see what you're saying. I agree. I will concede to that. But what I'm saying is this: when you have founding fathers, look, okay, compare that to in America. I'm glad you bring it up. Every child who goes to school in America, you learn so-called American history. What do they say? They have the Declaration. They declared it of independence. British did not give them a paper that said to continue the King's Dominion, because he was king at that time. British did not say that. They said they are declaring themselves independent, which even realistically, their argument was totally stupid. It was a bullshit argument because they said no taxation without representation, and they weren't even paying the highest level of taxes. It was nonsense, right? They didn't even have a real reason to revolt. But my point is, they put Declaration of Independence. They didn't wait for the British to give them a paper. Our so-called founding fathers were given a paper that not only didn't give them independence, it continues the Queen's dominion. So I said all that to say that is the overall problem with Nigeria. In its inception, it was never a free country. Now, let me get to the points that you raised. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was actually going to fast forward you to the solution because it looks as though you are leading to organization into ethnic states. Is that where you're?
No, I'm not. I am saying that Nigeria is better together. Unfortunately, like I said, there's a deep-seated history of mistrust. To be frank, there's a deep-seated history of mistrust between the different regions in Nigeria, and we don't want to ever admit this on a large scale. We don't want to admit this.
Only because it's not as deeply seated as you may well.
Well, if that's the case, So if that's the case, then we wouldn't be seeing, for example, right? I'll give you a simple example. For years, the Niger Delta with the oil has been the one giving Nigeria revenues. Now, I'm waiting to see what will happen. We'll see because we have our current administration. I'll see, because the last administration was, they didn't really say anything. Zamfara and other states in the north, particularly Zamfara, because that's the one that I can point to, found gold in large quantities. And Zamfara's response was, this gold, the revenue will go to Zamfara first before anything will be given to the federal, machinery. So my point is this: when you see this type of gross violations, where one side is now saying,
it's not a gross violation; they are kinks.
Yeah, but that's my point. I get that. I know, but what I'm saying is easy. No, but it's not a kink. It's not a kink. Listen, one man. Look, listen. Yeah. In America here, because everybody loves to talk about America. In America, right? I resided in the East Coast, New York City area. I've lived except maybe the West, I haven't lived, but I've just been all over the US. Do you know in Alaska has oil. They have an oil pipeline in Alaska. Every state, if you move to Alaska and you register as a citizen and a state, you live in Alaska and you stay there, I think up to 1 year or whatever, you are now entitled to an oil dividend, so much so that people move to Alaska where there's pretty much nothing there in Alaska, right? They move there, have like 6 or 7 children. Each child will be getting a dividend. New York does not touch that Alaska oil dividend money. Idaho is famous for its potatoes. And as the potatoes started to, dwindle, blah, 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 they switched to ethanol. I want to make this clear. Because we Nigerians like to talk about America, federal charter.
Hold on, guys. It's a different governmental structure.
But that's my point. Wait, now. See what I'm saying? Wait, because we can't keep saying, Nigeria is a young country. No, look, if we're going to do the right thing, we do the right thing across the board. Texas has oil. Texas has their oil. Mississippi has their they have oil in Mississippi and Louisiana. They also have their boats that they do their shrimp, this thing. Florida has its own thing. California has Hollywood. New York has Wall Street. They all contribute to the federal. They pay their federal taxes. Everybody does.
Another quick interjection.
Let me just land with this, please. Let me just land with this, and I'll stop talking. But each state is entitled to their own. So what I'm saying is that when we talk about these things in Nigeria, if we're going to be one Nigeria, let's do it the right way, and then everybody will be happy and content. But we can't keep doing it this way.
Are you talking about resource control? You're talking about resource control. You're talking about
Yes,
resource
that's
control.
what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we're going to do it, then it has to be in such a way that each region will be entitled to control the destiny of their resources. That is only Danjuma in
But we
Northern.
don't practice regional system anymore now.
Yeah, wait now, Danjuma. Wait, Danjuma. This is the last two things I'll say. Danjuma should not have an oil block in the Niger Delta that he sells half to a Chinese oil company for over 500 million. Now that the north is finding resources, as I said, Zamfara, can me, a southerner, go to the north and have a block of land that gives me gold? Would they agree to that? Maybe, maybe not. But I doubt it based on the history of Nigeria. So until these kind of things are fixed, we are just deceiving ourselves, and I'll end there.
All right, let Prince come in. Prince. Yeah, Prince.
Yeah, I
It's
think
like we should change his name to Machine Gun Kelly. I just felt I've been shot at by an AK-47, but Prince.
Yeah, when I use the word, I think kink. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Nigeria is a nation state, but I mean, we can do a whole lot more because what we have to do. The template is already out there, but it's not a fair comparison to look at Americans' finished products, so to speak, and try to compare that with Nigerian state. It doesn't.
America has always had that situation. It's not a finished
product.
No,
there's a lot of things. There are a lot of things that are worked out. Things just didn't drop in heaven overnight.
No, but don't see. I don't do that. I didn't say that. I didn't say, "Oh, America's development." I said the way the states allocate resources to the states and the federal. So focus on that.
Hold on,
guys. Let him come a little bit. Yeah,
I get you. But for them to have reached that point, it took a process. It took time.
No, sir, that's not true. I went to school in the U.S. We studied American history in our school from elementary to college. You had to do it.
Okay,
That's not how it happened. It was from the beginning. From the beginning of the Articles of Confederation in this country called the United States. That's how it started.
Hold on, guys.
In the beginning, remember it was a confederation right before they amalgamated to be one country. They were all separate. They were all separate entities. Okay, before they all came together, it was like 13 colonies. Yeah, I understand. They were all independent, and Nigeria's not reached there yet, right? But I think over time we can get there. We initially, I think we were there somewhat before they ruined the military and the greater people ruined everything. We're gonna get there, right? Nigeria will get there, but it's a work in progress. There's no doubt. I mean, I do agree with your argument that can a southerner go get a gold minefield or whatever in the north? Why should Danjuma have it?
The answer to that is yes. By the way, a lot of Southeasterners own gold field in the north.
Okay.
Can you give me an example of 3?
I can bring up the video. Let me bring the video up. Carry and bring.
Yeah. So it's the Nigerian space is complex. Okay, we can say that, but the corruption is almost an excuse now. We know corruption is there, and they're greedy people. People do things for their own gain. We get all that. Eventually, it's going to get to a point, perhaps in Tinubu's administration, whereby we can get to a point whereby the resource control formula is actually developed and it benefits each state or region. As it is right now.
You know what has been a problem of this resource control arguments is that the people that present the arguments, it's just the way they've been presenting it. There's been a problem because they will like each region should control the resources when we no longer practice regional system. Rather than them saying each state should control its own resources, that would have been if they would have just present argument in that manner and continue to push it all this while, by now we would have got somewhere. That's why I respect Wiki. When Wiki want to present his argument about resources and things like that, he focus on River State. Like River State, we need at least they take the federal courts. But everybody else will be saying each region. We're no longer practicing regional system. So what argument are you presenting here?
Well, even last time, Angelica was saying that even the governors don't have power over their resources in their own states. Of course, I'm not sure to the degree which that is true. Well, I think it's true in a lot of ways, but they have other ways to generate revenue and to develop their space. It's largely due to creativity and being dedicated to their own people. That's just the bottom line there. And quickly, in regards to Nigeria's revenue, I think if you look at the breakdown or the proportion of oil or crude oil to the revenue, I think it's not 100% the way you think. The way you think, it's the crude oil is mainly for foreign exchange. And think about this: even foreign remittances is beginning to be as large as the crude oil revenue for the country as a whole. So there are a lot of taxes being paid by many states, especially states like Lagos and maybe cross river states that generate revenue. So let's not get stuck on oil being the main thing for the country. Not anymore. It's a work in progress, I believe. We just have lazy leaders and they are greedy. And quite frankly, they're not that different from many other leaders around the world until we get to a point whereby we decide, okay, let's sit down and let's not pretend like Jonathan that did a conference and nothing came about it. Perhaps Tinubu this time around will actually sit down and bring about a real solution that we all going to be happy with.
Prince Daddy, you know that most of the oil that they pump, that they take out of Nigeria, actually taken from the ocean, from the Atlantic Ocean. So to me, what I would suggest is they probably should, this resource control thing, what the government can do is the ones taken from the land, right, should be a revenue straight should be controlled by the state, right, that particular state, and just like the ones that come out of the water belong to the, federal government. To me, I think that's the way to go. And again, I always agree that the way the oil is being taken out of Niger Delta and then being shared with every rest of the country, rest of all the states, I've always thought it's unfair. But the only issue I have with the thing is when people from the Niger Delta or people from the south are crying about it, they don't tend to point finger at who created the idea, who brought the idea of sharing their oil. They don't point finger at who that person is. They tend to point finger at the people that actually didn't didn't come with the idea. The Northerners didn't decide that, okay, we share the oil money. But then these people that want to cry about it, they don't.
Whose idea was it? Whose idea was it?
It was Agui Ironsi now when he became head of state. Because prior to that, the agreement was the resources belong to the region. So prior to that, the oil that they were pumping from because back then it was just the two regions that had oil well was it was called the Midwest region, which was today's Delta State and Edo State, right? And then you had the Eastern region, which was the all these rivers, including the Southeast, right? So back then it was the regional government that were collecting the revenue from the oil. So when Agui Ironsi became head of state, he decided to hand it and said, no more regional government collecting the revenue. Is going to come straight to federal government. And then he decided that, okay, what comes straight to federal government, the federal government will split it among everyone. So we've kept it since then.
Are you saying we actually had the American system back then?
Yeah, that's what we had. Yeah. So it was a Southerner that decided to hand it. But then when people want to cry about it, they blame the Northerners.
All right. No.
You see, he doesn't know. You guys have to see the truth. He was not a Southerner. He was from the East. He was from the East.
Yeah, hold on. We'll have that conversation, but let me just insert this as the conversation goes on. An Igbo investor from Eastern Nigeria, Chief Sir James Udoji, who owns 35 hectares of mining sites in Zamfara State, said Zamfara State government does not control gold mining fields as insinuated by some people across the country. So the biggest gold miner, the biggest gold miner in Zamfara State is actually that surprises me as well. But he's an Igbo man. Yes.
But wait, one man, hold on. I stand corrected. However, let's be real. I'm sure he's politically connected, but he had to probably also buy that land. Danjuma did not buy the land in Delta. He was given that land. That's all I'm saying. So I stand corrected. No
let me
argument, but he
add
was
one
given
other
that land.
thing that we keep saying about America. I was quite surprised to check the data on the US. It says that 43% of oil this thing is controlled by the US government, and 10% of the some of 43 this most of it come from offshore, but 10% is onshore, and state governments control about 10%, while this is 47% is controlled by private ownership. And if you look at Nigeria, to an extent, like what we are just saying right now, is private ownership that owns quite a lot of the oil, not
But wait,
government.
but wait, Tunaja, be specific. That private ownership is exclusive to the states. So, for example, the largest owners of private oil fields in Texas are Texans. That's the problem of Nigeria.
If you want to put it like, but Texas is a massive state. If you
No,
had like
it's not just
like
Texas.
Lagos,
It's every state. It's
try to
most of the.
understand where I'm coming from. If you had a big state like Lagos owning the kind of oil, let's say Bayelsa has, maybe Lagosians will own most of it. You see what I mean?
Agreed, but right now, Bayelsa, the private owners of the oil in Bayelsa, is NNPC, right? But my point is this: is that I stand corrected. I'm not going to argue dogmatically that there's no. I'm glad one man proved this, but what I'm saying is that I'm pretty certain that Igbo man had to buy that land. Danjuma and a lot of those guys who have access to the oil, did he buy the land?
It's almost
or was he given the land?
It's almost certainly a front anyway that James Udoji, usually the people like that are fronts. They use them as a front for the actual real owners. But let's bring in other voices. We've not heard from Ajanle Koko. Any thoughts on an additional state to the for the Southeast? Is there an argument for it? I cannot see a coherent argument rather than sentimentality to suggest where would it be? Are they going to cut 2 streets off and call it? They don't even have it.
I see an argument now. If they feel like other places have more, then why shouldn't they? If they have the population too,
so is that an argument? That's not an argument.
That's a low IQ argument. It's not about geographical space. If that's the case, then northern states will have far more. This thing, if that's what we are talking about, it's about
yeah, but that's my argument that they don't have enough states in the north in order to bring development to the people.
Just like I put it in the comment, one man. Then, if you're going to use the land mass as a reason to have more states, then the South has no advantage at all, any discernible advantage compared to the North or the Central. So it's really it's an irrational, I guess, low-thinking way to get more states. Now, if they can make justification why they need more states, maybe their population, maybe for other reasons, that'd be nice. They can divide the region to 10 states if they want to. I don't care. But you can't say because so I'm not demanding for 2 states. For example, why want more when if they get 2, they will match that of the northwest, right? Why they don't want to get one?
How many does? Are you blind? Are you looking at that map, hello, Prince Daddy? Are you looking at the map? Do you understand that map? Or you read that map?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You say they need 2 more states inside that dot. Are you kidding me?
No, you don't. Hold on. Listen to my argument, Mike. Listen to my argument. See, why do they want one more? If they have one more, at least you're going to have a region that's going to have one more state than they do. So why not ask for 2 states instead of 1? I mean, I don't know. My point is that it's a rational reason to have more states. It's irrational to have more states because one region has more than they do.
I think the argument, they're lining the argument behind representation. I think that's where the argument is.
Representation.
And it does have an effect.
One ethnic group.
In terms of a presidential election, in terms of allocation and all those things, if they have the
population, in terms of numbers in the parliament,
But one man, but one second. Again, isn't there a region that has 7 states? Am I mistaken?
The Northwest.
Okay, so if it's based on representation, then they will still be short by asking for 1 state. Why didn't they ask for 2 then?
But because they have the least amount of states amongst all the
among all the what ethnic groups.
Among the geopolitical regions. It says that in the current political sorry, let me give you this. In the current political configuration, the Northwest comprises 7 states, whilst the Northeast, North Central, South, even South, and Southwest consist of 6 states each. Only the Southeast has 5 states, so they have the least amount of states amongst the 6.
Well, they
man,
do,
because they are the smallest region now.
Exactly, they have the smallest land mass. Okay, why should say it's an incoherent argument that they put forth? Why? That's what I'm asking you. Why ask for one more? Why don't you ask for 2? You know, if you want to compare your region,
areas that have 6. Then you just mentioned South and Southwest having 6.
But all those regions are bigger than Southeast. Am I mistaken?
In terms of population, I'm not so sure. That's
not population. With strictly by land mass. I'm just by the size, that geographical area. All those areas are bigger than the Southeast that has 5 right now.
I think there are 2 matrices. You use population and use landmass to decide whether you want.
Population of people living in the land, or population of the ethnic group.
The population of people living there.
Yes,
wait. It's not going to work.
If that's the case, Lagos that has 24 million people, and what's the population of people living in Imo? Are they up to 5 million?
I doubt it. They're about.
No. Okay, well, let's put it this way. Let's say it's.
Let's create 3 more states in Lagos then, because
maybe exactly their entire population. Because when they want to vote, they have to go back to their.
It's a lie. No, that's
a lie. Why would they not speak? Are they voting in Lagos?
Okay.
How do
you spend 99 of your time and your resources in other regions, and when you want to vote for one damn day, you go there, and that gives you the right to have another state. Is that a really logical argument?
See, there's an argument. If they are the only region that has 5, there's an argument.
You know, Tanya is a $5 Southeasterner now, so you know.
What do you?
Make an argument. How come they can have $5
more? You have to be fair.
How come they can have 2? How come they're asking for 1? How come they're not asking for 2 more states instead of 1?
Because South and Southwest have 6. Is that okay?
But the South.
Are we even there?
Hold on. That is not an argument now. There has to be more rationale behind it outside of it's a bit like mommy. Why does he have 2 sweets and I have 1?
Of course, that's not important. Because it affects their ability to represent themselves. Because if they have the population and they are not given the right representation, you can see that they will be feeling
they do not have the population leader. They don't have the population.
They do have the population. Come on, don't do that.
Okay, what is their population?
Generally, in terms of the population residing in their space, in terms of the population residing in the geographical area, I don't think they do, because they all disperse across the country. They don't have it.
That is still their homeland, and that is where they have just as much population, almost the same as the Southwest. So I don't know why.
I agree.
Why do you count it?
No. From the census now, it is showing that they are very distinct. It's almost the same amount with the Southwest.
No, it's not. Nowhere near.
Okay, you are the census officials. Then I'm just saying that justice. They are the only region that has 5. It's only fair. You see what I mean? And it's going to look like they are picking on them because of, history. And
why don't you? I thought you were on the South, you from one minority tribe. Why don't you speak? Why don't you guys fight for yourselves? I mean, you guys are not represented anywhere at all. But you come and be fighting for the giant.
What does it matter? See, I'm not interested in all this.
You guys, I mean, I don't understand you from the South. Like, you guys are not, it's like you are marginalized heavily. Yeah, I even see one Goni guy fighting for the Southeasterners. I'm like, dude, your land there, so they've messed up your land. You don't even speak since nobody has been speaking for them. But they will come out and be fighting for Obi, fighting for people that are enjoying Nigeria. You should agitating for yourself now. You guys should be getting. That's why I will give that more respect than you.
The Southeasterners, they're 18% of the the Southeasterners, they're 80. Let me give you a bit of data. The Hausa Fulanis, and I really hate the way that they merge together. They are 29%. The Yorubas are 21%. The Southeasterners, the Igbos, they are 18%.
When did they merge them? Sorry, I never saw where they merged them together.
No. They count them. They're two ethnic spaces, aren't they? But they call them Hausas Fulanis.
That's dodgy. I was asked the census figure I'm looking at. They separated them. Fulani.
All right, bring your figure up. Are you able to put it on the screen?
Yeah, let me put it on the. Okay, let me pull it up since you can share screen. Let me do that now. Let's get
Nigeria, they always classify them as one group. I mean,
they don't.
I don't know what you're trying
Nigerian
to
census
bring.
I mean,
they may give you the figure, but they group them as one.
I've got it there now. I think one man can see it. Let me see. So you can see the figures here. 25% Hausa, Yoruba 21%, Igbo 18%, Fulani 6%, Ibibio 3%. This is under people that don't say much at all. No, people ignore them completely. Tiv is there, 2.2%, Kanuri, Ijo, and look at this 19%. They are one of the largest groups. If you put all these minorities together, they are bigger than any individual major group.
Yeah, but you can't put them together, can you? Otherwise, you put the whole country together.
It tells you something about Nigeria, though, that there is a silent group there.
But that argument defeated even by the numbers. They're only 18%, so they don't have really the strength of number, and they don't have either the geographical space. So it's just the sentimentality of the politics.
Can I intervene?
That's all. Yeah,
can I intervene?
Yeah, come in, Prestige.
In my own opinion, it's still based on population. Okay, apart from Southeast being big, 18% close to the other ethnic group. I mean, most of the Southeasterners, you can see about 1/3. I don't want to exaggerate, because I don't have the right figure, but I can accurately say about 1/3 of the population they are based outside, outside the state. So that made their number in that particular region less than what we are talking about. So they can't have 18 million in that state because at least 1/3 of the population, reside outside, Southeast. So you have to base it on people. You have to base it on the people reside there, not based on their population. And just that's just my own opinion.
So you're making an argument for a state like Lagos to have more allocation. That's what you're saying.
If that's what they want to do, so be it. But that's not the priority right now, in my own opinion. That's what they want to do, so be it. I don't really care. But that's not the priority.
But where you live, that's the reason why, where you work, where you pay taxes, it's your place of residence. Okay,
yes,
that's what it matters.
Definitely.
So you can't go around say a third of the population in the Southeast reside in other parts of the country.
What I'm saying. Maybe I didn't make myself clear. I said 18. We give the Southeast 18 million, and I'm saying 1/3, at least 1/3 of that 18 million, they reside outside the Southeast. So if you want to base on creation of state, you can give Imo State maybe. You can give Southeast maybe about 12 million. That's my point.
Is that not double dipping though, Prestige? So if they are residents traditionally, generationally outside of their region, so they get a dip in there, and then their region gets another complement of states, then they get a dip.
That's what I said. So I don't see the purpose of that. I'm against it. Who am I? But it's just one opinion. I don't see the purpose.
But man of Prestige,
I understand the representatives.
Those Southeasterners that are all over in Nigeria, they don't have representation wherever they are. They can't run.
That's the Nigerian. That's Nigerian space. If you look at America, and I'll give you an example. I don't mean to use America all the time, but that's the system we model ourselves.
Use America.
Hold on. It's a benchmark for us to use in our narrative. In California, they in terms of population, they've been losing population. So they lost representative. I'm in Florida again in this past election, Texas again, because that's the growing part of America. New York lose. So it has to be based on
because of the bad liberal policies, Prestige. But anyway, quickly, to Nigeria.
What do you mean? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Nigeria, okay? Stop it.
Yeah. I'm saying the truth. You don't like it, huh?
I went back to Trump.
It's a horrible liberal policy.
No such thing as liberal policies. No such thing
as
Prince, then gas them up. Then I'll play you a clip after that. Prince, then gas them up.
Yeah, just a quick question for Tunaja. It said though they are dispersed across the country, they don't get, I think, it's a fair representation. What do you mean by that, Tunaja?
What I meant by that was that when they are in those states, they are not allowed to run for public office, by and large. So they don't have representation, even if they are present everywhere. You see what I mean?
I don't think that is true. That is not true at all. Is there a law? Is there a law barring them that bars them from doing so?
If I'm not mistaken, I think there is, isn't it? In politics,
Really?
you are not allowed to run if you like for governorship if you are from another state or something.
This past election, I understand an Igbo man in a Benue state.
What about Chinedu? Chinedu that wanted to be
You want to start now? It's no longer. It's not Chinedu. Stop it. So that one is the proper Yoruba man. Stop it.
No, yes, that is true. It's a proper, but I heard this past election. There's an Igbo person in Benue State that won the constituent there. Why? Why did they win? It's quite simple because the place it resides.
Even in Lagos, they are part of the Guardian states. This thing now. A lot of them, a lot of Southeastern and South people in Lagos.
So it's not true, Nigeria. So if they have the population or the support wherever they reside in that country, they can get their representation officially. So that argument is not true.
But if that's the case, I like this argument. That's a great argument. But then if that's the case, how come we don't see that when it comes to the allocation of resources? Because one thing I've noticed, as I said again, right, everyone is quick to say, well, look, the South states, they get this for resources. What are they doing with it? It doesn't matter what they're doing with it. Let's just be fair across the board. If it was the other way around, right, where the North had oil for the last 60 years, would we see the type of, allocations? Would we see the type of placements? I don't know. Has there ever been a Southerner who's ran the NNPC? Maybe not. I haven't really looked into it. But go ahead, one man. Go ahead.
No. Just to counter what was it Prestige was saying? There was actually a white guy that was vying to be the governor of I think Plateau State. A white guy.
No, it's gonna happen. Listen, let me tell you. While we're here deceiving ourselves, let me tell you what's happening. Hold on, let me finish quickly. You guys don't understand what the Oyibos are planning for Africa. See, there's a guy on TikTok now. The guy has been saying for years that he wants to bring this thing. He's been doing investments in what do you call it, in Ghana and Nigeria, building homes. There's one white boy who's a traveler. He married a Yoruba girl recently. See, look, these people, and I'm not surprised we play two state. I'm not shocked at all. These people, and this is why we have to be very careful with this so-called nationality thing. Is a trick, because what will happen is any white man can marry a Nigerian woman, any white woman can marry a Nigerian man, and they really don't give a damn about our traditional cultures, our ethnic identity. They don't really care about historic legacies. All they care about is using the nation state for what they want to do. Now, this kind of guy that one man is showing, go and look at, no, seriously, we're laughing at this. Look at the Japanese in Brazil. They're an insulated community. Yeah, they are Brazilians, but they still owe their allegiance to the Japanese, to the Japan that they originally originate from. And they run things their own way. Go to Mexico. The Lebanese in Mexico, the richest man in Mexico, Carlos Slim, is a Lebanese origin man. So we have to be careful. We have to be very careful when we are allowing these things. While we're sitting down there, creating states, saying this, going back and forth with each other, the West is circling us and they are going to pick us up because we are so myopic. We are not thinking about the long-term future. That's why I said again, I'll start with the beginning.
For many years, we've obtained citizenship in our countries.
Hold on, sir. Nigeria has to work for all Nigerians.
One voice.
To move forward.
Okay, let me ask this question. So if this guy become governor of Plateau State, would he perform any worse than the black man as there currently? Secondly, when you're saying these people are becoming citizens, are we not becoming citizens in Europe, in America, in their own countries too? I mean, what's this double standard?
You cannot become president in their country. You can't become president in America.
I think he's Nigerian by birth.
Obama.
Johanna something. I think
I
he's
don't give
Nigerian
a
by
damn if
birth.
it's Nigerian by moon strike or by moon cycle. Look, listen, I'm tired of us colorblind Africans deceiving ourselves, man. We don't understand the game. We
So
keep
you
thinking,
accept
this has nothing to do with being racist because Mike loves to do that. If you say anything critical of the Muzungu system, say, oh, you're racist, you walk with whites, blah, blah. Stop all that BS. At the end of the day, the facts are
But
the
you're
facts.
applying for their own citizenship in their own country now. But you don't want them to apply for your own citizenship.
Again, simple, yeah. If I want, let me exploit them. They exploited us. Maybe you are okay with being exploited.
So every white man in this world is responsible for exploiting.
I don't give a damn.
I can't believe Mike is arguing for a white man, but not for Igbo man.
You can come in. Hold on, everyone.
Mike is a terrible Yoruba person.
Hold on, gas them up. I want to play. I want to play a clip. I played it in the opening phase, but now that Tunaja is here, is more. He's there are two clips actually. I'm going to play the first one. Which are Tunaja, you open on this because this is your narrative, and then I play the next one. We're not sure if Ajane Koko is fully with us. We've not heard him yet, but
I'm here. I'm just listening to it.
We've been invaded by the Kazorians. Ajane Koko used to be it used to be Geleke, now it's Gosbas. Let me play this clip. It's let me play it anyway, and then you pick it up, Tunaja.
Well, I wouldn't subscribe to the idea of replacing the National Youth Service. The National Youth Service can be in place, but we can reform it. You know, instead of them spending 21 days in orientation camp where they are being trained by the man of war, we can extend it to maybe 6 months or more for them to go through, you know, full-fledged basic
as part of the NYSC.
Exactly.
Yeah,
full-fledged basic military training so that they can understand, you know, some basic military skills. Look, Charles, the era where countries have standing forces of 1 million, 2 million, 3 million is over. Because as the resources of countries dwindle, countries will have to adjust to be able to meet up other obligations. For example, let me tell you, 50% of U.S. armed forces are members of the reserves. They are ordinary citizens. What they do is they take them to basic training. They assign them to what is called selective reserve units. Each unit specializes in a particular field. So every month, 1 weekend in a month, they will go to that unit to train. 21 days in a year, they will go to what is called annual training to even do further training. And they're on standby. Whenever they are needed, they will be called upon. You saw what happened in Israel. At the beginning of Gaza, Hamas-Israeli war, Israel amassed a whole bunch of their reserve forces.
They call their reservists
from all over the globe.
Right.
And after a while, they had to deactivate them to go back home because such number was not sustainable. The economy couldn't carry that. And that's what Nigeria should begin to think about. But I'm not looking at it mostly on the perspective of just being in the armed forces. This could be a broad thing where they can equally do civil service like in the police or the
absolutely
or the fire services or the what's it called, national security, civil defense, so that a particular every unit will be specialized. If civil defense needs you know
all right, it goes on for an additional 2 minutes, but I think you get the thrust of it. The idea is this your million man something. What that guy was explaining is that the custom doesn't even lend to that globally anymore. There's some sort of reservist system, and no economy carries military that strength. I didn't even know that half of the American personnel strength were reservists.
No, that is not accurate. You see, that's why you shouldn't be stating that kind of stuff without checking the details. I think it's around 40 35% are reservists. And if you take into account the civilians that work in the military too, it's a total of 2.7 million. And the reservists are about 700,000. So you can see it's nowhere near this thing, 50% that he's stating. And this is the thing, Nigerians, they come and they listen to these people, and these people don't even bother to do their due diligence to get the right data. But that said, the thrust of his argument is accurate, correct, that You know, the Nigerian youth service, I think from what I gather, they are about 400,000 per annum. If you have them go and train into the military and keep getting training, and you know, you can activate them when you need them.
How many? Let
me finish now. Let me finish. You said 400,000. Let me finish.
400,000 youth service members every year. So if you train them, you can see how that can change the landscape very, very quickly. And
the whole idea is dumb.
The idea is completely dumb. I agree with
Wait, now let this guy land. He's saying something and then we can respond. Please let him finish.
You see, it's dumb for us now, but it's not dumb for Israel. It's not dumb for Singapore. It's not dumb for other people that do it.
That's not what Israel did.
Israel is doing even something more aggressive than that.
They don't take their graduates. People coming from the university.
They take everybody. Everybody has to go in and get military training.
But not their graduates.
What do you mean not their graduates? Their graduates.
No. They don't want to take people that spend your best mind. You want to risk their life. You want to sacrifice their life.
Sorry, to Niger. I think the system in Israel is it's a coming of age something. So if you turn whatever their coming of age is 16, 18, whatever, then you do a year's
everybody must do service in Israel. Once you turn military grade age, everybody must serve.
Many countries
what is the size of Nigeria's military?
They're only saying the graduate should be the only one to serve. The graduate. People that went, they spend thousands going to school, getting their degree to become professionals. Now they wanted to be military soldiers. So they went to university to become soldiers.
What is the size of Nigeria's military?
The sizes should be around 230, 200,000 or so. If you include the paramilitary, it's even less.
Give me 5 seconds. So, see, the reason I said it is a dumb argument because number one, the military is not even well equipped, have enough resources to take care of its own personnel right now. How the heck are they able to absorb 400,000 a year?
I can tell you how. I can answer that question. I can answer very easily. The problem of Nigeria, honestly, let's be frank, and that's what Tinubu is actually facing right now, is we don't generate enough internal revenue. Why? Because we're not really focusing on commercial activity. Now, this commercial activity, if we focus on building commercial activity, you can generate tax revenue if you open up things like the ports.
That's a different. You get the trust of the argument.
Let me answer you. You asked a question.
Well, you answered the question, but in a different trajectory. Please allow me to line too.
I didn't go in a different trajectory. Now,
hold on. Gas them up. Let him land, and then you come in. Yeah. Prince.
No, say to the point, and it is actually kind of making the point. See, you talk about United States. Do you know how many trillions of dollars or billions the United States spends on military? Do you know how much Israel spends on military? Any nation that does that program, the amount of revenue or allocation they have for the military is huge. Okay, now we're talking about, listen, woman, if they institute that program, trust me, these kids will go to their training with a water pistol. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to do any real training. They're not going to get any discernible expertise or training. It's going to be useless because we don't fund our military. We don't fund our military. We know that. So it's nice to say it's nice to say on paper. It's something nice to talk about when talking like that guy on television just going to just talk. Comparing the Nigerian military to the United States military that spends trillions of dollars every year. It's just a joke.
You're talking about money. Gazimo, let me deal with him about the finance. Let me quickly
hold on, Gazimo. I want to show them. I want to show Nigeria something.
Brief so that I can carry on.
Yes, I'll be very brief. So look, as I was saying, very quickly, the problem, as he said, is revenue allocation towards the armed services. Realistically, and Nigeria had this conversation with Abacha's former the guy that was running for office. Al-Mustafa. Now, during the time of Abacha, the political establishment in Nigeria, after Abacha, because Abacha jailed everybody from Obasanjo, all those guys, they all ran, right, for their lives. The collective agreement was that Nigeria's military will be severely underfunded because that was the only thorn in their side. The Labour Congress could easily be bought but it's the military because they have the power of the gun. So Nigeria's military has actually been defunded, just like America said, defund the police. They discreetly agreed amongst themselves to make sure they start to defund the military, which is why if you look at the Delta, and I'll stop there too, Niger, you can hear many of the militants telling you that the number one founders and people sponsoring bunkering are in the so-called armed forces that are meant to stop it. This is something that we didn't see before. So once again, yes, I agree with you that the funding is the problem, but let's say we get a leadership that understands that and is not threatened by a strong military, then we'll see a different Nigeria. But go ahead tonight.
Yeah, I don't believe the funding is a problem. It's just that we have been disabused to think that we can't fund anything when even a country of 6 million can fund a strong military like Singapore. So the idea that Nigeria loses about 10 to 50 billion US dollars in GDP activity every year due to insecurity alone. So whatever money you invest in security, it definitely pays itself. It pays for itself. You don't even have to spend money. So that is
where's that statistic from?
There was a charity that did the analysis. No, I didn't make it up. Why would I make such a thing up? I think he made it up. Why would I make anything up? You should know me by now. I don't make stuff up. If I make stuff up, see the estimates
on that channel every day. Make up shit. Tell each other a bunch of
that is ridiculous stuff. See, it's from this is 10 billion to 50 this is $1 billion, depending on who you are referencing. So nothing less. And if it's only $10 billion, that is twice or almost 2.5 times what we spend on our entire defense budget right now. That's what we are losing for free. And then we're not talking about all the other money we are spending for this in burglary proofing, gates, vigilante, all kinds of nonsense we waste money on. If we start taking, then if it also remove that, then look at foreign direct investment that will be coming to Nigeria, or fellow Nigerians coming back to Nigeria knowing that the environment is a lot safer. Come on, man. It's a multiplier effect. It's not even, you are not even spending money.
Foreign direct investment is not going to build Nigeria's economy. It has to be internally driven. Foreign direct investment is not going to build Nigeria's economy. And that's the problem I have. Not you personally, that's the problem I have with Nigerians. We go to abroad and we want Oyibos to come and laugh with us. Let's be frank. Tourism is not going to build your industry. People were telling me, was it Singapore, whatever Asian country, when we checked, their largest contributor to GDP was internal manufacturing. So I just wanted to point that out. If we are not focusing in Latin, I don't speak Latin that well, but there's a phrase that
foreign
says
direct investment drives the American economy. It's Saudi money and all that.
Oh no! You're totally wrong. Let me prove it to you. No, I'll prove it to him. That's the misnomer. So, for example, the largest purchasers of U.S. treasuries are actually American institutions. So for years they would say things like, "Oh, China owns America's debt." They only owned 1 trillion at the height, and the remaining whatever trillion was owned by pension funds, other American institutions. So America invests.
If you remove the Chinese trillion, the American economy will collapse. And
that's
if you
a lie.
remove the Saudi trillion, the American economy will collapse.
These are all the talking points that are not accurate. Once again, the largest investors in American treasuries are actually American institutions, not foreign institutions. America actually wouldn't even allow it. They actually have things in place with the SEC, FINRA, and other regulatory bodies that would not allow foreigners to take hold. For example, when Japan when Sony bought one of the movies and the music thing and the movie studio, they had to go through so many regulatory hurdles to make sure that they would not unfairly influence things in the United States. But look, my point is this. In Latin, there's a phrase that says, when you have order and commerce, an order referencing to strong military might, when you have order and commerce, you have a strong nation state. Nigeria, we have commercial activity, but we don't have order. We thrive on lawlessness because our elites are able to skim money off the top with the lawlessness. Let's be frank. All these conversations we're having are on the top level, high level surface. When we go down to Nigeria, right now, I'm listening to these young guys on the street. They're killing themselves with cultism. Go to Benin, they're shooting themselves left, right. Go to Lake. I'm talking the guys on the street. When you look at, they said now how much is a pot of soup compared to 2 years ago? To make simple pot of soup, that people will just manage. One guy was joking that they will start with egusi, then they will add okra by middle of the week. By the end of the week, they'll put tomato, that is stew, and that's what they'll put on top of rice. And it's a joke, but this is how a lot of the average Nigerians are living. So those people on that ground, if we're not giving them commercial activities to where they can engage in the system and to where they can pay tax revenues that will be allocated properly without corruption, without stealing, and you can get your road. You see, for example, in Lagos, they say, ban Okada, ban Okada. How the F are you going to ban Okada when you don't give me good roads? So now to enter into, especially on the mainland, like I said, I'm not hiding in the island in one estate. Even in the island, the roads are not all perfect. So if you're going to tell me ban Okada, you haven't fixed the roads. Yeah. It's stupid. This is the kind of nonsense that, and these people claim to be educated. These are the same people that signed. I'll end with this. These are the same morons that signed that independence document that said to continue the Queen's Dominion. These are their children. These are their offspring.
I have an ingenious idea. It's called Builders Brigade. Builders Brigade. I'll rather conscript these young people into a program to build a nation. I'm talking about construction, to learn in 2 years to build a nation, to erect like real structures, build roads, okay, and turn them into like a military construction brigade. That's a more viable, sensible approach.
Exactly, Prince Daddy. Thank you.
But Prince, our biggest contention is security now. That's our biggest.
Oh, it is not.
I don't understand this. Not. Your girls, your girls getting kidnapped is not moving you. My God. Jesus, I don't understand that.
One minute. Just like the street guy. I'm sorry to call the guy the street guy.
Gas them up. Yeah, Karen, Prince.
I'm sorry to call the guy the street guy. The video you played like a couple of days ago, the guy that was making so much sense. It's a Nigeria doesn't have food problem, you know, and the man broke it down. We don't have a food shortage problem because we have ways to combat or address that problem. The same way, our insecurity problem is almost artificial in a lot of ways. It is real that people die. I'm not denying that or disputing that. But in its existence, it is artificial to the core. What we need is to build that nation. Okay, we're not going to get 400,000 students or pupils from NYC to go to the military because we want to stop insecurity. When Nigerian military is like half of that size, it doesn't make sense.
Let me ask you, why is 1.3 million good for Egypt but not for Nigeria in the military?
Well, see, you can't compare Egypt to Nigeria. Egypt is a strategic nation. Hold on. Yeah, see, that's a wrong comparison.
Okay, United States is funding that Egypt military now. Who's funding Nigeria military?
How about Algeria?
Are you the one funding them?
How about Algeria? Who is funding them?
Why is Algeria military any great? I've not heard much about it.
Their military is bigger than ours and stronger than ours.
I don't disagree. I agree with that.
Did you guys hear that Turkey is actually saying to themselves they will start looking to Africa to collect resources if their connections with Europe start to collapse? You guys can Google it. I forgot the guy's name.
There's nothing new in that. I mean, there's nothing new in that.
But historically, wait, but woman, don't cut me off now. Let me just say this because look.
All right, say it, and then we'll have to structure the conversation.
Yeah. So historically, these are the same reasons why the slave trade happened to us, because we forgot to look at security and reverse engineering the technology. I agree with you that we need a building system like a corps to get these young minds activated. However, let's be real. Look, listen. I remember 2019. On the mainland, I could walk outside maybe 9-10 o'clock. As of last year, when I left Nigeria, 7 o'clock, I'm in my house. Hungry youths are on the street. Oh boy, show love, show love, show love. It wasn't like shit is getting worse. So we need the security first. Let's secure the ground first. Let's make sure people are safe first. Now we can create commercial activity to employ these young men and women and put them into these building programs. If you don't have order, you have chaos. That's what I'm saying.
It's very obvious.
No one is disagreeing with the fact that we need security. We got to put the structure in place. But the approach is what we are disagreeing with. When you're saying that you go and take the only people you are going after people that graduate from college and go and put in the military training. So people are going to school, nerds. So you want to take most people that go to school the most are nerds, the best of your minds, the best of your brains. You want to take them.
Hold them, gas them up. Let other voices in. Let's say from to Niger.
Let me land my point now. So
yes, land your point. Then to Niger, and then we bring Ajan Lekoko in. Yeah.
People are going to school to become graduates, to go and become soldiers. That doesn't make sense. If you want to do that thing, you do with high school graduates. Like, okay, you finish your secondary school, you go and serve. That's the way. That's where I disagree. It's the approach that I disagree with, not the fact that we need security.
Hey, Mike, how much are the U coppers in Nigeria?
Engineering.
Do you know, Mike?
The last time was 30,000 I heard from one of them. So I don't know whether they've increased it now over time, but it was 30,000 the last time I heard. So yes, the method that they are using to take some train youth coppers and then have them go home and get regular training as normal reserves do. It's not a bad thing. It doesn't mean that they still don't do their normal recruitment into the military. If that is your concern, this in Mike, I don't think you should be worried about that. My bigger concern is whether they are serious. Because if they are not serious, if you want to see signs that the nation is heading in the right direction, that military part is a part that tells you because that's the big gap. They know the problem because all the presidential candidates said it, that they were going to do it. So they know that Nigeria has a security problem in terms of our ability to project our power, to defend our interests and everything. They know, but they are not doing it. That tells you that if they start moving in that direction, it means that they actually want to actually start fixing things for real. And watch what happens to that president. That president very, very quickly will become unpopular around the world. The moment they start moving, because sooner or later we'll start dominating the West African space, which is what we are supposed to be doing for us to actually be useful to anybody. If the West wants to deal with us today, why would they deal with us on an equal basis or on even a kind of like a powerful partner? They will not deal with us like that because we can't even control our backyard. When we are the biggest nation. Abacha tried to do that now. Yeah, he tried to do that for a while. Abacha was, I think I saw a documentary that said that during the time of Abacha was when the Nigerian military was at its apex. But that said, we can do a lot more. Given our population, they have just been standing our population down. An example of what I'm talking about is what happened recently with the national anthem. You have 200 million people in your country, and they go and choose, as if our people can't sing. You go and choose a colonizer's this in submission. When you have musicians in Nigeria, left and right, we are exporting music. They stand down.
That's not quite true. To Nigeria, that national anthem, the independence anthem, it was thrown out to open competition, and they especially invited the natives to come up with it. But they opened it to the whole Commonwealth. So that lady, Lillian Williams, I think, or something her name is, she actually, by unanimous consensus, came up with the best one, and they went with that.
Can I reply, please? Unanimous consensus in 1959 by no other people do that. No other colonized people do that. You can't. There are certain things you don't even open up to public. Why would you put your national anthem as something that people that are not within that country can submit entries in? It's not. It's like taking you are running your own family, and you go and seek the opinion of people.
Is your objection that the fact that it was written by a white woman, or that it is not fit for purpose? It doesn't serve the purpose that was written.
There are three layers. The fact that it was foreign and colonizer on top of it, that's one. The fact that there was no consultation, that's two. And the fact that it wasn't put out for Nigerians to actually render their own song themselves. Because I can list you all the benefits of doing that when your own nation actually have their own national anthem. Like one of the argument was that the way they will approach this national anthem will be very, very different. Like, let me give you one of them: cultural authenticity. Why? How does a British person, how can they be able to authentically create a national anthem that reflects Nigeria's cultural authenticity. No, they can't, because they are not Nigerian. No matter how much they try, I can
The
send you the
same
link.
way they are continuing the Queen's Dominion, the same way this white guy can run for office in Plateau State. Africans don't think. When you bring this up to them, they get angry.
Yeah, the second part is emotional connection. That people are not going to feel
No. So sorry. Before you go on, it's a cute little peppy little phrase called cultural authenticity, but it doesn't actually mean anything. The spirit of it's the spirit of the culture not embedded, and which culture or authenticity will embed in a nation that has in excess of 250 ethnic stock. You know, so
if you don't give them a chance, you will not see it.
One man in UK, that doesn't happen. Cultural authenticity. Should be the UK conservatives are angry because when they come enter their land, Pakistani, this, India, everybody is not adhering to the traditional UK values. That's why the conservatives are complaining. They said that this is the original UK. So can you imagine if this is what I'm saying again? Back to the contract. Now
they are so up in arms. They have an Indian as their prime minister.
Okay, wait now. Let one Nigerian write the national anthem today for UK that they should change it. Will UK people agree?
But it's not in Nigeria. I mean,
they will never accept it now. They will just.
It's not the Nigerian that pushing it on them.
Even if you choose a European in the UK to go and write the UK national anthem, they will throw a massive tantrum. They will not have that at all. If you choose a Scottish person,
let a Frenchman write the anthem. You see, UK people saying a lie. We don't want the Frenchman to write the anthem.
Gas them up. We have to let other voices in. All right, bring that space on to Niger, and then we move the conversation.
Yeah, thank you. So there is a national authenticity, national pride, relevant symbolism, historical context, language and expression, patriotism.
You wrote it down. You've written it down. Look at this guy.
I have to get my valid argument, because sometimes just because you think you are correct, you have to have a valid case for it. And that's what I'm trying to make, so that it doesn't look like I'm just saying I'm correct. Just believe me, because I know it all. That's not how it works. That said, the military, this is the training. If they actually do it, I'm telling you, that is the beginning. And I really hope that we start recruiting into our security forces. If they do that, just watch. I know. Nobody needs to tell me. I'll just watch this space, and Nigeria is just going to keep improving one day after the other. I said it before. I'm going to forgive any government, no matter what other sin they commit, if they restore our security posture to just international standard. If they put it, not restore, put it there. They've never been there. We've never had it. Let them just put it there. I will forgive them all their sins. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So let's bring in Ajan Lekoko. We've not heard from him. People come here to
people go to university to become soldiers. That's what this guy is saying.
No, that's not what he's saying. No,
he's asking not to Nigeria. What this guy is asking me. He say, "What is wrong with that?"
I didn't even know I put that up.
Yeah,
I must have clicked on it.
So people go to university to become soldiers. That makes sense.
I don't think people go to universities to become soldiers. It's just a reservist sort of system. It's young people, isn't it? And that's the best structure. It's an already existing structure. So why not just use it to train them up to you know they are actually looking to start that in the UK, conscription military
from university. Those are the last people you go for.
Why are you so fixated on university?
Let me explain how military works. First of all, let me explain something. If you go to university and you join the military, they will never make you a troop. They will make you an officer. They don't make you a soldier. They'll make you an officer, because they don't understand that your brain, the fact that you acquire brain, they need to preserve you. You be the last to die. You understand? To be put in a danger. So the people they put as soldiers are actually people that didn't go to school at all, like maybe high school graduate and things. But once you acquire brain, they need your brain. They need you for brain work, not for battlefield. You understand?
Yeah, but they're not putting them in there.
They don't want to waste. So you say we should take our grad people that have acquired brain, like invest and spend so much resources to train them to become graduate. Now you want to put them in the battlefield. to go and die.
No.
That
So
doesn't
you
make
rather
sense.
the one that cannot barely speak English or speak
Yeah, those are the ones you put in battlefield.
people's head all over the place.
Cannot for that, be.
Yeah, exactly.
People that can't, people that not go school, and then you go trade to fight.
Bloody civilians.
Back,
Those are the ones you want.
No. So the people you put in the battlefront are people that can use their fists. They only know violence. You understand? Those are the ones you train and put the battlefront. Not people with brain.
Mike, they're not training them to be members of the army. They're just saying it's almost like a last measure thing. None of them will ever see anything.
When is it going to be last measure? If American citizens were being kidnapped like Nigeria right now, you're going to see the last measure very, very quickly. Nigerians, we take our security for granted.
No, that doesn't preclude from military recruitment and everything else, and increasing the numbers to serve purpose. It's just like a reservist. It's like a reserve that almost certainly will never be used. You
recruit graduates. What is security agent to fight that?
Can I just quickly address Mike's point about
you want to spend a lot of money to train these people, but you want to put them in the reserve and not actually engage them in kinetic war or combat. So what is the purpose?
Every country in the world, they take graduates.
But wait, have we not?
Officers course. Officers course. That's what they take graduates. You don't take graduates.
But Mike,
turn them to foot soldiers.
Okay, Mike, in America, have you not heard of the Army Corps of Engineers?
Exactly. That's what you took. That's what you take graduates to. You take graduates, put them into the officers' corps. You know what I'm saying? To make them officers, not to become goddamn soldiers to come and be shooting.
No.
Why are you against that?
Hold on, Tunaja. I don't think you listened to that clip fully, because what that guy was describing is exactly what you are saying. It's saying that you train them in all of the disciplines of the army. So logistics, planning, all of these sort of things. But they have some rudimentary weaponry training as part of the overall military training. So they're not being trained as foot soldiers to be put at the.
But what Nigeria wants is foot soldiers now. You need 1 million foot soldiers that will go and secure the place, mount the area, be patrolling. That's what Nigeria wants.
This guy, you are so keen on saving soldiers.
But what do you want? Is it not patrol soldiers that you want, or do you want officers? Are you looking for officers? 2 million officers?
I've not had a chance to respond to your concerns. I see, like when you look at the Israeli military and the people that are founding the Israeli corporate this in technological boom, is often from the military. That's they come out from the military. They found defense companies, they found AI companies, all kinds of companies. So it doesn't mean just because you have brain you can't be a warrior.
But those are not the patrol. You know the military have defense.
All right, we have to move this conversation around. Land that point, Mike, and then we move on.
Do you understand how military rank works? Works. Do you understand the military ranks? Do you understand? Do you know what they call the officers? Do you know the difference between officers and troops? Do you know the difference? Do you know that they have different category of rankings? There are different ranks for the like if you go in as a graduate, you don't start as a recruit. You start as a lieutenant. That's where you start from. So they don't take graduate to that. Graduate don't become troops, soldiers. There's difference between soldiers and officers. Officers ranking is different from the regular soldiers ranking. That's what I'm saying. So people they recruit into the army as soldiers are people like illiterate and maybe high school graduates. But when you go to college education, they put you into the discipline, which is the officers' corps. You understand? That's how you go from lieutenant and go all the way to become generals. You know?
People need to fly the jets, drive the tanks, and all those in their highly specialized fields. And
yeah, that's where you need those ones for those from the graduates. But that's not what you need now. You need people to patrol the country, right? That will do the footwork, carry guns, and be patrolling, securing the place. It's not graduate that will do that. It's not graduate. It's not a graduate that you recruit for that.
All right. This can loop around for another hour. But
employment with those graduates when they graduate, one man. Wouldn't army work be good work for them?
Well, any work is work for them, really. I think they just need work. You
go to school, study medicine, and you go and be carrying on patrolling.
Wants them to go and sell smartphone and drive this in boat.
and drive Dangote trucks. But let's bring Ajane Koko in, see if he's ready. Ajane Koko, are you there? Ajane Koko has put on a helmet since Gas them up joined us.
Well, what's up, one man?
I'm good. Where do you want to pick it up from? This suggestion that a 6 months military service should be because they just go to that camp and then what's it called? Man o' war will be shouting at them for a few weeks and that's it. But this guy now suggesting that it should be a 6 months military service or military training rather. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you, one man, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, what that guy said, I think will make sense to some people. Some other people might not make sense to them. Mike is expressing his opposition. And what Mike's argument makes sense too. That university graduates are not usually foot soldiers. They are recruited to the what did they call it? Is it the officer corps? Yeah, that's it. That has been the practice. Mike is right. Even like people like Ojukwu, if you want to go back to history, Ojukwu and some others that were university graduate back then, they were recruited into officers corps and not low-level officers, foot soldiers. So, but Nigeria is not. It's not. Nigerian state is not building a nation, but rather building segregation. And as such, to me, it's not looking like a country with a good future.
What do you mean by that? Are you talking about the ethnic chasm or not building a nation, building segregation? What does that mean?
What that means is that, you see, to have a country that can compete in this world we are today, in so many challenging, how do I put it?
Environment, yeah.
In this challenging world, to be competitive, we must have a strong military. A country that does not have a strong military and is facing such huge insecurity as we have it today in Nigeria, if we don't do anything to put that insecurity under check, we might not get it right. The economy will never be right. The backbone of, United States.
Are you leaning towards two Nigeria's million-man army?
Oh, yes. We should be able to have a large army. That is what can guarantee us economic prosperity. If we don't have strong army in this challenging world where we have it today, we will never get our economy right. And if we don't get our economy right, with that large population we have, population that, according to United Nations forecast, in the 2050 is going to be the third largest, maybe third or fourth largest in population in the world. So if we don't start to prepare to have strong military, strong police that can guarantee security of life and property, and as well, I'm talking about the police now, and the military that can protect the territorial integrity of that nation. We will never get it right. It's going to be a nation of disaster in the future. So, you see, I think why I say that we are not building a nation, but segregation is a country that is building segregation, is that if you see people that in the upper class, they are totally segregated from people that in the lower class in the country. You can easily, it's easy to know who belongs to, the class that, people belong to in that country. A country is not built like that. So to have a country that can have unity, we must start with our education. We must structure our educational system and curriculum in such a way that can bring unity among the youth, among the children. As they are growing up, you should be able to grow up in, a such educational environment that will give them that sense of nationhood, that this country belongs to all of us, and not for some section of the country, but all of us. And the better way to do it as well is to start this military training from secondary school. It doesn't matter whose child you are, whether you are a child of king, or you are a child of the Emir, or you are the child of Dangote. They should be able to go through military training. The moment they enter the secondary school, they must have a military class in that school, some kind of security training in their curriculum. And in the real practical aspect of it, when they are in a long vacation period, these children should be able to go to camp for training. So by so doing, we integrating those children from all parts of the country with each other. They're having the same educational system, military background, security training, and after graduating in, the college, then this NYSC, as this man said, that is a compulsory, serious military training, or any other training that you can choose if you want to go for police, navy, just let them have that training. It doesn't mean that is the profession they are going to choose. They can let them have that training and let them be on the reserve. Those that don't want to take the military profession, military as their profession, they don't want to take it, they want to go for medical job or engineering in the private sector, they can still go. But let everybody have that training and that consciousness that, look, if our country is threatened by foreign forces, all of us can carry arms to fight for that country. And that is what you are taught in the military. You are given that training to have that sense of nationhood, that the country, when it's time to defend your country, you don't look back. You will fight for your country, protect your country, and secure your country. Nigeria should be able to start, having people. We must start, have people, great thinkers that can define that country. I mean, how to govern that country well and prepare that country for better future. Economically, we should be able to define our economic philosophy, our military, structure, our military, how do I say it? A strategic purpose should be well defined. Security, internal security should be well defined. So I think if we have this compulsory military training, military class, security class in the school, right from the secondary school up to the university level, you will have Nigerian youth and Nigerian people that be more committed to their country. They'll be more conscious of, the security of their country, more ready to fight for their country, because that is what that training will equip them with. So, but the way it is now, and if you don't go through that study, that training, you can never participate in political activities in that country. You understand what I'm saying? If you don't participate in that country, let's say, okay, you took your child out of Nigeria to go and school abroad all their life, and after they are coming to participate in politics, it's not going to be possible. You must go through the system in Nigeria, go through that military training, get certified, and with your certificate of, completing all the training, if you are vying for, political office, yes, that will give you that eligibility to vie for political office. So if you don't have that, just like you have NYSC certificate as compulsory, before you get employment as one of those requirements to get, employment in Nigeria, that same it should be, for vying for any political office or even appointment. And we must define it in such a way that all other than those that are standing officers or professional soldiers, professional military men, all citizens are reserved. We are all reserved soldiers, reserved whatsoever you want to define it. And on yearly basis, you must have some weeks, some hours to go for refresh training, even when you are working in private sector. So we are living in a very, very dangerous world. Your friend today could be your enemy tomorrow. What I mean by friend, I'm talking about other countries that our friendly, our ally, or those we call as our friend, our friends around the world, can turn around to be your enemy tomorrow. We see what is happening to Russia today. A lot of countries that, like the Germany, that they believe during the Angela Marcos, they are one of the very good, they had a very good relationship with Russia. If, as a matter of fact, Angela Marcos can speak Russian very well, because she was from the eastern part of, Germany before they, before they were merged together to be one country. So we having security challenges, serious one, from the neighboring country like Niger, from the Sahel rather. So Nigeria should be able to have a very strong military and have internal security in its best form, so that security of life and property can be guaranteed, and as well as territorial integrity of the country can be well protected, that is what will propel economic development, economic prosperity, and a better future for that country. So I agree with that man, but I am adding my own to what he said that can prepare us for better future when it comes to security management of that country. So, but as we have it today, like I said earlier, we are just building segregation. We are not building a nation for the future, a nation that can work for everybody. So that's the way I see it, one man.
All right, Dande Coco, let me take you to the headline on the screen. Bill for creation of a new state for Southeast scales first reading. So this is an idea that's been mooted and discussed, reached about for quite a while. But I never even know. I never even knew that it's been snuck into the parliamentary system. So it's at the House of Representatives at the moment. So it's just at the first steps of its journey. But that first step has been taken. It's scaled through the first reading to the second reading, then to the Senate, and that's 3-4 steps from ascension from the presidency. But the argument for an additional state in the Southeast is probably the weakest argument for an additional state in any of the composing regions of that country. There's a stronger argument for an additional state in the Southwest and a very, very strong argument for more states in the North. But why do you think this thing is being somewhat processed through the system? Why is it? And do you agree with it?
Well, I think if all the requirement, if what is required for them to have additional state is fulfilled, why not let them have it? But the disadvantage of that is that you're going to see some other part of the country, coming up with their own demand.
There's a stronger argument for a southern Kaduna state than there is for an additional state in the Southeast.
Oh yeah, that southern Kaduna state is long overdue. It's long overdue, and that is what can bring an end to that.
But which one has preeminence? A southern Kaduna state or an additional state in the? Which one is the greater priority?
As far as I'm concerned, in order to save life and have, peace in that part of the country, I think Southern Kaduna State should come first, because it's predominantly Christian, dominated area, and the Muslim in the northern part of that state are always in conflict with them, and from what we know, the Muslims are more connected with the authority, and they'll be more protected than those southern people, the people in the south. So if they have their own separate state now, I think there's going to be boundary between them. The boundary will be well defined, and that will put a permanent end to that might put a permanent end to that conflict between the two opposing groups. So if we have Southern Kaduna State, if we save life, he will bring that insecurity in that state to a minimal level that will not constitute insecurity anymore. So peace will reign, and everybody will know where they belong. So I think I will go for the Southern Kaduna State first before the East. And as a matter of fact, that Kaduna, Katsina used to be part of Kaduna before they were, you know, before Katsina was created out of Kaduna State. It was just a result of this of a similar conflict, killing between the the Fulani side on the Katsina today, and that southern Kaduna and the northern side of Kaduna today. Fracas, killings, and so they believe that back then that cutting them out because they are predominantly Muslim, the Katsina today. So they cut them out. Be your own Muslim, do your own thing. So, and the Kaduna, as we have it today, they believe they can still manage themselves, the Christian and the Muslim there, they can still manage themselves. But where we are today, we see that conflict, the religious conflict between the two sides. A lot of the Christians have been killed, they've been maimed, and they are not well protected as expected. So they should call them out and let the northern Kaduna have their own state and southern Kaduna have their own state. So, but that is the only state in that country that I will go for because of the incessant killing and oppression of the southern Christian in that part of the of that state. That is the only state I can call for to be created. So because now, if they give the Southeast additional state, a lot of states in that country, a lot of demand will come from many parts of that country. And does it make sense that we have more states with what we have now? It doesn't, because most of these states are not financially viable. They cannot financially stand on their state, on themselves, without the federal financial support, without the federal allocation. Majority of them are civil servant state. If civil servant does not exist in those states, they're like a dead state. So the East have been calling for this for a long time, that look, every part of the country, every geopolitical state, in the South, every geopolitical zone in the South has 6 states. Why should only them have 5 states? Which is a legitimate, to me, I think it's a legitimate demand. But as it is today, as we have today in that country, we are economically weak, financially poor, and even the South, even the Southeast in totality, let's put the Southeast, the contribution of the Southeast to the GDP of that country is almost at the lowest. So what is going to happen is that we are going to create another state that will be dependent to the federal government. However, they're going to have, meanwhile, they're on the other side, they're going to have more representative, which is good for them in the parliament, in other political offices at the federal, and more representation in the federal cabinet and some other government structure in the country. So you have its advantage and disadvantage. But if we want to really look at it, are they financially capable when created? Are they financially capable to sustain themselves, that particular state? What is the economic, and financial viability of that state that they want to create? We should look into it. So I don't think we need more states in that Nigeria today. The only one I can go for is that Southern California, so that we can save life, we can save, we can, eliminate that insecurity, that constant, conflict between the Muslim and the Christian in that state. We can put it to an end. That's the only place I can go for. I don't want any other state in that country. It doesn't want it. It doesn't make sense. A very small state, the whole of Nigeria is just 1.5 bigger, 1.5 size rather of Georgia, of the state of Georgia in the United States. 1.5 size of the state of Georgia, and you want to have 36 states, and you want to have more. I mean, rather, we have 36 states, and now we want to have more. What sense is that? What sense does that make? It doesn't make sense. The existing one, what are we doing to improve on their financial capacity and sustainability? They depend on the federal government, most of them. So that is not the way forward now. The way forward is for all the governors in that state to work hard, develop their state, develop it economically as well, make it, each state work well for the interest of the people. That is what we need. Not, it's just creating additional state, it's just creating, additional offices for politicians. It's not for the people. It's just for the politicians. Politicians get richer. Their tentacles expand. We're going to help them to expand their tentacles, get more offices, more opportunity to make money and empower themselves politically. It's not for the people. So even the creation of more states in Nigeria by the military, that was done by the military, by the Babangida, by the Abacha, he has divided us more against each other than ever before in the history of that country. When we had 12 states, we were more united as people than now that we have 36 states.
Evangelical, sorry, let me correct you. Nigeria is about 6 to 7 times bigger than the size of Georgia.
Oh, maybe California I was trying to say. I must be, maybe California. I might be wrong, on that. Maybe California.
But
so,
his point stands. His point still stands.
Huh?
No, I said your point still stands. You're saying very wise things. Keep going.
Okay, so thank you. So we were more divided now than we were when we had 12 states. We were more united people. If you travel back then, if you travel from the west to the north, and you go to a place in the night, and you can't go further, a Fulani man that doesn't know you will accept you into his house to sleep. He will feed you. Or if you are stranded on the road that you can't get no vehicle to take you further to where you are going, they will take you to their mosque. They will feed you before the daybreak. People love each other. You can walk into any village in the north. They don't need to know you. The same thing in Yoruba land. All this Fulani comes. We don't know where they comes from. We make them our gate men, the Awusas. We make them, we don't know where they come from the north. And they never constituted any insecurity to life and property, to anyone. Peaceful people. But now we have to...
So, sir, is it fair to say that the real problem of Nigeria, other than the British putting us together haphazardly, is that first school? Because then the spirit of mistrust amongst the different ethnic groups in Nigeria started from that very first coup?
Yeah, I agree with you. The coup, the problem started from, the first coup started. But even before the first coup, some problem were emerging, but were still under the carpet, back then. But the first coup and the subsequent one after that, started that, division among us. So, but like I said, we don't need more state. It causes more division. It causes more, what do you call it? Distrust, disharmony. Just talk every bad thing that you want to say. We don't see ourselves as one people anymore. So
I generally go on that creation of more state is where I will still disagree with people in most cases, because this thing is more of political than the physicality. Look at it this way. We've already seen how some people want to dominate others. You understand? So, and the idea behind balancing the state in each geopolitical location is just for the National Assembly. So you don't want a situation whereby the South we have represented representation maybe just like 40, and now maybe the North will be having 80. So you already know who is going to control the political the political affairs of the country. So what we want is you want equal representation. So equal representation is not so all this local government, all this they created by land without giving consideration to population. See the fraudulent manipulation of our geopolitical zoning, they've been done already, but we can rectify by making or equalizing everything. So there's nothing wrong in creating, because it depends on how you now say, because what we don't want is the bureaucracy of the state we have now. If we go back to 6 geopolitical region and we reduce the bureaucracy around state, there is nothing wrong, at least for administrative for administrative purpose. So to me, there's nothing wrong in giving the Southeast, even if it's just a size of a village, give them that. But all those the normal bureaucracy of state we have now, you have to find a way to reduce them so that
How can you create a state the size of a village? What are you talking about now?
All right.
Where Mike, that's my opinion.
All right. Give a short response to that, Ajan Lekoko, and then I want to go to
your opinion stands.
All right, and then I want to just to get to people quicker. Prince, and then Man of Prestige, and then it was Ken and then Ola. So back to Ajan Lekoko.
Yeah, you see, yes, that's a lot of opinion. But if we want to follow the, a lot of, how do I say, Nigeria, I mean, people that, like I said, the military divided us against each other by the creation of more state. Nigeria is a country that should not have more than 12 states. We were better off back then than the way we are we are today. More unity, more harmony, more, sense of, nationhood or do we call it statehood or whatsoever, than what we have today. Now, those people from that place they're trying to create now, you will see them. I just don't like it. As far as I'm concerned, I don't buy the idea of creating more state, because they, at the moment, in the southeast, all the states have not shown that they have the capacity financially, economically, to sustain themselves. Why are you creating more states that cannot sustain themselves? That is my argument in this case. It's not that it's not good for rebalancing of representation at the federal or whatsoever, but can they really sustain themselves financially? No. Southeast contribute the lowest to the GDP of the country. If not the lowest, they be the second to the lowest. If we look at it, geopolitical zone by geopolitical zone, creating more for them, then they want to get more from the federal. It's insane. A country is not run like that. You don't create, states that will depend on the federal government. As a matter of fact, some of these states should be they should be merged. They cannot sustain themselves. That is why you don't see, how do I describe it? That is why you see that revenue from the federal as not enough to manage even the federal structure where everything has to be disbursed. It's just a state of, it's a creation of corruption, because the federal give monthly allocation that is not audited, monthly allocation that nobody ever demand what is used for. Just give everybody, and the government go and do whatever they like with it, and that's it. It ends there. There's no auditing. There's no, no checking on what that money given to them. No checking on what it is achieved with. It's a creation of corruption. It's a corruption galore. So we are going to create more corrupt system, more corrupt state that will continue to feed the politician. That is the way I see it. It's not going to feed it's not for the people, but for the politician. So if they give the Southeast now, you see the Southwest, they want more. They will come out with, a reason why they should be giving more, and the North will come. They have the population. They will come with more demand. I don't need more state in Nigeria. I think we should leave it the
What
way
about
it
the
is.
South? The South
No,
too. They
no.
will come.
Sorry. Let Ajala people land so I can move on. Yeah.
South. The
I'm
worst
not
state.
interjecting a woman. I just said a statement. That's all.
No. I let him land so I can move the
The
conversation.
South
But I
doesn't need
wasn't interjecting. I just threw.
the South doesn't need anything. As a matter of fact, the worst state in the South, that Bayelsa state, it has 8 local government. Why must Bayelsa have a state? 8 local government. You can even walk through. You can drive through that. You can drive around it, and you call that a state. It's a creation of more opportunity for politicians to enrich themselves and to expand their political kingdom or political empire. So it doesn't worth it. It's even if look at that Bayelsa state. if we really want to, it should be the best state in the whole of the country. It should be like Dubai, with all money being pumped there. What can you show? What can you? It's only one road that into there and out. What can you show as something spectacular in that state? That yes, sir. So it's just a creation of.
But sir, if you're going by that logic, then how much would they have to spend?
Sorry, gas them up. Let Ajande Kokolan. I want to, because there's so many people still on the screen, I want to move the conversation around them as well. But
and many states in the north are not, they shouldn't have been created, but they created them, to create, for reason of feeding the politician. That's it. Yobe State and some other states, they cannot sustain themselves financially. So why do we create them? So it's just, we should put an end to it, develop what we have. Maybe in the future, when we feel, yes, they are well developed, maybe we want to say, okay, we are financially buoyant, we can sustain ourselves. Then, okay, if you can sustain yourself, let us create more state for you, because that will even help the GDP of the country. But now, for most of the state in the country, they cannot financially sustain themselves. Why are we creating them? Why did we create them? I think I'm not in support. Thank you, one man. Let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. I am here. Brilliant, excellent. So that's the majestic Ajande Koko. Thank you, Ajande Koko. We go on from Ajande Koko to Man of Prestige, if it's ready. Prestige, are you there?
Yeah. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. On our way to you, let me flash up our Dupsy session coming up on Sunday. If you want to add stress to your life, date a Nigerian man. So that is the topic. So it's Dupsy session, but not to be hosted by Dupsy in this instance because she's not available. So it's likely to be hosted by Chioma if we are able to get her over the hump. She's not placed with us at the moment. So if we're able to get Choma and Adam, hopefully we'll be hosting that session. So people of equal weight to Dupsy, not that anybody can ever be, but yeah. So if you want to add stress to your life, date a Nigerian man. So narratives of the Yoruba demon and all that. So Prestige, yes. Do you want to go to the talking points, or do you want me to play you a couple of clips and then you speak to them?
No. You don't have to. I pretty much know what we're talking about, But I'm gonna start, and I know where I'm gonna start. But before I proceed, I'm gonna say everybody like and share. Greeting to the panelists. I greet everybody. It has been a very good conversation. We're having today. There's no ratting, no rambling. So let me start from the National Youth Corps. Where I stop. But before I proceed, I'm gonna say I'm gonna sponsor Ajali Coker for the Senate president. What a narrative he gave on that part of the narrative. I never thought about it. That's still part of wisdom. Having a wisdom intellect doesn't have to, you have to have all the whole PhD in the world. But Ajali Coker has enumerated in that area. I'm not going to dig into that, but he played a very, what he said told us right now, is very, very good. Okay. Maybe the Senate should come and listen to Ajali Coker, know how to, pilot that country, which is, going in the wrong direction. So I'm going to continue where Jalikoko stopped in that area. What he just said about starting from the secondary school. I never thought about it. That is a very viable option. From secondary school, maybe when you go to university or something like that, maybe they can lessen it a little bit because when you go to the university, that's when you started, yeah, that's the area you started looking about your life, prioritizing your life, what you're going to do in life, but definitely from secondary school, make it a priority, I don't know how many classes they have to do, even like when they come out, like PT and everything, march and everything, let it be more military oriented, that will give the country, number of military they have, in times they decide to go in that area. And the reason why I'm against, what they are doing in the National Youth Corps, because I think that's a missed priority in my own opinion. The guy that just said 50% of Americans, are in reserve. This is the problem with some of the representative. I don't know if it's a rep or whatever it is. They don't do their due diligence before they come here, and say nonsense. I mean, American Reserve is close like about 700 to 800, thousand. And most of the people that are in that reserve, most of them are veteran. They're ex-military and something like that. And they are paid. They are paid.
Is it true what that man said that half of the American complement is actually reservists?
I just told you that's a lie. It's not even
It's not
close. I
half.
said about 800,000.
It's a large percentage, but it's not half.
What you mean large percentage? What are you talking about? You're talking about the population or the military? What are you talking about? I have the data here. It's about 800, thousand in the
What's
reserve.
America's total? Okay, what's America's total military population in terms of standing soldiers?
Okay. Are you basing that on the Okay. Maybe I misunderstood what I thought it was talking
Yeah,
about the population.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not of the population. I'm saying of the total number of people in the military, and then you look at the number that are reserved, and then you find the percentage difference between the two.
Okay, it's definitely at least 50% for the military. If you want to base it on total military, yeah, it's right up there. Definitely, if that's what they're basing it on, people in the military, yeah, it's at least 50%. That's true, but that's not what we are talking about right now. I mean, the people from the Youth Corps, they are civilians, so you can't compare them. And remember, Nigerian Youth Corps, about 50% of them are women, so you can't compare them to serve in the military if that's not what they choose to do, because that's not the right thing to do.
So women should not serve in the military? What about equal rights?
No, I say you are compelling them because it's compulsory for you to serve a youth corps. But for you to say they have to serve in the military, you are compelling them. You are making it mandatory for them to serve in the military. No, it's
Yes,
supposed to be voluntary.
equal. If I can die, they too can die.
Come on now, I think you are looking at it from different point of view. If they talk about some civil duty or whatever, yeah, that may be good. But for you to compare them that they have to serve in the military, no, I mean that's detrimental to Nigerian military, regime, if I may add, that's my own opinion. I don't see the purpose of that. You can't compare them. Both women, like I said, the youth couple, at least 50% of them, are women. So how you going to compare them to concept like people that went to school in overseas, for them to work in Nigeria, don't they have to serve a youth corps? Then I'm not coming back to Nigeria to serve. Why do I want to go to Nigerian military? With the situation we have right now, and you want me to come and serve before I can get a job in Nigeria? You know what that's going to do to Nigerian particular people that study abroad. That's just in my own opinion, that doesn't even make sense. So if we want to talk about who do a very good service to what we are talking about, is what Ajali Coker just proposed. That would have been the right thing, to do. And most of these reserves here, they are paid. They are paid according to their ranking and how many years they've been, how many years, they've been in the reserve. Like I said, a lot of them are veteran. Most of them, I don't know what percentage, that are veteran before they go into reserve. So, and they are being called up, upon, and it's voluntary. They are not forced. If you're reserve if you're a veteran, you're not compared to serve in the reserve. I mean, maybe if there's a war or something like that, then it's a different case. But this is just something they do every day. I think every other week or whatever. I don't know how that reserve work. So it's not like something they go every day. I think it's weekly. Weekly something. I think every other week, twice a month. Saturday, Sunday. I don't know if Friday is included, but it's every other week, and they get paid for it. And they volunteer to serve anywhere, move them around, wherever they want them to go do some other civil duty and some other, which is good. I mean, definitely, and to go back again, Ajali Coker proposition is just excellent in my own opinion. So I don't have to go back into that anymore. So I'm one man to summarize, what I'm about to say. I'm not for it. It should be more there, into a different way, starting from secondary school and something like that. But compelling people after, they got their degree, they have to serve in the military. No, I'm not for it. This is just my own personal opinion. I don't think it's going to benefit the country because they are compelling people to,
Sir, America has a military draft and it's not over, it's actually suspended. That's why anytime any American male goes to university, he has to register for select service. You know that, right?
Okay, you have to register, but you're not. That's during the war. You can only do that during the war.
Which means that that's my point. So indirectly, you are being compelled. If you want to get financial aid, you must be in the select service, which is at any moment, as we can see now, things are tense. All those people who are getting financial aid will be called upon to do the duty to serve their country.
Right, but that's in eventuality of war. I mean, but we're not talking about that. I know that may happen. You can't predict what's gonna happen. you know. So I mean, like in the Iraq War, but they never really, it was never really enforced. It has to be something, to a very large scale before they can compare to stuff, to serve the country. I mean, this is my own personal opinion, okay? I'm not saying what everybody's saying. Everybody has some point, even to Nigeria, a little bit of point, but in my own, I beg to differ. Just a personal opinion, maybe they are listening. They can take, they can take each point from what we are talking, in order to help the country. So that's the way I see it, one man in that one. So the next one, oh, the southeast stuff. I think I have tweeted on that. I see it differently. I'm from the southeast, so let me state that clear right now. The reason why I'm against it, I don't really see the priority right now because it's not even important. Not even just not right now. Say miss priority. It's not even where I'm concerned. I'm talking about the viability of a new state. We have too many states already. So the point I'm trying to make, okay, for example, it should have been, for example, you can't create another state. I mean, Imo State is it not like about 3 point something million, number 4 point something million. So are you going to create some state, maybe Olo? That's what they are trying to do, and some from Anambra. I mean, it's just for political, it's just for political purpose. That's what it is. Because you're opening a kind of worm right now. You create more states in order to balance the representative in the country. Then other state is going to agitate for more. Then you're defeating the purpose. So let's assume in which I don't believe in regional something. I like to talk about state. I mean, maybe because that's the way I'm brought up. So, but let's just base it on the region of where we have right now, which is they're trying to. That's the main purpose, so they can have more representative. But are you telling me that they're only going to give him, Southeast the state and leave other state alone, or like we properly stated, I'll be very, look, I'm not going to miss what I'll be very, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. If somebody deserves a state, it's going to be that Southern Kaduna, you know it's going to be that Southern Kaduna. And why am I saying this? I'm not basing my representative or something like that. After all, we don't really have a definite, population what they have in the north. It might be very fictitious. I mean, when was the last time we have census? Nobody know, but we have to go with what we have right now. But if I have to bet, the northerners, particular, they don't have, I didn't mean to come against the northern, but this is what it's just a landmark, just a landmark, that's what they base all this on, they don't have a correct data to back up, what I consider to be a fictitious population. That's just my own personal opinion. So, but if somebody deserves a state, it's going to be Southern Kaduna, you know, it's going to be Southern Kaduna. They need to separate that part of, from the main Kaduna because of what they are going through. When they are being subjugated by the Muslims, they need to have some peace. I mean, you don't even hear about them. They don't, they don't even act like anything exists. So let me go back to the statistics I'm talking about right now. Okay, we have Ajalo Koko was making something about like the southeast the lowest or whatever. I think you have to base it on state because there's some state in the southeast that contribute to the GDP of this country. I mean, Imo State right there is probably number 6 or number 7 in terms of the 36 states that contribute one of the highest GDP to the country. I think Nara 6, yeah, they're around 6 or 7. Anambra does the same thing. So the only state that are not contributing. Abia a little bit, Enugu nothing. Ebony State, I don't know their population, maybe about 2 million in, if not less. That's the poorest state, yeah. They just came up recently because of Umahi borrowed a lot of money, developing that country or something like that, but is that helping that country? Is that helping that state to contribute to the GDP? No, all those money he borrowed, we don't know we don't know what the result is gonna be. Ebony State is very poor, it's not even viable to be a state. I don't even know why. Yeah, like I said, I understand the representative part of it, but that's not going to work because it's going to defeat the purpose. Like I'm saying, you create more state in Imo. You create more state in the southeast. Believe me, you're going to create more state in Nigeria. It's not going to end there. You're going to create more state in the north. So you are losing. You are losing what you gain. You want more representative because other states going to ask for more representative. Let's assume. Let's just say in the north, then you come back to where you are. They have balanced it up again because you have more states. I mean, some states are not viable. I mean, we have such states in the in the southwest, Osun State, Ekiti State. They're all civil servants. We're talking about Bayelsa. I mean, like Adeliko properly stated, he's not the only, he's not even the guy that said it. We have a guy in a different platform that said they don't even have a borehole in that state. When he go there, there's no water. He had to drink a bottle of water. They only have one road. Yenogua, go and Google Yenogua. See how deplorable it is. It's not supposed to be a state. They should have leave it in River State. I know they have wet and other, but it's mainly riverine area. But what are they viable for? So I don't see the benefit of creating more state. It's just my own personal opinion. But everybody's gonna have their own point of view. So I leave it like that, in that space. But I still have two more minutes. But one man, let me use my few minutes left, to talk something you talked about yesterday. You was talking about what
Did you watch yesterday's session?
Yeah, I watch you all the time, but sometimes I'll be busy, particularly in the evening. I'll be busy with some
Did you watch the last 4 hours
of what?
Of yesterday's session?
No, I think I've already. I always come early and listen or something like that, but sometimes
Yes.
I'll be having some class.
If you have a moment, go and watch the last 4 hours. It was a magical 4 hours. Conversations between Adama, who came into. She orchestrated that conversation between her, Babati, Isaac Black.
Oh, yeah.
It was. I was.
Men mental health.
Yes, they just abandoned the policy. It was quite a beautiful.
I watched it a little.
Yeah.
I watched it again today, but I watched the later part of it. But I mean, I listened to the later part of it today, but not all. I was busy. But I always come in early. But most of the time,
it was a great conversation. But
most of the time, from Monday to Wednesday, I'll be busy. After I do my job, with some of my clients, with my business. But anyways, most of after that, most of the time,
I want to ask the question while he has his time, sir. I've noticed there's a trend. Everyone is saying we shouldn't have more states. We should have more states. But are we addressing the issue that is causing people to agitate for their own state? And one man, we talked about this in the beginning of the video, that when Europe was allowed to form, right? Europe, they had their own push and pull. So, for example, you had the Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia. Now they split. You have Czech Republic. You have them. So the issue is that because as we were put together in this Bantustan called Nigeria, indigenous peoples in different regions were not able to create their own territorial boundaries organically to merge with who they wanted to merge with, and vice versa. So, like you said, many of those states are not working, but because it's not working, that's why some people seem to be agitating for their own state. Can you address that, sir?
No, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. But even at all, if that's what it is, we're way past that. I mean, how many years we've been independent? 64 years. I mean, that's over right now. I mean, sometimes you have to let go some of the things. I mean, like the colonization we always talk about. Try to blame the British people and the America. And I heard you make some of those points. You repeatedly. But we should get over that right now and become our own people. No, you can't blame white man all the time. Do your own thing. Look at the Asian countries. Singapore and some other places, maybe some of them are not colonized, but they have moved past that. They are more developed, more developed than ever. So I mean, we should stop crying. I mean, that's the way I look at it.
That's because the people in Singapore, regardless of where they come from and their diverse backgrounds in Singapore, it works for the entire country. If we don't have that structure in place, people will still cry. It's impossible to say we should stop crying when things are not working. People in Singapore.
But how long are you going to be begging for that structure? Why not bold enough to start creating that structure for yourself? This is how I look at things. Life is not easy. Life is not from A to B. It's about time. Don't blame the white man for everything.
Sir, I'm saying to you, sir, that it's easy for us to say Singapore is not crying, but the people in Singapore, which are diverse groups, they're diverse ethnic groups in Singapore. I even believe some no, that's Malaysia, but the diverse ethnic groups in Singapore, yet regardless of the diversity, the average Singaporean is getting benefits from their state. The average Nigerian,
So
regardless of
if I get
ethnicity,
you
does
right,
not get
you are
benefit from
you are
the same.
blaming the white man for what they did for the colonization. That's why
I
we're
didn't.
having this
I
division
didn't.
right now. We still, we
I
don't know
didn't
our
mention.
origin. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that Nigeria's problem, in many ways, we're frustrated with Nigeria because we think it should work, and then when we realize it, to me, is that our so-called leaders are beholden to the very West. So it's easy for us to say, forget about the so-called white man or the Muzungu, but in reality, if you look at it, all of them are beholden to them. Perfect example, and I'll go back to time. When Atiku ran for office, this is a guy that is wanted by United States governmental agencies. He's wanted. They allowed him, they gave him a special pass for 1 hour to get into the United States to have a discussion with the power brokers in the United States. This is when the last election. You guys can check it out. So you start to see when you look at like the Chagoris and Tinubu and the French connection, they are connected to the Clintons and the FBI, you start to see that our leaders are still beholden by the same Oibos that you are telling us to forget about. It's impossible to forget about them. And the fact still remains, a person in Singapore will not cry because Singapore is working for them. People will cry for their own state because Nigeria is not working for them. How do we address that?
Okay, this is where you have to change your mindset. It has to be the voters that make kind of that decision. Even this present government, like you properly stated, they are still beholden to the Western power. Just know that even this government that we have right now, but Nigerian mindset, has to change their mindset. And bring somebody who has the thinking of Nigerian first. You have that mindset, this is somebody who has a Nigerian mindset. But are we there yet? We are not there yet because the way our democracy work, we are not heading to the right direction whereby, we are free to make our choice. Election ringing or something like that, that pervade our system. It's gonna continue to happen, but all we can do is to come here and talk. You're not in Nigeria. That I believe so, and I'm not in Nigeria. So it's the people in Nigeria. We don't even have right to vote, let alone. So we have no say. We just hear talk. Hopefully they can listen and take some note. And I believe they do take some note because a lot of them listen to one man. To my own recollection, there's something we have said here previously. They have talked about in the representative. So that's all we can do. We can, like I said, we can come here or people in Nigeria. The mindset in Nigeria need to be reoriented. you know, elect people who has the mindset of Nigerian first before you can think about any other thing. That's where we have to go. So, but I don't want to prolong my own. I don't want to prolong my own version of this statement. I just want to use my few minutes and tell one man something about what Ekene was saying yesterday when he said something about Chief Priest. What he said, yeah, I listened to it, not even from your platform. I listened to it about 2 occasions, line on mic and some other places that they played the video. What he said, Ekene was 100%, right. What he said, Ekene did not deviate. The version Ekene just said it was completely correct. So I don't know if Emeka, my brother, came here yesterday. I don't know if he
Emeka
came
came
because
in, but he wasn't able to speak. But you are not
there's nothing he
proper.
could have speak, that would have made difference.
You
Like
are
I said,
not. You are not.
Ekene
You are
don't
not
even
a proper.
understand Igbo. I'm not saying
You don't
I'm not saying
understand
I'm good in
Igbo.
Igbo. I'm
No,
not good in
you
language.
are not.
I
You are
grew up
not.
in the Southwest, but I don't even know how to speak a lot. I don't even know how to speak Yoruba, but I can hear Yoruba.
Yeah,
Most
but
of
you
my
don't
friends at
understand
that time
Igbo
were
now.
Yoruba. So I'm
Proceed.
not.
You
I'm
don't.
just bad in language. So, but the point I'm trying to make is whatever Emeka said. I don't know if he's here today. Everything. There's no way he's going to contradict what Ekene said. Ekene just give the perfect 100% revision about what monologue that he stated. No deviation from that.
Prestige. You don't understand Igbo, so you couldn't have understood what Chief Priest
no,
was saying.
no, wait a minute. I didn't say I
You
don't
don't.
understand Igbo. My Igbo may
Yeah,
not.
you
Even at
are
all, when I go to
Ajebota.
hold on,
You
hold
are
on. When I go to
Ajebota.
Igbo,
Ajebota.
they say your Igbo is not original Igbo. I understand Igbo 100%. The
I
way I
have, I
speak it,
have
they may
told
not
you
like
guys
it.
before, this California guy should not be claiming Igbo. He's a Lagosian.
It doesn't matter. I'm in
He was
Nigeria.
born in Lagos.
I'm in Nigeria.
He grew up
That's
in
what matters.
Lagos.
So,
He never stayed, he never do anything in the East.
it
He, he just,
doesn't matter. But anyway, one man, I'm done. Okay, I'm just gonna stay here and listen. Maybe chime in a little bit later.
All
My
right.
friend Prestige.
All right. That's the
Yeah.
mighty.
Our
Kudos
Lagos
to you,
Igbo.
Ajali Cook, okay? Like I always said, I'm one man. I always said, and I will repeat what I said. Ajali Cook, to my opinion, of course, I don't agree with him, sometimes, but he's the most, unbiased person in this platform. Let's not just miss word. Of course, everybody has their own
More
sentiment. I mean,
unbiased than me. Is he more unbiased than me?
of course, he's better than me in terms of that. I will put myself in. I will include myself. Yeah, he's more unbiased than me. I will. Of course, we have our own sentiment. He has his own sentiment. He's a human being. So why not? So I just want to put that out there. I think I tweeted that, but I just want everybody to hear my opinion on that. Thank you.
All right, William. That's the excellent man of prestige, of course, the majestic man himself. So the majestic man himself. Let's see if Prince is ready now. Do we have Prince? If Prince is not ready, we'll go to Ekene. Are you ready, Prince?
Yeah, sure, briefly, a woman, yeah.
I want to play you two clips to set the tone, or did you just have in mind what you want to speak to already?
No, go ahead, please.
Oh, all right. One is controversial, and the other one even more controversial. One is somewhat tepid, but the other one controversial.
Would it not be better for us to return to Egypt? Will it not be better for us to Japa? Some of you are dusting your passports right now, as in Prophet. This might be my last Sunday here because I'm planning to move to Ghana. I heard that there is corn in Ghana. Listen, anything you touch in Ghana is $100. Fuel in Ghana is more expensive than fuel in Nigeria. Accommodation in Ghana is gold. You are the one that thinks your nation is bad. And I think this happens to people that don't really travel out of the country. If you go to Canada and you hear what Nigerians are going through, you will sit at home. Here, you can even call. You can come and say, please help me with transport. Urgent 2K. Over there, nobody's happy you. No work, no pay. You don't earn a dime, you don't get $1. You are OYO. If you greet them, you know how you'll be going and your eyes will jam someone's eye and say hello. They'll look at you like, I'm like, these people are so rude. They don't greet. So you can't even beg them for money. But you are not hearing what is going on over there. There was a box that I bought last year, July, August, summer. 2 years ago, I beg your pardon. Last year, when I went back to buy it, it had increased by 15 pounds. Before I left London, I needed that box again. You know these lightweight boxes I used to pack food. By the time I went there, it had doubled in price in 1 week. But you think you are the only one. You think it's only Nigeria that is feeling all of these things. The economic instability is everywhere. Everything is expensive. Everywhere. My friend told me that her shop in Ghana, she pays $4,000 a month for a plaza, small plaza. So she had to cut so that she can rent out to people. And you are here. You think Nigeria is the worst case scenario. You ain't seen nothing yet. We're in that season where, like Isaac, we must wait to hear God before we make moves. Otherwise, you will waste 10 years of your life and come back and be praying prayers of restoration. We're in that season where no matter what they are saying, if God says move, you move. We're in that season that no matter what they say, if God says don't move an inch, stay in this land, I will bless you here. If you stay, you will see the hand of the Lord. We're in that season where our obedience must be active, not passive. Our faith must be alive, not dead.
All right, Prince. So that's the narrative that I think we've been trying to put across to a lot of people. What is going on in Nigeria is not unique or peculiar to Nigeria. There's a global doubling of prices virtually globally. What she described is exactly right. If you run a household in the UK, if you go to the shops, there's no way you come back not complaining that I bought it for £1 and it's now £1.50. So what are you making then of that narrative of that woman that the grass is not always greener on the other side?
Yeah, hello, one man. Again, hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. I hear the woman. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you said it before. It's some people don't want to accept that it's a global phenomenon. This economic hardship, it's everywhere. It is everywhere. And because in the West they have more of a structured environment and more safety nets, and for that reason, things may appear much manageable, which is true. It is true in a lot of ways, but people are stretching their income. Income has been stretched greatly. In America here, I think Angelica knows, and others, they have a store they call the dollar store. And I think across the country, depending on what part of the country, they have different variation of them. They call them different other names. And in fact, this are they've been around for quite a while. And I know I checked yesterday. What you call it? The dollar store is actually a traded company, and the stock is over $100 per share. And they sell stock, or they used to sell stock for $1. Everything there it's $1. Do you know one, man? It's now everything in that store, even though the name still maintain the dollar store, it's $1.50. That's what, a 50% increase just like that. Obviously, it's a profitable company. People do shop there. There are people that go there and spend their money there. So a person that spends, $100 at the dollar store every month, have to spend $150. That's a stretch in their budget. So it is real. It is a real thing. The inflation is everywhere. I know we always talk about Nigeria. That's the only place inflation happens, according to Nigeria, and nothing. This is not to make excuse for Nigeria. It's we should be doing a whole lot more. If these corrupt politicians and these leaders actually do the right things, we too we have a kind of a soft landing or a much manageable situation. But yeah, the grass is not always greener on the other side. Of course, I mean, Ghana, for example, it's well, they have some things going for them. We talk about constant, electricity in Ghana, sure, but overall, there's nothing Ghana has to offer over Nigeria. I mean, some people maybe go there because it's a less aggressive society. That is true, but maybe less corruption. But we also know that their leaders are corrupt. It's just a given. It's human nature. If you have the opportunity to siphon, to embezzle, to take advantage of other people, you would. And Ghana is no different as a nation. But they're less aggressive people. They believe strongly in the rule of law. Violence is curbed in that country. But if you transition to the West, people, Nigerians by nature, like to explore. They like to take, they're adventurous when it comes to business or seeking opportunity in other parts of the world. So yeah, the grass may not be greener in the West, but most Nigerians would take the opportunity or the advantage to want to travel and see what they can do for themselves. Of course, there's this mentality. I don't know if you're familiar with this term in rap. I think Jay-Z probably popularized it. It's called brush it off your shoulder. What happens to one person doesn't really affect you, or you can survive it. Kind of a mentality. So yeah, the West overall still offers a lot of opportunity, and there are plus and minuses and downside to being in the West. Some people cannot they cannot live in such an environment that seems so isolated. Even when you have plenty of people around you, it's so isolated in a lot of ways, and it doesn't work well for a lot of people. But financially, again, it's better because of the welfare system or the safety net available. So I do agree with the woman. I guess I agree with her in a lot of ways, but shouldn't stop people to pursue their dreams in whichever way they see fit.
All right. This next clip here, I haven't seen it yet, but it's almost guaranteed to be controversial. But a lot of people say, in fact, even in the course of this stream, people were still sending it in. So let's watch it, and then you'll be the first to comment on it. I suspect that anyway, let's watch it.
Imagine what has happened in the hand of Igbos inside this Nigeria. We covered it up. For example, divide Nigeria. Who united Nigeria? Who united Nigeria? Igbo man. Everybody was on their own. Awolowo told you, Nigeria is like oil and water. It cannot miss. Ahmadu Bello told these people, this Nigeria must be viewed as the extension of our forefathers' estate. It cannot be as our family house. But our brother, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, say, no, it is one united, one Nigeria. Now you don't want that united, one Nigeria. We talk about, oh, let's do regional government. Who destroyed regional government? Agu Yorunsi. Remember Nnamdi Azikiwe is Anambra man. Agu Yorunsi is Abia State man. Chukwuma Nzogo from Delta or Bendel did what he did. He gave opportunity to Agu Yorunsi from Abia to take over the leadership of Nigeria. The first thing he did was to collapse the whole region. Not because he loved Ndibu, not because he wanted the good of Nigeria. He wanted to control the money from cocoa. He wanted to control the money from granite. He wanted to control the money from crude oil. Cocoa from the west, granite from the north, crude oil from the south. He wanted to control all of them because during the regional government, every region controlled their resources. Of course, we have coal in Enugu, so they wanted to control all the money. And they said, yes, as the military general of Nigeria, there is nothing like region again. All the money must come to my table as General Agun Yorunsi. And meanwhile, there is blood spilling. The blood of the Yoruba man on the ground, the blood of the Hausa man littered everywhere, even the ocean. No single Igbo man died. He didn't address that issue. He left that issue, allow Hausa to plan very well for the Igbo man, what you are suffering today. And Agu Yorunsi created our one loving one Nigeria. Today, the same Igbo man is saying, we need the regional, we need the regional, we need the regional. You talk about constitution, amend Nigerian constitution. Who wrote Nigerian constitution? Who was the first Senate president of Nigeria? Igbo man, Anambra, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe. Who were the people who were actually able to con Nigerian constitution for Mafosen constitution, Clifford constitution, and other imperialist constitution to be able to metamorphose into your Nigerian constitution? I go and ask Professor Ben Wambuisi, Igbo man from Anambra State. What are we not telling ourselves? All these things were done, not carrying the overall interest of the people of Nigeria at heart, or maybe to favor their people, or maybe to enrich themselves. You want Biafra, you don't want Nigeria to destroy you after the atrocity of Agu Yorunsi. You move for Biafra. You killed your people in the name of Biafra. The weakest point why Biafra failed after 3 years was that the non-Igbo in the southeast, they hear when for Ojukwu and army hand. They hear when. And you as Igbo man, do you have the balls to go and interview Ogoniman and say, please tell me the truth. What happened during the war? Ogoniman will tell you that during the war, Igbo Ojukwu soldiers were dividing their property. They will be looking at them. And in most cases, they give them gun and push them into the war front, just to kill them and collect their property. It happened across the whole of South. When you hear wounded civilians shouting, they want to take over my place. Obomodia told them, you cannot turn Midwestern state to a battleground. He said that to the Nigeria. He said that to Ojukwu. They want to capture us. They didn't tell us. They want to turn our land to battlefield. How would such people survive? The atrocity of this same criminal I'm pointing out to you was why Ambazonia went to Cameroon. Ambazonia were reporting to eastern region of Nigeria. Ambazonia, your Bakassi Peninsula were all Nigeria. Little wonder you have Anglophone and Francophone in Cameroon. All those Anglophone in Cameroon were part of Nigeria, reporting to Enugu state jurisdiction. What did Igbo people do to them? Now, remove this toxic from yourself.
All right. So there it is. What do you make of that? I didn't listen to it beforehand, but it's pretty much in the realms that I expected it to be.
Yeah, maybe one or two things I may not have known, but the guy gave a good summary of what we all know already. I mean, see, of course, I love our Southeastern brothers, but the agitation and the dislike for the state of Nigeria is because of their ignorance.
Just from that guy, yeah, sorry, Prince. It seems as though at every pivotal moment that shapes the trajectory of that country, the Southeasterner was at the peak of it. That's what he's saying.
Absolutely. See, but they don't. When people like Pansan come here, they don't want to talk about it. See, they don't want to take responsibility for what they did. And this is, I'm not going to drag Israel and Palestine into the picture, but it's almost the same kind of a comparison. You don't go against another state or an entity that's much stronger and bigger than you. And that was the case of the Biafran war against the Nigerian state. It was unfortunate what happened. We know they lost more people, personnel than the Nigerian state, but they brought it on. See, but they don't want to take responsibility for it. They like to point fingers and talk about what what did and how they suffered and this and that. But who started it? If you started it, you're not going to end it, and you don't have the right to say, "Well, they killed 1 million of our people, so we should kill 1 million of theirs." It doesn't work that way. See, an average, it's kind of it's kind of a stereotype out there. An average Southeasterner thinks is smarter than an average Nigerian. It's a fact because they're very condescending towards Nigerian people. See, in the state of Nigeria, the Igbos think or they thought they had the monopoly on violence because the Yorubas are cowards. But guess what? When they did it to the Hausa Fulani, they did not retaliate. And they did not retaliate in a much forceful way to tell them that no, you don't. You may think you're smarter, but when it comes to the monopoly on violence, you don't have it over us. Maybe over the Yoruba people, sure, but not over us. And that's why they've been displaced, so to speak, for so long, and they cry marginalization all the time. They're not marginalized. It's the work of their hands and the work of their leaders. The number one bad doer of Nigeria is Zeke. We all know that. It thinks when they negotiate in Nigeria in England, even the British they said it. He's very cunning and crafty like Peter Obi. Of course, he's a very smart man. He's a doctor. But when you're dealing with people naturally and you're negotiating with people, if you look at your opponent or the person opposite of you and think of that person less, the likelihood of making a mistake is much greater because you don't respect them and they don't respect the rest of Nigerians. I mean, I've heard it all the time. With the finest, with the smartest, with this and
Why,
that, with
why
the
are you
best.
making it? I'm ashamed of you. Why are you making it ethnic something? That
Ethnic.
your narration is off the chain. What's the okay? But
One
just
man,
go
you said I
ahead.
can respond to this when he's finished.
Yeah, I'm just making it ethnic correlation. I mean, nobody has made
One
this
man,
kind
you
of
said I can.
commentary. Making
One
just
man, you said I can. One man, you said I can respond when he's done.
Yes, let Prince bring his thoughts to a crescendo, and then you come in.
With ethnic coloration, I don't know what you mean by prestige. I'm simply telling you the perception and the reality in the Nigerian space. You can deny it. And when people like you deny it, you don't accept it. I mean, everybody knows that you get espoused superiority compared to other ethnic groups. But what is strange about that? And to me, I've said it numerous times, it doesn't bother me. People should be allowed to feel and express themselves the way
it
they
must
want
have
to.
bothered you. You shouldn't be making this nonsense commentary you're making.
You can come on. You can never bother me. You know that I'm Yoruba man. We don't. I can care less about that.
Nobody cares
It's
what you.
totally irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant. The fact that somebody tells me that they're better than I am, it's just irrelevant. It doesn't shift nothing. It does nothing to me. But it just. But you must accept who you are. And it's a shame of you, by the way, to try to label me being ethnic or being tribal. I'm not. If anyone, perhaps you. I'm not. It's
Maybe
impossible.
you're showing
Guess
your
what?
true color, okay?
No, BSU, because I grew up in Lagos. All my friends, 90%, well, over 50% of my friends were Igbos. I went to the house and did everything. This idea of this division is
Don't come here
something
with
like a
that
mindset.
nonsense. It's just like a white man say, I married a white person. I mean, I married a black person, so
No,
I'm not racist.
it's not that. It's
That's what you're
prestige.
painting, right?
You're kind of lost. You left as a baby. I grew up there. So you probably don't have a clue what I'm talking about. But again, it is what it is. People, yeah. I mean, speak to the narrative of the gentleman in the video. Don't come here with tribal stuff. Speak to the narrative. It's everything that it delineated. Are they false? I mean, you don't want to talk about that. You want to talk about what my perception is. And I'm telling you, based on my interaction with Southeasterners, that's just the fact. I mean, it is what it is. You do espouse superiority. And I've asked this question to quite a few, perhaps yourself too, on this platform. Is that the case? Why do you guys feel that you're better than the rest of Nigerians? I mean, is it strange to you that you hear for the first time that the Yorubas are cowards? Do you not call the Yorubas cowards all the time? I mean, it doesn't bother me. Maybe it's strange to you. I mean, there's nothing I've said so far that isn't true. Okay, it isn't true. Don't always think, and which is fine. You can think that you're smarter than other people, but you do think you don't think much of the Northerners. You always think of them as being backwards and maybe lazy or whatnot, which is fine, which is okay. It's all your perception. But as much as we like to disparage some of the stereotypes about ourselves, many times they are true. They are rooted in truth and in fact. Okay, but at the end of the day, that's why I'm not a proponent of war. Like I said, like revolution, let's go to war. Another war, so who can die? More Igbos, more Yorubas? No. If you can't find an amicable way to address our situation, I guess we can just find a way to just break up and go our different ways. But Nigeria as a country is a beautiful country, and I've said it before. Nigeria without Igbos is going to be a super boring state, and that is the fact. I know what I'm talking about based on my interaction and my relationship with Igbo people overall.
You're exactly right. Nigeria without the Southeasterners will be one of the most boring places. They give too much energy to that space. Yeah.
I'm not pandering. So people don't like to hear the truth. I'm not pandering because you don't know my background with the Igbos or my relationship. You just don't know. I can speak freely because I'm not speaking from a place of hatred or animosity towards anyone. I'm not. So you get anybody that wants to come in can open their mouth and spew whatever they want to spew. That is fine. But it is just a fact. When we lay the fact, I mean, the guy just said it. Zeke and I agree with Ross. These guys are more concerned about the resources of the country. Yes, they have their own resources. If they mention coal and maybe some other minerals, but they want the oil and the crude oil. They want the pyramid of the granite and the cocoa. They wanted everything for themselves. It's greed. It's greed. The reason why we came to this crescendo or this juncture is because of the greed of the Southeastern leaders. Like I agree with Rossi and Zeke, and I've even heard people make the argument. Perhaps I don't want to mention him. I'm sad. The reason I've heard the story. The reason why the Igbos did the coup, I agree with Rossi, was to make a Yoruba person the leader. It was such a joke.
Look, I can't keep quiet. This guy come here lying. It's not an Igbo coup. I'm tired of you lying here.
Okay, but wait, before you, can I respond, one man?
This guy, something wrong with you.
Okay. Can I respond, one man? If that's okay.
Prestige. Listen. You respond, Prestige. Don't be emotional. Address the issue on each point.
Yeah, I'm addressing the issue because you're lying. I'm going to call you a liar. That's exactly what you're doing. Go and read this.
The other day you called
read the history of the war. It's not Igbo coup. I have the history. I can enumerate to you who participated in the coup, how it originated, and you here perpetuating lies. People who don't know anything will start thinking that you're telling the truth. I'm not going to let you do that. I'm going to debunk you.
The other day you called somebody a fraudster. Today, don't call me a liar.
I don't mean that he's a fraudster. It depends on the context we are talking about. And you're deviating from the point. Go to your travel narrative.
Go ahead, Prestige, and express yourself.
One man, this is biased because if Gas Them Up is doing this, you would come quickly to jump.
I was. You clearly have something to say on that space. Gas Them Up. So I want. That was an interjection from Prestige, who was pushing back against what he might not have liked in Prince's comment. So I want that to play out, and then when Prince lands, you come in. Prince.
Yeah, Prestige, go ahead and put forth your submission if you want.
Well, no, it's my turn to respond before Prestige.
Go ahead, man.
Thank you.
Oh,
All right, gas them up.
If you
don't blow the place up, though. Be gentle, but carry on.
No,
okay. Sorry. Yes, go on, please, and speak. Maybe Mormon doesn't know me. I'm very strong, and I can push back, and I can go at anybody too. I have that ability. So speak to the topic. and let's just
Listen.
leave it like that. Do not go ad hominem.
So, sir, listen. I don't know you. I don't know anything about you. So, I am only going to talk about the ideas. I'm not here to talk about anybody individually. I don't know what anybody does to make their living. I'm not here for that. So, you don't have to worry about that. One man earlier in the conversation, this is actually the second time, and it's interesting you played the video. I said there's a lack of trust amongst the ethnic groups, perceived behaviors and attitudes amongst the ethnic groups that we have of one another. I said that in the very beginning. And I said that's one of the things that we're seeing, that we were not able to organically create our nation states in Africa because of the colonialism thing. Now, the other gentleman, I forget his name, he said, and he was going on, I said, when you talk about how you could go to the north and you could stay in a Fulani man's house and that's gone, right? And I said, well, was it the coup that you think caused that? And he said, yes. So now here's my thing about the coup and the video that you played. I would personally say that was the number one cause of the problem after the colonial issue, is the number one cause of the problem in Nigeria, because we have not been able to speak truthfully to one another about how we feel about each other and the end results of the actions of that coup. I cannot with a good conscience say that that is a quote unquote Igbo coup. No, because realistically, the Igbos did not call like that guy in Kaduna, Zongo, or whatever, all those guys' names that were the coup plotters in the first coup. They did not call them to the east and say, oh yeah, let's do this, let's plan this and take over Nigeria. Nobody sat down in one big powwow and did that. No. The plotters were of Igbo descent, right? They're of Igbo origin. Yes. They were just after power. Unfortunately, what they did, I think in their short-sightedness, they didn't realize that their actions and the reaction to their action would cause an entire ethnic group to be scapegoated. If they had thought longer and harder about their actions and their quest for power, I think they would have said, you know what, let's not move like this. And then the response when the first coup happened, Aguiyi Ironsi, being a man again of Igbo descent, that's why I can't say it's an Igbo coup. His reaction to those coup plotters, had he, like I think you were on the show one time, one man, I said, if our children, are playing and my child breaks your glass, I'm not going to come and shout at you. I'm going to say, look, I'm sorry that my son broke your glass. Here's the money, and I'm going to, discipline him to make sure he doesn't break your glass again. That was not done by Aguiyi Ironsi. What he did, he was on boats, just lollygagging, perambulating up and down. He was on cruises a few weeks before he got killed. Didn't prosecute these people. So the northern reaction to this was extreme hostility. And their reaction, they didn't take the time to differentiate, to say, look, this was something that was done by a rogue group of people who are just power hungry. Their reaction was just like, look, everybody with, any last name that looks Igbo, sounds Igbo, you are guilty. This is a conspiracy. And since that time, we have not been truthful with ourselves in Nigeria to say, hey, listen, our Igbo brothers and sisters, these guys that did this, they kind of painted you in a bad light. And, the reaction that they got when they, the programs where they were being killed in the north and they had to flee back home, well, Juku now says he's going to separate. Rightly so. He wants to protect his people. But we can see these domino effects are happening because no one wants to be truthful. Femi Kuti saying that song, Truth Don't Die, is true. In Nigeria, we can't say these truths. We can't, because people are going to be offended. So then we now come up with stereotypes about one another. As the brother was saying, we'll say that Yoruba are cowards or lazy. I don't know what they're talking about. You go into all the states in Yoruba land, the cultists are killing themselves. I don't think you're cowardly to kill people. We'll say the Igbos love money. Richest men in Nigeria's history have never been Igbo. Abiola is not an Igbo man. Nobody loves more money than Abiola. We'll say the Northerners are dumb and stupid. Dumb and stupid people can't rule the country. This is so we're not being truthful to ourselves. And when the people who come out and speak these truths, we don't pay attention to them, we ignore them, we ridicule them. So I think Nigeria, we all have to sit down and be truthful to ourselves to say, this is my pain, this is why I feel hurt. This is this. If a southerner is saying, you people from the north, we feel that you're taking our resources. A northern say, no, not be me, it's my elite. Come to the north. I'm suffering like you're suffering. Headsmen are killing me. This one is killing me. We too are suffering. We have to be truthful. When we can be truthful and really come at each other with sisterhood and brotherhood and genuine empathy, Oyibo will use that word, empathy. I think then we can now start coming together, as the other gentleman said, to push for leaders that have Nigeria first, not leaders that are down with Chagori and the French FBI connection, not leaders that are flying to MI6 to be best buddies, to hide property in Dubai. No. But if we are not truthful, what will happen, I'll end with this, is that when it's time to prosecute the thieves amongst us, this one will come say, no be only Yaya Bello 90 for, no be only Ibori 90 for, no be only Tinubu 90 for, no be only, what's this guy's name? Not the one that was helping Hush Puppy, no be only Intifo. That's the mentality we have. So we have to be truthful, we have to have empathy, and we have to just get over the bullshit and love one another in that country. If not, we're just going to keep deceiving ourselves.
All right, brilliant.
Well, totally agree with your submission, 100%.
You thought it was going to come for you, didn't you, please? You never know we got them up. That's the thing. Thank you. Where is Thomas? Thomas left again. Thank you, please. Was there any other of the topics? The Southeast wanting an additional state, and all of those sort of spaces. Did you want to speak on those?
No, where's Prestige? Prestige can talk and we can wrap it up.
No, Prestige has spoken, but Ekene has not.
No, he was going to make a comment about what I said.
Right. Yeah, Prestige. Yeah, come in.
No. I was just saying, I don't know. It's just me, okay. I just don't like that divisional something, because for me, even this regional something of Southeast or wherever, I mean, I don't get into that. I believe in my state. I can only talk about my state, what's going to benefit my state. I don't really believe in that regional something or tribal something. It just does something to me. But I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so emotional, but I don't like that kind of thing. It's just my personality. So it doesn't mean that you and I are not still friends. I'm just pushing back on you. I mean, my voice may have been loud, being very emotional, but we are all human beings. It has nothing. It's just the narrative. Maybe I don't know what you mean. I'm not in your mind. So I mean, I don't know who's a racism or who's a tribalist. I'm not in their mind. I mean, some people say something just to garner some traffic or something like that. But that's why I got so emotional. I just don't like that trouble stuff. I mean, I guess that's where I'm coming off from. So that's all I have to say on that.
Yeah. Well, cool. And 1 minute to wrap it up. We can't. At the end of the day, what we're talking about is just history. What has happened in the past. I have. That's what I'm saying. I have nephews and nieces that are Igbos. We interrelated. So, you can never catch me. Anyways, the point is that look, we talk about history. It's happened.
Just what you're saying there, Prince. What actually binds the Southeasterners and the Southwesterners is greater than what divides them. I'm not aware of a Southwest family that does not have Southeast family members. The average Yoruba man is married to an Igbo woman. I mean, is that not, and still, it's impossible to divide them. Are you going to send your wife away that they've divided Nigeria, so you go back to Imo State and I go back to Ogun? I mean, it's just
Yeah, growing up, I'm telling you, on the playground, I mean, it's okay. Chiku that's defending me against Adebayo. It's. I come from a totally different background when it comes to this tribal stuff. It just more accentuated on the internet. This division, okay. But one thing, I mean, we must agree though. Say it could go. Say the war, for example. Look, what about if the let's say the victors, they could at the end of the day painted the Biafrans as being this and that what gave them the impetus in the first place to want to break up and go their way and do this and that. And they could have done that to foment hatred towards the southeasterners. But we must agree that there's a lot of revisionism when it comes to the history of Nigerian civil war, and we can't say that 100% the narrative that the southeasterners, especially the young ones that are much older than, have is true. It's convoluted. It's not always true. I would love to move forward, but in a country where history is a challenge, we don't have a true picture. And
But
I
so,
don't
do you
think.
know why? Do you know why? And I'll push at one man. Let me attack him. When I come on these platforms and say, for example, I don't want to say the name of other shows. I say that we in Nigeria, we don't have a history course. That WAEC, you can go through Nigeria. The only thing they teach us is Macpherson Constitution, blah blah blah, and Lugard and this. If you took government, maybe you studied about the Oyomesi slightly or some other things, but there's no history in terms of even the slave trade. When I say this to Nigerians, all of them will jump up. It doesn't matter. Forget about the past. They'll just be talking bullshit out their mouths. And then when you, one man too, you're included, when I push at you guys and say, look, you never tell an Israeli to forget Anne Frank, to forget the Holocaust. You will never say it. But when it's time for us to read our history, all of a sudden we want to be, what do they call it? New age modern folks that no, the past doesn't matter. It's just stupid. So you're right. The truth has to be said. And nobody wants to be truthful. So that's why, and then you have these tensions. And like I said, forgetting those tensions, go on the ground locally in Nigeria. These young kids don't give a damn about what we're saying. They're all trying to look up to the nearest cult leader or nearest stout leader that's making money. That's what these young boys are looking up to. They don't give a damn about all this English we're talking. It's just big grammar. They don't care.
Yeah.
So it's compounded upon. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I wrap it up by saying, one man, it's never a division for me, but by moniker, by name, we know where we come from in Nigeria. If you ask me, it's all love for me. My number one soccer player, football player in Nigeria is, of course, what you call him, the baller.
The baller. Look at this guy. What to call America? It's calling football soccer. Look at that.
You mean
JJ? No, the football player, the dribbler. JJ Austin Okocha. JJ Okocha. And guess what? If I'm going to mention,
hold on right there. Who is better, JJ? I don't quite know how much into football you are. But who is better? There was a guy called Etim Esin, and then JJ Okocha. Who would you say is better? If you know who Etim Esin is,
how can you say Esin and Okocha same sentence? Are you okay?
I know, but trust me, it don't matter.
It's far superior to JJ Okocha.
Esin is better than Okocha. One man. I think the drugs in the UK are really good.
How did you?
Hold on, one man. To respond to you,
who don't know anything about football.
See, some people, if you know about American, Prestige knows about American basketball. Most people choose Jordan over Kobe Bryant. But guess what?
Prince Daddy, I'm watching Boston and Dallas while I'm talking to you in my cave, in my cave house.
Okay, we'll talk about that later. See, if people would choose Michael Jordan over Kobe Bryant, but guess what? Kobe Bryant is my guy anytime, any day. So, JJ Okocha is over Etim anytime, any day. JJ is my guy, and guess what?
They named him twice. Are you on drugs?
And the guy, and if I mention a name, Innocent Egbunike. Anybody knows that name?
Who?
Yeah.
Innocent Emeka. Who are you talking about? Emenike?
Innocent Egbunike. Innocent Egbunike was the fastest Nigerian runner, 100 meters and even 200 meters.
Oh, okay. Talking
Okay.
about running.
Those are the people I looked up to. Those are I was into sport. Those are the people I admired and growing up. So it's nothing tribal. It's just my point of view. So thanks, one man.
You know what they used to call him back in the day? Etim Maradona Essen. That's what they used to call him back in the day. You know.
Anyhow you look at it, how can you compare Messi and Gigi Okocha? I was thinking you were even going to mention Odebami, Mathematica.
Tell them, tell particular one man.
Look at this is Etim. Look.
Okay, this is good.
Okay. Have you seen Okocha? Okocha that with people that two people will just use it to collide.
It's very easy to defeat this argument. One man, listen, they named him after Maradona. No European player or anybody was JJ named after. Ronaldinho that came off the bench for JJ would tell you that JJ was a big influence in his own career. So please, don't bring up any team or whoever.
Apprentice to JJ now.
He knows this now. These people are just talking nonsense. They're just talking silly things. They know. They just don't want to acknowledge. The guy is named JJ for a reason.
For me, Etim is probably the best player that maybe Odegba me as well.
What you know about soccer?
I follow Newcastle United. Newcastle.
Okay, that's American soccer, but Nigerian soccer. That's US. British soccer. Sorry.
Team and Okocha, oh my goodness. Okocha that those days you want to watch football, you were basically going to watch Okocha. You understand? To the extent Okocha that played for Boating, to the extent that a Big Sam was even mimicking Okocha. The way Okocha is playing, it's like he's dancing. You see a footballer that is dancing as he's playing. You see Okocha dribble in the World Cup, and look at all those Scottish people. Is it Scottish or Greek people? They just collided. He dribbled them and brought the ball over there, and the next thing they just used head. They just had head clash. Bam. What are we talking about?
Wait, one man. So are you one of those people that will say like the original Ronaldo is not arguably the greatest footballer after Pele and Maradona? Are you one of those people that will say he's not the best footballer that we've ever seen?
No, I'm not one of those. I'm one of those who thinks he is, but no. That guy, it's a magical, and then Ronaldinho as well. And Lionel Messi. If you in football,
Messi is up there, but we're talking of Ronaldo when he was in his prime. There was no footballer.
Okay.
Let me scared of Ronaldo. You know that, right? He admitted this. You can go and read it.
Let me ask you this: Ronaldo, the original one, in fact, the only Ronaldo really, because I don't really rate the Portuguese guy. But Ronaldo in his pump versus Messi in his pump.
Ronaldo.
But
in his prime,
yes, Ronaldo for me as
I'm going to take Messi, and let me tell you why.
Messi, no,
hold on.
Messi is not human being now.
Ronaldo is based on scoring. It's based on scoring, most of the time. But in terms of creativity, I'm scoring. That's where Messi is, supersede him.
Let me educate you.
But gentlemen, let me ask you a question.
Hold on, gas them up. Let's say from BT, it's not spoken yet. Yeah,
nobody in the history of football, soccer, struck fear in the heart of any team pre-game that I've ever seen in my life than Ronaldo. If you knew he was on the team, like the fear you had about him just playing. Oh my God, this guy's on the
Babati, he doesn't have the kind of creativity that Messi has.
Okay, wait, but I agree with you on the creativity. But gentlemen, let me ask you a question. Now, Ronaldo, when he came out, when Messi came out, who was he on the bench for?
Nobody.
For Ronaldo,
I said Messi is not human being.
Wait, when Messi first started, when he was playing for Barcelona with Ronaldinho, was he a star at that level? Did he come out into Europe a star from Argentina? No. Ronaldo came out a star already from like Brazil. He was already killing the game. As soon as he landed
let me tell you, Messi came out from their youth system. Remember, he played in the World
Prestige.
Cup against Nigeria in the final, whereby they beat Nigeria 2-1 under
Prestige,
20.
one second. Sorry, BT. Let me eat myself out. Alexander Gomez twice. Ayo, you know, he always gets a mention. Prince Daddy waved before he came in. Man of prestige, there he is right there. Prestige carries on still. Latter Rich. So that's the count so far. It can still keep on going. You've got Mike and you've got Thomas, so you're in good hands. Let's see if you can repeat the magical conversation that you had yesterday. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Okay.
What
Best
this is
hour
my,
is about to start.
okay. This is my point to you guys. If not for injuries, if Ronaldo phenomena had the same discipline in terms the one that Ronaldo has in terms of peak condition, physical, with that kind of game and strength, it would have been the greatest, clearly. Because to me, I will not call you the greatest because it's a position play. So if I have to pick a team, because there's a video of Ronaldo picking his top 11. If I have to choose a top 11 team, it would be my number 9 of all time. If I'm going to pick a top 11 that ever played football in the history of football, to me, he is the greatest number 9 I have ever seen.
Okay, Babati, let me chime in.
Right.
Messi doesn't play number 9. That's not his,
No,
that's not
but I'm saying that I get the value of distribution and all that. They were asking me the question they were asking was
okay.
So I'm saying that in his own position, in Messi's position as a midfielder / offensive player, you can still put on 2 or 3 people that you can say, okay, they can all do the same thing that he did. At that number 9 position, there is nobody in the issue of football can tell me, maybe Pele maybe, but nobody else in that position was as dominant as another phenomenon. There was nobody.
I agree with you on that. I think I'm with you on that.
I do not agree with you.
Okay,
Ola, give us your reason why you don't agree.
Tell us.
The reason I do not agree is this.
Give me a name, or I don't waste time. Give me a number 9 that can compare to another phenomenon.
You are creating your own story.
Give me a name now. You said that I'm wrong. Give me a number 9.
Okay, what phenomenon are you even talking about?
Paulo Rossi.
Who?
Paulo Rossi.
Paulo Rossi.
Italian guy.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Did you say
Paulo Rossi was just a positional player. Was a lucky guy that scored.
Yeah?
Wait, is Rossi better than Shevchenko?
Guys, do you guys even know who Phenomena is?
This is what I'm saying. They don't know who Ronaldo is. Maldini was scared to death of Ronaldo. And Maldini is the greatest defender we've ever seen.
I remember watching him in the 90s. The fear you had if you see this name on the team list, like, oh boy, this guy is playing tonight. What kind of like conflict? The fear, even remember Nigeria playing him in night. You know how we fear this guy. Nobody, there's nobody in that position. Say.
Okay, let me ask Babati something. Let me ask Babati something.
Yeah.
Okay, when we come to Nigerian space, people always say Okocha is the best, right? But in center forward, what's the name of this guy? He's the greatest ever to play in that position. Is that what's his name? He's from Southwest. He just died.
Maybe you don't know my position. Like
yes, he's the best center ever. You know.
I will not put Okocha in my top 11 of Nigeria. If I have to pick, it doesn't make my top 11.
Who?
Okocha doesn't make my top 11.
Okocha is not in your midfield at all?
No.
Why?
Babati, are you serious? Really?
I will take No, wait now. I will take Siasia over him.
Oh no! Oh, come on now, Babati.
Wait,
Babati, you are losing me now.
Hold on.
Babati, please tell us why. Tell us why.
Yeah, so it depends. He's good at holding ball, but his style of play, sometimes he holds even Olise will tell you in the interviews, okay, tends to hold the ball too long. So in a team play sport, okay, he can dribble, he can. He's very good at passes, long distance and stuff. But in terms of being an offensive player, he holds the ball too long for free flow of football.
But he's a creator.
No, this is a
And the
defensive.
Olise we are talking about is a defensive midfield.
Gentlemen, wait, let me ask Babati a question. So, Babati, I see your point. Now, I think that's because it's the system. So now, for example, I saw an argument where they said that they were comparing LeBron James to Michael Jordan. They said that the problem with LeBron James, he never played with the system. Michael Jordan played under Phil Jackson's triangle system, which exploited all of Michael Jordan's talents perfectly. He now took that and brought it over to Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant and was able to win even more championship rings. So do you think that if we had a proper system that would have matched Okocha's style of play to where he can dribble and give those passes, do you think it would have been better?
Okay, let me put it. No, let me respond. If you notice in the Nigerian chip, they were playing him as a so you will see him listed as CM, central midfielder. So they wanted him to fall back a little bit and play. So you will see him with Olise. Then he runs forward. Then he supplies passes. So the space is always occupying. It's supposed to be like an Olise playing, but he plays by design, like you said, by design. You will see him as CM or central midfielder. That is his listing. It's always CM, not offensive. It's always CM. So he was always occupying too much space in the middle, for my own liking. So I felt like perhaps you could have played him more forward and maybe have Olise
attacking midfield. Exactly.
Yeah, but they don't.
But Babati, Olise is a defensive midfield, supposed to be playing defense and holding the midfield.
Pressing, hold on, please. The same, like the way he played in Bolton. That would have been the best way to use Okocha.
Thank you. That is where you saw him shine very well.
That was the best.
Number 10 for Boston now.
That was the best version of Okocha because he was offensive midfielder, not playing central midfielder. That's a different. It's different. He had defensive players.
But Babati, you've forgotten that he doesn't have the sight for goal. He's not. He doesn't have the sight for goal that much.
See, it's just like when people are comparing Eden Hazard and Mo Salah. They are two different type of players. Now, because of the way Chelsea were playing, because once you start topping the table, every order except the top 4 or top 6, they will start packing the box for you. So at that point, you start having problem unlocking the defense. Now, look at player like Eden Hazard. What will he do for you? He tried to drop player. He tried to drop players out of position for his teammates. You think Okocha was dribbling? Go and look at the dribbling.
I didn't say dribbling was the problem. I said he held the ball too long.
Because he was shifting he's shifting other players. Because that's
the problem with Okocha was, as I'm saying again, I don't think the Nigerian coaches played him properly. As the gentleman said, when he went to Bolton, he didn't have to worry about being on defense. His own was just attacking.
They were playing 3-5-2 now. They are playing 3-5-2, so he had two defense behind him. So if he screws up, they can mop up the mistake immediately. So you don't take that much.
That is why I'm saying
you are playing properly. In Nigeria, you are always playing their 4-4-2 now.
4-4-2 or 4-3.
That's the problem.
See, for Ronaldinho to talk of Okocha, see, those two players, what they do is, instead of taking a player, they take 3 players at the same time. This stabilize either your midfield or your attack, because already they are dribbling 2-3 at the same time, and you are playing against 11, but one person is taking 3 people out of your 11. That's what they do. So the thing is this: I heard what Olise said, but he said it in the different perspective and context entirely. But watching Okocha, the same Okocha we watched in that Nigeria Ghana 2000, the same Okocha we watched back in 1994. And the same Okocha we watched that guy, we can't, there was a time that Okocha was just for him to play free kick. You know that when it was good, it was at the peak of the free kick that we defeated Cameroon that time. So because there was a time that Cameroon was becoming a serious headache for us, and it was this Okocha that used all his skill to help
To help us. I remember that match, yes.
Yeah, it was. I think it was played in North America.
It was not consistent enough with the kind of skill that like to what Gasper was saying. He didn't have coaches that would rein him in. You're supposed to have a coach that can actually rein you in, like even if you're good and talented, that can tell you, oh no, we don't want you doing that. This is what you're good at. But the kind of the system we had in Nigeria, people care. You know, he didn't have that.
Didn't have the proper system in Nigeria. I think Nigeria's problem is coaching.
Shifonigbide. Look at when Shifonigbide was the Super Eagles coach. Okocha was more disciplined. And I think Okocha was not happy then. I think that was one of the reasons he went to report to the minister then that Onigbide's approach is outdated. But when you look at what he played under that, because Onigbide specifically said that, I told him, look, I know you are talented, but you have to work for the team. And he played because he had no option than to work for that team. So if Okocha is not doing what he's supposed to do too,
it was supposed to be the coach to rein him in. But if you remember, look, go watch him at Bolton. It was shift left, shift right. It was not free flowing. Then
he was eliminating opponents, just like
that was the best version of Okocha I've ever seen. I'm like, this guy, so he can play this way. But
do you know why? Because he doesn't have to worry about going back on defense. Whereas in Nigeria, Okocha was playing defense, which he should not have been playing. And forgetting Okocha quickly, I still think that is the number one problem we have in Nigeria to this day. We have the talent, but we don't have coaching. I don't know what is up with our Nigerian coaching staff.
We are too heavy right now. We have too many strikers, but no midfield.
It's not as if we don't have goal, but are they
striking and midfield? Wait. Let me ask you, what is the Nigeria? Okay, Nigeria. Like when you look at Cameroon and you look at Senegal, or even Ghana, those three countries, they have a style of play. The Cameroonian style of play is very strong, very aggressive. It's always been their style of play. They have big guys, right? They play a very aggressive game.
It's like they've lost that now. You have to go.
Yeah, they've lost it. I'm just saying, historically, we always knew that was the Cameroonian style. What I'm saying is, the Nigerian style. Do we have a style? What is the coaching style? What do we bring to the table?
Let me say something. You know, playing sport in America by college level, this is what I found out. Even if you as a coach have a style of play, if a new talent comes in, sometimes you have to modify your own style of play to accommodate the talent. So ordinarily, we were blessed with defense midfield to supply passes. But in this new age Nigerian Super Eagles, we have an abundance of forwards. You have your Boniface, you have Osimhen, you have this guy that played for Atlanta. What's his name? You have Chukwueze. So you have to change your offensive style of play to accommodate
this guy
what
that
you have now.
Leverkusen, what's the name of the guy?
Yeah. Boniface.
And you have Murphy too. Murphy is good.
Yeah, you have Murphy too. You have an abundance
but if you do that, you run the risk of because to me, I'll say this, I agree with what you're saying, but now if you do that too much, you run the risk of not having the longevity of having that system of play to where it can be executed.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. Goalkeeping, defense, midfield, forward. Where do we have issues right now?
Okay, let me come in. Then somebody can make their own point.
I would say defense and midfield. I would say those are the two places in Nigeria we need to improve: is midfield and defense.
I think our hold on. Let me come in. I think our defense has been a little bit better, but we are missing Ekong, who is very experienced. We are missing Emeru, so that's going to be a problem in the defense. And remember, the game is playing tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Are you just going to say that this last Africa Cup of Nations, even though we got to second place, we didn't get there by some luck and some just God's grace or whatever we believe in? It wasn't based on 100%.
No, I completely agree with you. I did not enjoy their system. We got there by luck or whatever you may call it.
That's what I'm saying. It goes back to us creating a system. I believe systems work. Now, when you have a system, if it's not working, you can modify your system and do something from a base. But if we don't have a base, what is our style? We don't have a style.
I think I completely agree with you because I can't even thinking about Nigerian system. You know, it's not like free flow soccer or whatever. You know, and what you said about the Cameroon being
I
heavy,
do
you
not
know,
agree. Hold
kind
on.
of.
What's the style of Three Lion? What's the style of Three Lion? What's the style of Friday?
Just strength, and they were strong physically.
They were strong. I'll tell you, they were very strong. Those days of
that
their
was
guy,
the one we lost in
I
Lagos.
thought Three Lion is Senegal.
Three
No, that
Lion
is Cameroon now.
England. Three Lion is England.
No, this one is Cameroon.
Oh, okay.
Football now. We're not talking of
That's what I'm saying.
England
Star is overrated.
No, let's concentrate on Africa.
Africa not
is overrated.
But you know, Ola, there was a point where our attack was the wing play. Your Finidis and Gaba Lawas, where we will come in from the wings. That was Nigerian. You had your Pius Ikedia.
Exactly. With Ikedia,
even before that, remember they're the one that
you had this guy that played for Chelsea. Always it was a black. No. We had this guy that played like Carlos, Celeste Babayaro, the overlapping in the left field. So we've had that wing play for long. We've always had a mixture,
and we've abandoned it. We don't even use it again.
No, you see the time you are talking about. Don't let us make a mistake. You are talking of era of Westerhoff and Bonfrere Joe. So 2 different things. You know, those people, they lasted long, and they were okay when Westerhoff left after 1994. Bonfrere Joe took over. So that situation you could easily understand. And those 2 guys, they help our international to develop. So after that,
you know that game in Italy that we could have won. You know, it's Nigerian stupidity, the players, because the coach was telling them kick the ball out of bounds to waste time. And the Nigerian and I will say something. I hope I don't offend anybody. And I met recently. I was in New Jersey. I met a boxer. His name was Jafar Balogun. I said, "Your name?" Come to find out, he's from Togo. He was a world champion boxer. I came to the US, box for Don King, and we were having a great conversation. And I said to him, the problem I have with African sports people in general, we too use muscle. Everything, power. It's no use of brain and intelligence at all. He said, "You're right." Let me finish. He said, "You're right." He said, he had. Let me finish, brother. Wait, now let me finish, brother, please. He said that when he was having his fight, his coach told him, all you have to do, Jaffa, is box this guy, box him, stay on the outside, you win. Jaffa said, "A lie. He eats a bar. He must use power." He beat the guy. The guy did not knock the guy out. Eventually, they gave the decision to the guy, and that's when him and Don King. Now, if you win, now Don King go laugh with you. If you don't win, now you won't be that. So what I'm saying is that I've noticed that it's like when it comes to African sports, not always, I hate to generalize, but it's like we don't use intellect to play. We think everything is just aggression. The coach was telling them, kick this ball out of bounds and you will waste the time. Why didn't they do it? What is going through the mind of the African footballer? Like, what's going on with us?
No, gas them up. I think you are not fair to those guys. Let me tell you the story of that because I watched that football that night. You see one thing that if we had VAR today, if we had VAR those days, the Italian team would have been left with like 7 versus 11 of Super Eagles. Now, this guy, because of the experience, they intentionally went for Amunike and Amokashi. See, what could have been the winning goal for us was the last game that Amunike played, almost far from the midfield. That he went ahead and hit goal, pound. The next thing they will do is this: they just gave the guy boots on the slap, and that was how the guy just moved out. Then they gave Amunike, I think, on his ankle. So they look at the key players of Super Eagles. They brought them out. That's how they managed to win.
That's strategy now, my brother. You
are talking as if our guys, they don't have it's not true. If you see the way those guys were switching, you'll be playing. You will say Amokashi the bull. He will be doing something. The next thing, the ball don't fly, go to Amunike.
But this coaching still now. If you don't have a coach has to discipline. That look at how good Messi and all those players are. They have strong coaches that can rein them in. We don't even have that. Look at this guy that we have now. Wait.
See,
Now.
no matter how Barcelona was strong, how strong Barcelona will be.
Listen to what I'm saying.
If you target Iniesta,
wait now. Listen to what I'm saying. Wait, listen to what I'm saying. We have a new coach now called Finidi George. He has no chance. He's going to be too weak because they're going to control him, tell him what to do. You're going to have players playing in top leagues. He cannot handle the kind of players you have. You need some personality that can control top flight players. What can he tell Osimhen? Did they ever that level?
See, Babati, that's my fear. That's my fear. I'll be honest. You know.
Okay, but I want to ask Babati a quick question. So now, because I'm not saying that we are dull, my brother, the one that was responding to me. No, I'm saying that once again, even if we look at it from the level of like boxing, or look at other sports, I just don't understand why the African player relies so much more on strength and aggression as opposed to tactical maneuvering. So the gentleman said that they were targeting our players. Well, if that's the case, you have to come up with a strategy that will respond to them. If they are matching our own players and wounding them, wound their own players back. Last thing I will say is this: how many times have we seen Messi dribble the entire defense, and at the last minute, instead of him scoring, he'll pass the ball? How many African footballers play like that? When they will dribble,
they want the glory now.
You just said it. You just said it, and until we remove that thinking from our African players, we're in trouble.
And you will. Do you remember actually what Nigeria when we played these friendlies with all these European countries, and like you actually said that there was something I actually noticed. We will press them for 80 minutes, more to. And all they just needed was just one chance, just one opportunity for them, and they will just score and they will win the game. Even though we had and everything, just one counter attack only against Nigeria with all the muscle and everything, then they will win the game.
And they will win the game, and they wait to 79 minutes, do two counter attack. They are up 2-0. We'll be sitting there looking up, saying, "Hey."
You cannot always have your way through. But Nigeria don't try now. Our Atlanta 96. Bam.
That was a disciplined team. You can't
Hey guys, I watch African qualifying today. I watch about 2 of them. I watch Algeria and Guinea. Man, I was impressed with Guinea. I mean, they got this guy that used to play for Real Madrid, but he was on bench, but he has played several times. He was awesome with Guinea. I mean, that was a good game.
Can we do this thing real quick, please? I beg you guys. Can we just do this thing for like 5 minutes? Can we name if starting Nigerian 11? Can we just do it real quick, please? I beg of you. Like, go.
You talking about tomorrow game?
No. All time. Your best 11 Nigeria all time by post. It's
man.
Okay,
I'll let you go.
No. Hold on now. On that wait now. Let me just name the position. Then you can go. Goalkeeper. Who do you have goalkeeper?
Peter Rufai now for me.
Really?
Oh, and what's his name? Onyama. What's his name?
So
that guy from Ebony State.
I have Vincent. I have Vincent in my for me. It should be Vincent. That would be my.
Yeah, that would be Vincent Onyama. Yeah.
I'm going to Onyama.
Balai Koko, are you there? What do you have, Balai Koko? Goalkeeper.
You mean for our national team?
All time, your best ever.
I think Rufai will become on top.
Okay.
But yeah, because he took us to the the World Cup.
But this guy, Agboni Bare.
Oh, Agboni basket.
But we are talking at one for each.
Okay, so no, all time. So the best will be. He said Peter Rufai, right? Anybody?
It's between the two of them.
Rufai. Okay. Left full back, I have Celeste Babayaro. Anybody?
No argument.
Babayaro is going.
No argument on that.
That one. Okay, right. I have Yobo.
Yobo
on the right.
I thought Yobo they play center forward.
No, he plays right now.
I think if we are doing it like that, individually, I think we'll not be doing the right thing. And let us look at the team.
Okay.
Collectively.
But
You know,
Angelica, we're talking about
it's
all
the
time,
culture.
so it's going to be the best
Yeah,
of
it's the
all
culture.
All
Look,
time. You know, because
all
some
time
years will not be
is
good in
that
some areas now.
is that Akocha, Amokachi, Rufai, that team, Rashid Yakini, that's the
But you
best
cannot
team
ignore
all time.
But we're talking about all time.
all time.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's the best thing that Nigeria ever produced.
No, it's by position. Forget about the team Nigeria ever produced.
It's by position because it's like saying 96 Bulls is the best team of all time. Sure, but are they individually the best players of all time? No.
I think so. I think individually they are the best.
But
Individually they are the
Babati, let's
best. All
continue
of
now.
them.
All time, everybody name position.
Guys,
Go ahead, Babati. Position.
Let's do it this way.
Is it Finidi George? Is it Amokachi? Or is
You are
it,
going by team.
Hold on now, listen. Come on, man. Even if you look at them individually, is it Amokachi you want to say is not one of the best players that we have ever seen in his own position?
So are you going to take Finidi? Are you going to take
it,
Finidi over Odebami if you want to go by that?
I think I will do it.
Really?
Yes,
wow.
Finidi. Hold on now. Hold on. Odebami only play the local and the continental. Finidi played the local, he played the continental, and he played the World Cup, and he played European competition.
Okay, you have a point in that, but I will still
know that song for years now. When people say Finidi,
what are you saying? Finidi, those boys. I mean, that team is the best team that Nigeria ever produced. Is it what's the name of this guy playing the left flank? What's it? Is it
Celeste Babayaro?
No, not Babayaro.
Gabalawa.
No, not Gaba. This guy from the east, this Igbo guy. What's the name?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. It's from Abia State. What's his name?
No. Are you talking of a forward?
No, the left.
Oh, Emmanuel Amunike now.
Amunike.
You're talking about left. Okay, left.
Look, that team is the best. Everyone individually look at them and compare them.
So let me ask Ajali Koka. So if you have to pick the best SI of Nigeria, you're gonna pick that 11 player from that team.
That is my best team.
Let me make it interesting for Balekoko.
That is my best team ever. Individually and as a team.
I get it. Okay, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Let's make it interesting.
Do you know that who is he? Is it not Carter that walk out of I mean when the referee blew against is it in Atlanta or where? When the referee was trying to
the offside that was Argentina now.
Is it offside or the
goal, right?
Was supposed to be penalty that the referee didn't give to them, and that man is it Carter that walk out of the stadium down? No, this is not fair against this Nigerian good player, this Nigerian boy.
Angelica, I don't think we are disputing team, if that's the best team ever Nigeria had. But I'm not going to assign the whole position to them.
Even their position individually compared to others.
Please. When we get to that position, you can always insert that team into each position. So that will work better. So like you get my point. So when we get to that position, if you want to just put all the people from that era in that, it's fine. But just so that we can all agree who is the best. We say like if we can stimulate and have the best. So you said Peter Rufai, Celeste Babayaro, right? But
don't forget that Taribo West played that.
No. That's the next question.
I thought we are going position by position.
And now
next position.
So let's ask you.
Sorry, Babati, but Taribo West played left wing.
We will get there now. We're going there now. So who will be your two defensive player? I have Uche Okechukwu and Taribo West will be my defensive player. What do you guys have?
Taribo West, it was a left
No, it wasn't left though. It was
No, it
center.
wasn't left. He played in the
Center,
middle.
it wasn't
One of the
left.
two
center
center
that was
forward.
being used for no.
Center back.
Wait, no. It was later. Okay, Shuku and Stevie Keshi were our center back.
No, West
The
was
Gentle
center
Giants.
now. When was he left? I never remember him being left player.
I would say West and Keshi was center, Shebi.
Yes, now they were not wingo.
I thought West
I
and
think
Yeah,
Keshi
but
and
see, I
used to be
think
our
it gets
defensive.
mentioned as Samson Siasia.
No, that would be all. That would be midfield now. We're not there yet. We're
still talking about center, but we only have two right now. Two positions
We have
confirmed.
Baba Yamro and the other guy.
So you don't have Uche on your list. Uche Okochukwu?
No,
I
I'll
have
take
Uche
Keshi.
Okochukwu.
I'll
I
take
have
Keshi over
Uche Okochukwu
Uchiku.
on my team, and I have Tariba West. That's
Me, I'll take Taribo and Keshi over Ikechukwu.
Baba Lekoko, who do you have for your
Okay.
for your back? Do you have we know your team, Keshi and who else played in 96? That would be Taribo West, right? Taribo West and
No, I thought it was Okechukwu and Tariba West.
yeah. Keshi was already retired at that point.
Yeah, Keshi was. I think he was injured, so he never really played. He was already on the decline.
No, for me, I'm choosing Keshi over Ikechukwu. I'm choosing Keshi.
Okay, I can see that.
Now here's where it becomes interesting. This is for me the toughest one. Olise or Obi Mikel, defensive midfielder.
Oh man! Oh my God!
Here we go.
Olise was more aggressive. I'm going Olise.
So how many Olise right now we have?
But Mikel Obi was.
No, they play the same position. So
yeah, so who do you think?
I'm going Olise. I feel it was more aggressive.
I don't know. I mean, I like Olise a lot, but I'm going to go with Mikel.
Olise and Mikel, it depends on the way you look at it. Olise play defensive for Chelsea. But when he goes to Super Eagles, not the same thing though.
Overall.
Are you talking about Mikel?
Yeah, Mikel.
Not Mikel and Olise, no, they play the same thing though. But Olise,
both
I
play
like
midfield.
Olise
Now, what are you talking about?
No, they play the same position.
They play defensive midfield now.
I said they don't play. They don't
playing them under.
They don't play
your typical.
But it doesn't matter. Okay, let's just speak. Let's just pick that position. Let's see who win on that number. How many?
Me, I'm going Olise.
So
I'm going with Mikel, but it's very close.
Okay, but
I pick Mikel over Olise. Man, Presley, when you start watching football, Olise, I was only Ajax. I'm using Ajax, yeah.
Mike, they never born you when I start watching soccer.
Guy, come on. Okay, let's move on. I think
Man of Presley, the way they talk, I don't say they don't know football. I will mention Mikel Obi.
I'm gonna go.
Well, that's my opinion. Let majority.
And who else was talking about Okocha being one of the best Nigerian? If I pick my top 11, Okocha won't make it, man. He won't make his top 11. Starting 11.
Mike, we're not there yet now. We're not there yet.
Okay.
No, man, what's his name? Gaston was popping Okocha off earlier. I'm like, the only thing Okocha is known for is just one dribbling skills.
Hold on. Babati,
Okocha cannot help you win games, man.
Babati, you're not giving out the result unless you're writing it down. In each position, you need to say who got the majority.
No. I'm saying they are picking Olise over Mikel, unfortunately.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Go to the next one.
I think this one is a lock. Right will be Finidi George. I don't think anybody on the right side has a better player. If I'm in a 4-4-2 system, Finidi George will be a right winger. I don't see anybody else. Or do you have
I think George.
I think I will go with Finidi George in terms of contemporary and experience. Being that he played in Europe and some other, that's where Ajalikoka, that's where I bought into Ajalikoka point. So I go with Finidi in that.
Let me ask you, Oruma he was midfield too, Shebi?
Yeah, which Oruma was left. So do you go Oruma or Garuba Lawa? What do you have?
Left what?
Left see, because if I'm going to pick Oruma, that means I'm going with
left midfield, central or attacking.
Like a wing.
They Celeste Babayaro make your defense.
Yes. It was our left.
See, Babati, if I'm going to be
I will pick Emmanuel Amunike. If you are talking of a left wing.
Do we agree on that?
No, he's not talking about left wing.
No, left wing. It's left wing.
Lawal and Oruma. I would choose Oruma because I want speed. But if I want to play more of an aerial assault game, I'll probably choose Lawal.
Okay, so okay. Now here's the big question.
No, Babati, you are confusing this thing. No.
Okay.
Are you talking of central midfield?
No, the left midfield side of
left forward.
Left
midfield side of it.
Left midfield.
Left forward. I pick Amunike. Now, how come you forget Amunike?
Okay, so
wait a minute. But Amunike is left wing. We're not talking about left wing.
We are discussing left wing now.
Oh, left wing?
Left midfield, like the left side, your typical 4-4-2 formation. That's what.
So 4-4-2. That's Nigeria's style of play. I'm choosing Oruma over Lawal slightly, because I want the speed.
Mike, who do you have?
Mike, you did it.
4-4-2 use 2 ST.
Yeah, I'm on the phone, guys. I'm on the phone. I'll get back. I'm on the phone with someone. Yeah.
So 4-4-2 use 2 strikers. Right. That is why I'm telling you in our 4-4-2, then Amunike will fall to the right to the left wing. Amunike. Emmanuel Amunike. I can't
forget. Now for your now this is the Wala now.
Because in that typical 4-4-2, that is where you have now Rashidi Yekini and Amokashi now play ST.
Right. So go ahead.
So when you have 4-4-2, you have Rashidi Yekini and
no, don't go there yet now. Don't go to that one yet.
4-4-2 now.
Don't go there yet. This will
position.
No, I'm coming. I'm just analyzing for you because people when you say
don't bust the speaker yet, or don't do that yet now. Just leave that alone. Don't touch offense yet.
Me, I'm still putting Oruma on my left because I want the speed.
So we have one Oruma, one Amunike. And who else do we have?
I've not put mine. I go with Amunike.
So Amunike, I'll go with Amunike too. So I think Amunike wins. Okay, now this is the Wala part. Offensive midfield. Okocha, Siasia. Who else? Who do you have in your offensive?
Okocha, hands down. You're not putting Okocha is there. I need somebody who's going to play, who's going to be a playmaker, and it has to be Okocha.
I go with Okocha.
Hola.
We have plenty number 10. Okocha, of course, I've said my mind from the beginning.
Okay, I'm the Prince Daddy. Go ahead. Is Prince there? Prince is not there. I will go with Siasia personally. That's just me. But Okocha wins. Okay, so who are your top 2 forward?
BT, did you call me?
Yeah, I said who will be your offensive Nigeria all-time offensive midfield player?
Oh, I thought you were ignoring me.
No, I did not ignore you. Come on, I didn't ignore you.
Midfield, JJ Austin Okocha.
Shame on you, man. You're supposed to be on my side, man. Jeez.
So Okocha takes it. Okocha takes it.
Okay, now forward. The top forwards that you have 2. Remember, your top 2 forward cannot be. So they have to be like slightly like an assistant, not to totally complete striker. So you have your number 9 and number 8. So I have my top 2. This is my own. No, my top 2 will be Yekini and Agawa.
Who?
Yekini.
Yeah.
And
who? I will pick Yekini.
Agawa.
I pick Yekini and Victor. Is it Yakubu Ayegbeni? Not even with
that means that goal. I cannot forgive him for that. No, me only forgive for that. I cannot forgive that miss against.
But hold on. Two of them, they can't play. They can't play. Two of them can't play. Now it's not going to work.
You need someone that can. So
no, Baba you said 4-4-2.
4-4-2.
Forget it. Baba you say 4-4-2.
But you can't use such a player. This kind of skill they have to play that position. Okay, go ahead.
No.
That's not going to work.
4-4-2.
Give your own opinion, Master President. Who will be your top 2?
I mean, definitely. What's his name? Yekini definitely my number 1. Undisputable. I don't know about the second person. I have to think. But I'm not gonna put what's his name when he does the system. It's not gonna work.
So your own team is missing the one player up front. You don't.
Yeah. I have to think. I have to get, get my memory back.
Who do you have, Daddy? Who do you have up front? Your top two up front. Yakini and who?
Yakini. Ahawa is good too. I think I'll go with
you know what? Kanu would be a perfect number 2 up front for Yakini.
But Kanu they never really play well for Nigeria.
But I would take Agawa because I want to speak. Because
Kanu really play well for Nigeria.
No, Kanu play.
Kanu that won the gold, the Olympic gold.
But
the one that captain the Olympic gold
for Nigeria.
But does Kanu have stamina on international level for us as opposed to Agawa? Let's ask that question.
That one.
Okay, what type of
for international level with this team we've created? Is Kanu going to fit well on international level when we're playing the likes of a Brazil, of a Netherlands, of Italy?
So
as at that time.
Okay, guys, no be Brazil. Kanu finish in Atlanta.
Well, if I have to go, I will go with Omokachi in that position. Then
Omokachi and Yakini.
Yes.
One thing about Kanu is that guy get brain. If now only people like Kanu fee cause us to defeat at like the Brazil in that Atlanta.
So what do you have?
No, I agree with you, but I don't know. He doesn't really show it. It doesn't really perform to his talent when it comes to Nigeria. I mean, that's my personal opinion.
What of Kanu or Ikpeba? Who will you guys choose?
Yeah,
Kanu all day. Kanu all century.
Ikpeba.
I know that Ikpeba was named Prince of Monaco, but then how can we compare Kanu and Victor Ikpeba?
That was your pick now.
For this team, no, but we're talking for the team. This team that we just created.
For a team, Ola, you didn't give us your top 2 now.
You know what? I think I forgotten about Ikpeba. I think him and I think I will put him over there.
Because think about it, Ikpeba and Yakini together.
Yeah, that would be my choice too. I've forgotten about him.
Oh, but this guy now, Martins, we forgot Martins. We didn't even mention about Martins.
I mean, you can't compare Obafemi Martin, in terms of in African space. You can't compare Obafemi Martin and Yakini.
Yakini is way better than Obafemi to me.
So sorry, Olawood. So who did you pick for your top 2 up front?
I don't talk. Say I will pick.
Kanu.
No, for forward. No, Kanu is not a typical forward.
But it's a support now. You need supporting striker, not necessarily like a dominant number 9. They can support your number 9, but can also
support number 9. Yeah, I will pick Kanu over. I will pick Kanu over anybody because.
So Kanu and Yakini, are we?
No, I will. Yeah, Kanu and Yakini. Yeah.
But
share the ball with Yakini.
Sorry, Gospel. We missed your midfield. We didn't get your midfield take now. I think you dropped off for a second. So who do you have in your midfield?
Midfield.
Yeah.
So just name. So I will pick one.
So like they have a coach. Your offensive midfield, Okocha, Siasia. Who else? Was it no, not Oruma, of course, he's more left. But for offensive midfield, Okocha or Siasia?
Yeah, because it was between Oruma and Lawal for the left.
For the left, yes.
Yeah, you see, both of them are very, very good. But I would pick Okocha because Okocha threatened the the defense with his dribbling. Yeah, but Siasia is a very aggressive player. He can score the goals anytime when he get the opportunity. But Okocha he knows how to threaten them, dribble, and make fun of them. You know.
And the right side, we all chose Finidi George on the right side of nobody agreed.
No, that one. I suggested that earlier. So Finidi is number 1, whether we like it or not.
But wait,
the reason why I picked
the what?
The bench. Are we choosing our bench or no bench?
That one, You
No,
know,
I think we need to
that one
stop
is
at
more of
the
okay.
best SI. The best
Okay,
SI is Nicky
can we
Good.
do the
What of the coach? Who is
who's
coaching this?
the coach?
Oh no, come on now, that's undisputed. You
West
can't
Alpha.
even.
Who are you guys choosing as the coach?
West Alpha or who to go?
Or Bonfrey?
Go to Keshi was
No,
good.
Kesh is on the team. Kesh is already
Bonfrey
playing.
Joe.
Is it Bonfrey Joe or West Ham? Who are you guys
Bonfrey
choosing?
Joe. How can somebody's name be Bonfrey Joe? we have taken so much nonsense in that country.
You know,
and that's
okay,
our coach.
So let's do say topic. So who is the greatest Nigerian team ever? You have the 80s. Back then it was called the Green Eagles, not Super Eagles. So the 80s Green Eagles that won the Nations Cup, 94 that went to the World Cup, 96 that won Olympics, or 13 that won Nations Cup. So who do you have as your greatest Nigerian team ever?
Olympics, 96.
80 was good. 80 was loaded.
Oh yes,
that 96 team showed the international world what Nigeria could do.
I think we were even ranked top 10 back then, Abi. We were like top 10 in the world at that time.
Yeah, that was the first time we were top 10. I beat number 8. We were number 8.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I thought we went further than. Or let's say, okay. I thought it. Okay,
No,
maybe
we
you're
were
right. I thought we were
number
number 4. Okay,
8.
okay.
I don't think we were 4. I think we were 8 that year. But still, it showed the whole world that Nigeria
the Okosha Rashidi Yekini Finidi, that is the greatest team ever in Nigeria. And they are greatest because they took Nigeria to international to the World Cup,
right.
and they I mean in the world soccer they were able to register Nigerian name that we are a force to reckon with.
But you know, Babaleko, they built team chemistry from 94. Back in the days, you play for 17, then you move up. There was a ranking that you grew with the team. Now we only wait for them to become big in Europe before we call them to come and play for Nigeria. Before they grew up through the ranks. Kano played in the under 17, right? So they will come up to so they've been playing together for so long, so they had that team chemistry. I think we don't have that anymore. We don't have that.
So, Babati, with what you just said, now how is it possible that a coach, you've been grooming your boys since under 17? Now this guy just came in from UK, just came in from France, just came in from Italy, and he's a star over there. How do you get him, one, to humble himself, two, to play in the system that you've been doing for your
somebody just won this? Somebody just won this Scudetto, the best player in Italy. Let's say a guy go and say for where. How you want to do that?
How you control him? You see the problem?
Who is Babati talking about?
Imagine if you raise your team under 17 Nigeria squad, you are the coach of Nigeria, you've been training them. Now is their World Cup level ready. You are bringing in players from France, Italy, and UK, top players there in those countries. Number one, how will you, one, get them to play in your system? Two, how will you bring their ego down to the point that they can listen to you as a coach?
Okay, I think in this new age where we have right now, it's different like before when we have an amateur. This is a professional level right now. I mean, you know, you have to find a way for you to adopt a system that is playable by any, regardless of what league you play, in the world. So that's the only way it's going to work. It's not like before where people play amateur. You have your local league and everybody. You groom them, you calm them for about a month. They get to, they go to familiarize themselves with each other. That doesn't happen anymore. You have to create a system that is sustainable. When you come, the foreign players, regardless of where you play, they can adopt. That's the only way that's going to stop Nigeria.
Are we going to talk about football all night?
No. Do you know how bad it is?
Mike, go sit down, Joe.
Mike, don't you get tired of politics?
Thank you, I beg. Mike, go sit down. Please,
maybe some ladies have been trying to call on the show. You guys are talking football. You think any woman? No more women typing comments.
Mike, if the
women typing comments earlier.
Mike, if the woman, stop it.
you will see that the panelists and the chat section, they are enjoying it. So, but if the thing is boring to them, you will see they will complain. So it will take that thing away from them.
I say there's no.
I say, please don't answer Mike. Now, so Mike Sabi. Please, I beg. Men, I ignore Mike. Mike likes to derail and dabaro things. Please, let's get back to about systems, please.
Now, see, Mike.
Yeah, baseball.
Mike,
Maybe the
Mike,
Boston Cubs.
You know, back in the day, they used to mix the local based with the foreign based. But the level right now, I don't even think they would dare do that anymore because of the ego they have now. You dare not put a Boniface or Sime with one guy that plays for Bobby United. I don't think they even show up. I'm being honest. The ego is out of control. You think we can hide ego? This was a crazy ego. So this guy that we have this guy now, Finidi George. He doesn't have the personality to handle these people. I don't see him as a Nigerian.
You can't play on this player and you lose. Your career.
But I think what's happening is that our professional league, the so-called professional league, they are not viable anymore. It's just a routine, it's just a place for them to groom them to go to the next level.
No. That you said Finidi George cannot handle them. We know we have to.
I don't think so. Am I wrong, no. Ola? Am I wrong to say that?
I got your point, but let's see. Only we didn't handle them, right?
How did he handle them? That wasn't that a terrible mistake in O2. You know what happened, right? With Onik Bidia and the boys. He was bringing this guy that was playing.
So then, Babati, what is your solution? Because then, how do you now bridge the gap between local?
Let me even tell Babati something. If you have listened to Onik Bidia's interview before, he has his own way of doing his things. The failure in 2002, you can't blame him totally for that because it was
how many players made that team that was supposed to be there? The guy from Ibadan was supposed to be that team. Because he was his boy now.
Okay. Right, look at even when he was coaching the junior team self, you understand they wanted to impose. If you've ever read or listened to this man before, they never even wanted him to come near the national team at all. It was just because the person that was supposed to be the minister there, was it the minister of NFL Shaman then? It was on holiday. That was when they interviewed, and where he was the only one that was able to present something serious. And at the end of the day, the guy when he came, the guy that was the minister then, when he came back, the NFL Shaman, he tried to dabaru things, but at the end of the day, he was unable to succeed. So what Onik Bide used to do, look at all those junior teams that he trained. He said he's a person that normally picked them like 2 years ahead and trained them. That was why his junior team was able to destabilize, was able to perform the way they were performing. But on those Super Eagles that we were talking about, that thing is just a fire brigade approach. And not only that, and all those NFL now, they will make sure they frustrate the local coaches so that they can bring their own foreign people.
But that's my point.
So then, what is the solution? So what is, because my thing is this is the problem. How do we solve this problem of when you bring in foreign stars with the ego?
Let me tell you how. You must bring in a world-class coach that they can actually respect.
That means a foreign coach
in Europe.
That means a foreign coach.
That because you are using foreign players now.
The local coach that will be able to do this.
Tell me the one that have been successful that coach Nigeria. They're doing that. They are ex-players that have foreign experience.
The last coach that was able was Keshi Ehe. May he rest in peace.
They are respected now. The players respect them. So you must bring in someone that they can respect, that plays abroad.
So you are saying that we need to bring in some of these old Super Eagles who have the respect. Look at
the guy that is coaching Liverpool. They are all former players now. So when they speak, the players know that they know their story, they know their history.
So you think that if somebody like Kanu or Kotra was brought in for the coaching staff of Nigeria's foreign team, it would have an impact better than
Finidi is also that, but his personality is is the way it comes across. Maybe it's just me. It doesn't have that it factor where when he speaks, you can actually believe what he's saying, and I don't buy what he's selling.
Hey, Baba T, you see where I'm coming from? That's my fear about that respect. But Finidi, I mean, we don't know what he's capable or not, whether he's going to earn that respect. But judging by his personality, I'm a proponent of indigenous coach. Believe me, okay, I'm a proponent. But it has to be the right one.
You know, it's not being paid salary, right? It's being paid based on performance, and he accepted.
No, I thought he has like I think a year. He has a year contract.
No, based on performance.
Are you sure?
Okay,
I thought they just give him 1 year right now, and there's some incentive that come with it.
So he has no say. That's my point. Like he doesn't have any to buy anything. He will do whatever they want to keep the job.
So Babati, look at this way. Going back again to the problem, if we don't have a system in place, because we don't have a local system, that our local talent is almost at the same level as the foreign talent, is very difficult, because whether you put Finidi there or whoever you put, now he's only there, like you said, 1 year, so he has pressure on him to perform, which most likely he's not going to, because he doesn't have a system. So now he'll bring in these foreign guys. They don't really play together long term to develop, that instinct where they trust each other, and they're not going to perform. So I think, as I've always said, I criticize us Nigerians. We say stupid things like, last, we know they carry last, pata na draw. Sometimes.
No. I completely agree with the speaker. The system is the problem.
Let me just say this. I've always said this to us Nigerians. Sometimes it's good for us to carry last, so you know where you stand. This hook by crook, we must not carry last, is what is killing us. Let's carry last. Let's see where we stand, and we can fix from there. We can build the system from there.
Why are we going to carry last? Why must we carry last?
If you don't carry last, you never know where you stand. Cheating is not.
Guys, the mob. Listen, your coach is drive Honda. The players they drive you.
If
Nigeria carry last, man, they might stay last for a while.
And people are saying people will not respect Finidi, and someone is saying this thing.
That's one thing I noticed about Nigeria. Once they regress, someone will stay there for a while.
Finidi was once ranked the best winger in the world. Finidi won 1994. This thing.
It was him and Figo. Now back then, it was him and Figo were like the top two back then. Figo and guys.
But Finidi was ranked as the best then, as the best winger in the world. Then it was after that Tijani Babangida now went to the same area that they rank him as the fastest winger in the world too. So those are our wingers. So what respect are we even talking about? So,
but sir, if you don't give Finidi a system, look, what I'm saying is,
my goodness, this is your system we are talking about. I'm a Chelsea fan. I'm not a Pep Guardiola.
Why are you disagreeing with him? I mean, the system.
The only system I know is the system that wins. I do all those systems, do this, pass, like I don't care.
No, what I mean,
the system that wins is the system. I don't care.
Okay, let me tell you what I mean. I agree with you. The results are what matters, but results from cheating is not a good thing. However, what I'm saying is, if you in programming, I'm not a computer programmer, but I know they have something called GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. If I let me bring any coach. If I don't have something to pull from, if I don't have a well to pull from, eventually I'm going to have to bleed a stone. So what I'm saying is that if we have a system, a talent pool, starting from young, that we can pull from Nigeria, and their skill level, their training. I was just asking all of us on this panel, why is it that African footballers, when they play, whether it's local or international, is always muscle, power, aggression. It's never intellect. It's never strategy. I asked this question, sir.
Okay.
Sir, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this question, sir. If you don't mind. Okay, wait, sir. Let me ask you this question.
I want that you will say it's power and no brain.
Wait now,
when
sir.
That guy long pass, the way it set up the attack.
I didn't say all of them. I didn't say. Wait, sir. Let me ask you a question. Again, I'm not saying every African plays like this. For example, I just said we will all watch Messi dribble an entire team, and at the last play, pass the ball for somebody else to score. That is not the typical African Nigerian way of football. So I'm asking, what are we training? One, do we have a pool of resources that our youth are being trained from the ground? And even if we have that, the youth in Nigeria, next time we all go to Nigeria, just walk to any of those fields. Watch how I'm watching the way these kids are playing football. I'm sitting there scratching my head like, these children are not using intelligence to play.
Mindset. This thing is just a mindset. Okay. Let me tell you one thing. You can't just be defeating your opponent just by just going out saying you just go and play and you are not arranged. It's not always true. Because we don't understand how they play does not mean that they don't have a system. That's what I'm talking about. It's a mindset. But
that's why I'm challenging us to get a system now.
No, you've already made up your mind that we don't have a system. But if you talk to this coaching crew, they will tell you how they read the opponent and they are playing. Because we are saying they don't have a system. Okay, we heard that Mama Damolongo was shouting now. See why for me. You understand? Now you don't have a system, and from the defensive midfield, Sunday Olise will be seeing Rashidi Yekini from up. I will pass ball. So we don't have a system.
I'm talking of today. I'm talking of then. I'm talking of today.
Ola, if somebody asks you right now, I mean, how would you say Nigeria, Nigeria as a country, I mean, the Green Eagles, what do they play? What kind of style of play? For let's just incorporate that into the system. What kind of football do they play?
Okay,
you can't tell.
Man of prestige. If they don't tell you, sometimes you don't know. Okay, like Tuchel. When Tuchel came to Chelsea, he said, "Okay, I will make Chelsea a team that other team we hate to play against." That time, I never knew something about get pressing.
You guys know Nigeria is playing South Africa today, right?
I don't know.
What time is it? I guess it's
World Cup qualifier. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be played at 3 o'clock. What time is it right now? Over here it's about 11 something. So
and
it's
not all of them, I'm hearing how they are all coming to camp late.
And Mike, they've been talking of soccer. The great soccer analysts, yes, they don't know that Nigeria is playing.
No. I don't say that. I know. I followed Nigerian soccer a lot. I know what transpires. I know Ademola Lookman is the last to come in, and I follow all this. Hold on. Iwobi was on vacation instead of coming to the camp. So for me, you can't put everybody in the same basket.
Let me apologize.
Wait, let me ask you something because he responded. So let me ask you quickly. When was the last time any of us went to any local field in Nigeria and watched those young boys play football? Are you telling me that you that is a Chelsea fan, if you go to UK, wherever in UK, I've never been to UK, and you watch the way the young children, I watch some of them on YouTube, the way they play football in UK, this is ordinary UK, compared to what I see on the streets of Nigeria, I'm telling you, there's a world of difference. And that is my problem.
Can I make one point?
You see why you cannot do comparison now because I go to pitch regularly.
Can you just indulge me? Let me make one point, please.
Okay.
Go. I take what I said back about the goalkeeper. I will pick best Ogedengbe as my goalkeeper, not Peter Rufai. So I just wanted to say 1980.
Ogedengbe did not go to World Cup now.
No. But that 1980 team was.
We didn't pick Rufai.
Oh no. Okay, but even that I would see. But to me, the 1980 team was better. We had Lawal. That's you, Lawal. You have
but
you
hold on.
They don't have international experience. So I mean, you can't make that comparison is not gonna work.
They won the Nations Cup now. So
but come on now.
Hold on.
I don't know. Football has
Ogedengbe won the Nation Cup too. So, but what? I mean, sorry, I said Rufai. Do you know that it's Rufai that saved us to go to World Cup?
And what happened during the time we played Denmark? Just dropping the ball every 5 minutes.
When you have a porous defense,
you can't hold the ball.
But Rufai was good. He's my second best. He's my second best.
If you can remember, we had one goalkeeper then. You know, it looked like.
Those Joseph, that the back It was supposed to be those Joseph was our best though. But
Yes, we had one goalkeeper that was fumbling. I think the coach, what's the name of that coach? That Dutch coach.
Bonfrejo.
Was it
Is it Bonfrejo or this boss?
Westerhoff?
Westerhoff. He was discriminating against Rufai. He didn't want Rufai in the team. And the one they had, the keeper that he had, that one was just
Dosu, that was Dosu now.
It was a Dosu. And the whole of Nigeria were shouting, bring Ogedegbe, bring Rufai. And then when Rufai came.
You are missing it up. Oh. That was Dosu was for the junior, for under 23.
I think he got promoted to.
It was supposed to play, but he had that car accident that they broke his back.
But Frejo left after 94. But Frejo, I know Westerhoff left after 94.
He left after 94.
Africa AFCON.
But Babati, once again.
No, it's Westerhoff that took us to World Cup now.
And Westerhoff took us to World Cup.
That was in 94.
Before I understand what Ajaneko is talking about. I know this. I know what Agboni basket. So
maybe I can't even one Joro goalkeeper like this.
I think it's Agboni basket now. Agboni basket.
And the whole country was shouting. Everybody was wearing Rufai, bring Rufai. And when he had Rufai, we were able to stabilize that team. It was able to, save some goals and,
but gentlemen, we're talking of global pass. What do we have? Like, I'm asking everybody again today. Nobody's answering me. Please, when you land in Nigeria, whether Abuja or Murtala Mohammed Airport, when you go to the local pitch, sometimes when you're leaving Murtala, you can see some of those boys playing on the field there. Watch how they play football.
No,
and
it's not.
Well, I can't comment. I never watch them. I don't even watch Nigeria.
No, it's right though. Our young boys are very good.
So
young boys are very good.
You are making a mistake. Hold on. Let me respond to your question. You asked the question. Let me respond to your question. Even if they play, you don't play. I think the point you're making that they don't play shoulder up. They play neck down. Even if they play that way, once they take them to Europe or whatever, before they even played for Nigeria,
exactly.
they've already gone to training and they've gone to academy and everything to fix all those deficiencies. So for them to even make the national team, so if you say, okay, we want local based players, if you should play for Nigeria and you play for Enyimba, once you play for Nigeria in Olympics or you play for Nigeria in AFCON, one team in Europe will find you and pick you up on that. So you become what? Foreign player.
That's
so
okay. Ronaldo was a foreign player, but when he played for Brazil, he was a star. My point is simple.
That is Brazil now. Nigeria.
I know, my point is, but Babati, my point is
Brazil. You can't compare Brazil academy to Nigeria now. Come on.
That's my point. Now we can't keep saying we can't compare. Because is the country where we say we know they carry last. Draw. I'm confused once again. I watch these boys. Sometimes if I go and barb my hair, I watch these boys play football. You see one will dribble. People will be open. For him to pass, he'll not pass. He'll shoot one stupid shot there that doesn't even make sense. It's like
where's the coach? Where's the coach? To bench him.
Okay, now that's my point. The children in Nigeria, the way they are playing football. Go ahead.
You might play football in college. If we run a play, it's American football. But if you run a play and if you keep making the same mistake, they will bench you and put somebody else there. They don't care if it's the star player of the team. If it's the star player of the team and you make a mistake, they will openly embarrass you during video tips session. They don't give a shit if you don't do your job.
Okay, look at the comment. This guy just said Nigeria football, the children are playing gidigbo. Seriously.
It's monkey post now. It's monkey post.
But hey, Babati and the fellow, you know what I noticed in Nigeria, the president, the contemporary Nigeria right now, is that the organization, we pretty much dismantled the organization. Look at from beginning, they used to be principal corp and everything. I mean, those kind of organizations, you have some academy right now. I mean, it's for you to get into that academy is who you know. So that's where there's no grassroots organization. That is the function we are having. But we are producing some international. I think we probably have the best African collection of players. But is that going to translate to winning African Cup of Nations? Maybe, maybe not. But that, you know,
let me ask you the question. You said don't compare Brazil. Should Brazil, they have what they call football, where they play one small like basketball court thing and they just dribble all day. That translates over to the field. Of course, they have to learn, techniques. They have to learn
Can
all
I come in here?
but don't you
Can
think
I,
that's because lack of originality? Is that not what we are lacking?
yeah, can I come in here, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Remy.
go ahead.
Okay, I've been listening. Good morning, everyone. I've been listening to you for a long time now about these Super Eagles. I will break my point into three. I will start from the coaching, and then the footballers, and then the administration. So I'll start from the coaching. The new coach you appointed is, if I may say it, he has seen it all. He has played in Super League in England, in Holland, and he has won the highest laurel, including in African setting. He's one of the best winger. Was voted as one of the best winger during his time. He has a good coaching. What do you call it? He has the certificate, FIFA recognized certificate, and he has coached Eyimba to win the local league. He's a good coach technically, and I think luckily for him, he also supported himself with his own assistant because he was given the opportunity to choose his own assistant. Contrary to what you said, he signed a 2 years contract, and he was given a G-Wagon, but I don't know exactly how much the NFA is going to be paying him.
Are you talking about Finidi?
Yes, he signed a 2 years contract, and they did not give him any condition whether to qualify for the World Cup or not. But as you know, they know what they are doing. If he does not qualify for the World Cup, they will boot him out. Even if he lose some of these matches, they will boot him out also. So this is when you talk about coach knew that he can be appointed to.
How do you feel about him as a coach, Remy? How do you feel about him?
Yeah, the problem I have with him is that he is good. But when you look at his personality, he looks like a man, like somebody that just don't have that aura. Okay.
Commanding presence is lacking.
He doesn't have the
articulation. That does
articulation.
not really matter in football because sometimes some people are quiet, but they know how to motivate their player in the dressing room. They have a very good tactical approach to a game. So you cannot fault him. He has proven himself to be a good coach by winning.
But what I heard, Remy, what I heard was that it was Posero that recommended him.
No. That it is not even Pesero.
No,
the
because
reason why they chose him, the major reason why they chose him is that he has been Posero assistant for about 36 months or something like that. For the last 2 or 3 years, they appointed the coach, and they want continuity. And from what we also gathered, the footballers, the Super Eagles player, they also respected him. So the NFA think that they want continuity. So instead of picking Amunike, so they went ahead with him, being that he has been with the boys since for a long time.
Remy, were you surprised that he did not keep Amokachi and Amunike as his assistants?
No, the reason why they will not pick Amunike is because Amunike does not have
no. I mean, like Finidi not picking them as his assistant.
Of course, he picked Amokachi, but Amunike was.
Oh, he did. No, he did. No, I don't think so. He did not. He did not pick Amokachi.
No. I'm telling you the truth. Amokachi he picked Amokachi.
Okay.
Yeah, he did pick Amokachi, but I thought they said Amokachi has left. The latest information I had yesterday.
No. I don't know what's wrong with him, but it's not at the Super Eagles camp right now as we are talking now. Maybe it's due to health reason or whatever. But we shall see today. Okay, that is so. The problem about us is that because we have not seen him, it's not like a forceful coach or something like that. This is the kind of coach we shall see his game plan today. Okay, as from today, we try to judge him. But whether he fits the position as a local coach for Super Eagles, I think he's right up there. The players, we also respected him, being a footballer that has played at the highest team, professional league, and if you look at his attitude, even throughout when he's playing, he's a kind of a shy guy or something like that. But in terms of whether the players will respect him, they will fully respect him. How many of them have won the Champions League?
I mean, does he have the balls to bench Victor Osimhen? Because
yes, he has the ball. He has the ball to bench him.
I'm sorry. I know we like Victor Osimhen, but he's not.
Remy, has he demonstrated that? That's my fear.
No, Osimhen is a very humble guy. You know that. He's a very humble guy.
We cannot judge
I know that, but like they keep forcing him to I know, but the coach has said, listen, you're not doing well. Keep is doing well.
No, I think he has changed the formation of Nigeria to 4-3 already.
But another thing you have to understand, most of these players are not typical Nigeria boys with that Nigeria mentality. Most of them are like European based, so they don't understand how to respect coach and those things.
Okay,
They don't have that Nigerian mentality like Onyema, we said Onyema, all those guys. Toma Kifun coach.
You know what happened in the Olise days now? They were foreign based, but they still had attitude too now. Even
Who? Like who? Give me an example.
Remember? No.
Well, maybe Ustaze is the only one. Who else?
No. Remember, but that has to do with
Remy, hold on. Now you continue. Now you still have the floor. Just let us at least just clear something real quick.
That revolved around payment of funds. You know, okay, like the occasion where I'm not coming to play if you don't pay, or they were missing.
No. We are not talking about foreign base, meaning that they play foreign. I'm talking about they grew up, they spend their youth in those foreign countries, and they've seen how players, they've gone through the education system and the academy, and also maybe they went there young and they saw how they behave professionally in Europe. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Nigeria guys that grew up in Nigeria and then now went to Europe to play, because those guys, they have that Nigerian mentality, that mentality of attitude.
So, Mike, how do we stop that mentality? How?
This generation are kind of different now. This generation of Nigeria are a little bit. They're not like that. But
let's talk about.
Let me continue. We know you like to have your floor. Continue.
Because I don't want interjection, I just want to quickly, like 2 or 3 minutes, and then you guys will go back to the normal something. When we talk about the players, first and foremost, Mike, you are right. We have a mixture of more foreign-based players, or maybe foreign-born players, and then we have just a little of home-based players. When you calculate how many home-based players are in the team now, for this match we want to play, they are just like 3 or 4, maybe 3, I think so. And some of them that have been playing in Nigeria went abroad, they cannot be more than 2 or 3 also. The rest, maybe 2 to 10. Then the rest are probably born and grew up in Europe or wherever they are. So first and foremost, there is professionalism. Everybody knows that if you are playing for a national team, it is good for you. It puts you in the limelight all over the world. So as a professional player, you want your career to continue to develop. This is, we have gone from the era of keeping the players or keeping a team for 2 years. There's no time like that, because most of the players, once they go abroad, they have a competitive league and they need to be on top of their game, or to be informed, to continue to play week in, week out. So if you are not playing very well, you are downgrading yourself. So professionalism is more there now. So the problem with our team, to me, is that we don't have a creative midfielder. That is one, a good creative midfielder, central midfield. And the secondly, we are not playing to our depth. Since we hire Gerard Roa and this Pesero, it's like they are a form of a defensive coach. And that's Dabaru, our tactical play, the way we used to play. So under Westerhoff. So, but now Finidi have changed it back to 4-3-3, and I think he can also play like 4-4-2 with 4 midfielders and 2 strikers. Unfortunately, Osimhen is injured. I would have loved a situation whereby he play Osimhen and Boniface together. Because when you play too tall.
No, Remy, that's not workable. Let me interject. That's not possible. You can't play them.
Let me finish so that you can. So I'm just trying to say my analysis. When you play 2 tall striker and aggressive player together in Africa, it's a good thing for your team. And both of these players, they are hungry. The only thing you need to do is to play a 4-4-2 with a 4 midfielder, so that one of the midfielder can be covering for them when they go on this attacking formation. So as you can see, Osimhen always likes to drift to the right. When he drifts to the right, then we can have a very good creative midfielder that will come into the middle. And Boniface can also be in the middle, and where we have a very good winger that can also strike from the left flank. So if I am a coach, if I play both of them together, once Boniface drifts to the left, then a creative midfielder will go straight in the middle, and then you can play. You can play.
But we know Smith is not playing today, right? You know that.
No, I know. I said it's not playing today, but because it's not playing today, Nigeria also has a wonderful striker. You guys just don't know the name Murphy. This is a very good striker.
No, Murphy, I'm sorry, man. When they play Murphy in the Nations Cup, the guy, there was a big difference between him and Osimhen.
Mike Murphy is good. He played for League
But
One.
I know, but it's not. It's not. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's not. Hold on, now. But it's not on Osimhen's level. That's what I'm trying. It's not close to Osimhen's
Yeah, you
level.
are right. You are right. That is exactly what is going on because Osimhen is there. So sometimes you don't see all those other strikers. So I think today maybe it's going to be pairing with the other Victor. So if we can get a very good creative midfielder, there's a guy they call him is Bashir or something like that. It's good, but I don't think he will play today. I think they would prefer Alex Iwobi to be roaming from that creative midfield position. The problem I have with Iwobi is that he does not put a little touch of aggressiveness in his game. So he's good sometimes, but sometimes, and he's not consistent sometimes. But that is the choice we have. We have to play him because he also creates a lot of chance for this striker to go. So I even like that Osimhen is injured so that we can see what Boniface can do. Because Osimhen also wastes a lot of glaring opportunities sometimes when he plays for Nigerian national team. I don't know why. So we have this what happened to these Eagles in terms of our defense. We don't have a problem in defense. Our central defense are good. Even without Ekong, Omero can step in and pair this semi in the central defense.
Emery is not in the team too. He's injured
If
too.
Omero is not in the team, then we have Kevin Bassey can also pair with because Kevin Bassey can also play as a central defense in the central defense. So we don't have trouble in the defense. And then we have Ndidi and Frank. So I don't know how he's going to use them. These are holding midfielders. So he can, I don't know, at least he can, maybe one of them will play or two of them will play. So we don't have problem in the defense. And both of our right fullback and left fullback, unfortunately, all I know is injured. But I think we also have another player that can play that area very well. So let me go to the NFF itself. Unfortunately, since FIFA said government should not interfere in football again, our NFF is broke. These are set of people that they don't have real plan. And as we know with Nigerian politics, there is a lot of politics going on in NFF. So they need to source for fund to pay for their local coaches. And if Sugar Eagles is not playing very well, I don't think they will get a sponsor that will pay them that kind of money so that they can pay the world-class coach. I totally support that. If we want our team to turn around, it's either we look for a first-class coach and pay the money, or alternative, we close our eyes and say, okay, we want to experiment for 2 years. Get another coach. That okay, even if you don't qualify for World Cup or Nations Cup, we are building another team entirely. Then finally, about the Nigerian player playing in the street. The major problem of our Nigerian player is that the technical in-depth or input. Most of our African players, they are not good technically. They might be good in dribbling or maybe in physicality, but in terms of the technical aspect, like holding the ball, score the goal where I should supposed to score the goal, pass the ball where I should supposed to open up the game, they are not good at that because we don't have all this academy.
But Remy, not to cut you quickly, I just want to highlight what you just said. You can see the Ojoro, when I call this out, Nigerians will be fighting me. FIFA will tell you that government should not be involved in football. FIFA will not tell you that many of these stadiums, not all, but many of the stadiums in Europe and America are subsidized through municipal bonds. They're subsidized through their local governments, right? That is one. That is government involvement. Then also they know that the countries that are in the so-called global West have large commercial activity, so they can easily get sponsorship. Which Nigerian company, other than Dangote and the couple of them that are on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, can really sponsor the development of local football on a large scale?
Actually, we are the one that is killing our country by ourselves. Nigeria is big enough. I remember when I was growing up, I used to save my money to go and watch Rangers, Bender Insurance at the Liberty Stadium.
And what happened to them?
You see old people. You see old people. You see them. Ajale people. You see old people now.
Okay, and what happened to that?
What do you mean? You don't watch. What do you mean? You don't watch the league?
Remy will say it's not old.
No, wait, Mr. Remy, what happened to that?
I'll let you go. She was
Wait, Remy, what happened? I'm glad you mentioned we had Rangers, we had Eimba, we had Port Harcourt, this team, we had all these teams. Just had their own team. What happened?
I will tell you what happened. That time,
Okay,
the
tell us.
Nigeria economy was okay, at least probably not very bad, because I used to follow my brothers and the rest. So sometimes they will pay my ticket. Sometimes they will just carry me inside one way or the other. So the economy was good, but after so many years, we all know the mess we find ourselves. And if your country is in a mess, you don't expect like all business or all industry or whatever.
Please mute your mic. Please mute your mic. Whoever that is, please mute your mic.
So it
So,
affects
somebody please mute your
every
mic.
aspect of our life. So that's what happened. But recently, for the last
Mike,
Okay, Remy. I think that's part of the thing that happened. 1 second.
You call me.
Mike, please mute your mic. Mute your mic, I beg.
Oh, were you hearing what I was saying?
No, you were eating something or something. It was just crunching. Please mute your mic.
Oh, okay. I thought you guys were hearing what I was saying.
Okay, gas them up. Gas them up.
Remy didn't get to
finish.
Just a minute, Prince Daddy, you talk. Gazemo, let me just add something to what you just said the other time, and Remy hear this too. You know why FIFA can mess up with Nigeria anyhow? It's just because, like Riley said, number one, they don't consider the benefit they are getting from us to be so much. See, look at the issue of EPA now, some EPA team versus Man City now. If the United Kingdom government, if the UK government tries to intervene tomorrow, I'm telling you, FIFA could do FIFA no go talk. Because if the entire United Kingdom FA pull out of FIFA as an association, my goodness, they will shake. You know, if we get to a state where we say that, to the point that even they can find a way that even the industries, the businesses in their country will never sponsor FIFA. But if not Nigeria now, because they don't say too many teams, too plenty, then go the shakararos. You understand? Life is not fair. Life is not fair. That's what I just wanted to add. Thank you, Prince Daddy.
That's true,
thanks a
Ola.
lot.
I mean, it's just like
I was gonna
United
make
Nations, where you have that 15 member controlling. They pay most of the due. So that's what's applicable in FIFA too. If you have to use that,
yeah,
correlation. Yeah, that's
But
it's
that's what I'm
unfair.
saying.
I was gonna
Because
make
of
a
these
point that
losses,
we don't. Can I chip in now? Who's talking?
No, go ahead,
Prince
bro.
Daddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say we Africans or Nigerians, we don't understand the business of sports or sports business. We don't understand it at all. We don't have a clue. Yeah, we don't know how it works. Gatsma was alluding to it earlier about how this private sports teams get a lot of funding from their state or city that they reside or operate, and they get a lot of money. I mean, you've heard about $500 million being given to private sports team to build facility. Of course, that's what you call it, a benefit to the city. They're going to make a lot of money too, create jobs. They think about jobs, how much job this sports team is going to create, and auxiliary business and whatnot. We don't think in that direction up to today. Back then, when they have these local clubs, Iwanyangu and what's called Abiola's team and all this other. Back then, it was good, but it all went down the drain because there was no investment. We don't. We treat our players. If you look at our football players, football players, they're like our crude oil, our natural resources. We don't do nothing with them. Though we take credit for them. You guys were talking earlier that all the players on the national team, they seem to be like foreign based or trained. Where's our local players? We don't have our local players. Are you telling me we don't have enough talent? Of course, we have plenty of talent, talent left and right. But that thing about building, we don't know how to do it. We don't know how to do it. We still like the white man's ice better than ours. We think this is always better. And that's one thing
Good morning.
I've said it that look, once I said it before. If you look at any country, if the success of any country, look at their sports industry, or if any country wants to succeed, look at how much they spend or invest in sports and
Who allowed
facility.
Simba on the platform tonight, please, by the way? Who allowed them to come up?
Maybe Mike. Mike, you have the admin control.
We should ban Simba tonight just to give him a break.
Gazelle, don't worry. You know,
No,
You don't understand the politics. You don't understand the politics. Don't mind them.
Politics of two doctors. Doctors, they play themselves politics too. So,
No, see, no, me, I know the politics. They've done it to me before. So that's why I always tell everybody, we'll come on these platforms and cry about Nigerian government, but we do the biggest partiality. We will cry, hey, Nigerian government is wicked, but we do partiality all day amongst ourselves.
It's a joke. I think you're missing the point. But
no, it's a joke. That's what I'm saying.
Joking now.
So they are just joking. So politics between two doctors. You understand? One doctor, you know, the two of them, especially the one in America, you know, that one multi-million in dollar. But this guy with this Simba where they now, he get for pants, he get for shariat, he get for everything. That is why he thinks that every Nigerian is a lazy man. That's why they are not as rich as him. But he doesn't know that the type of his brain. Nobody, it's not everybody that has the type of his brain.
It's sport that we are talking about this morning, Ola, please.
But
I'm exposing you. You have to say to me so that I won't be exposing you more.
You know, what you said yesterday, I'm going to give you your reply. Don't worry.
I apologize for interrupting.
So, Simba, so please join this conversation. Can you tell us what is wrong with Nigeria's football?
You know, I just wanted Prince Adi to land before I talk.
Prince, can you?
Okay.
No, flow. Sorry, just wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess I changed my mind. I was going to say what is wrong with Nigerian football or sports is Simba, but since you gave me the opportunity, then it's all good. It's all
good. Prince, the economic opportunity that for job to even create jobs for the youth. You can create hundreds of thousands of jobs if you just.
You are talking about hundreds of thousands of jobs. You are talking about millions of jobs. You know, if you look at Nigeria, we are not even making progress. We are retrogressing. Okay, back those days, most of the club side that we have in Nigeria are privately owned. If you remember those clubs, that stationary stores of Lagos, ACB Lagos, Bende Insurance. Even Abiola Babes came later. We have the Leventis United in Ibadan. The Leventis is the supermarket. You understand? We have the Water Corporation. So many clubs those days were privately owned, and they were doing well. And Nigerians have passions for their club side. You remember the FA Cup of those days? If Shooting Star, I mean IICC, not even Shooting Star, it was later on they changed the name to Shooting Stars. If they wanted to have an FA Cup final, the whole country would be like a festival. Everybody would be, you understand? But when they started playing politics with our football, because I could remember what led to the disbandment of Abiola Babes, because we had three major club sides that time that were doing well: Leventis United, Abiola Babes, and Iwanyawu. It was they wanted a change in the way of our sport administration, especially football administration in Nigeria. They now said, okay, they had a meeting that they wanted to disband their teams, so that one they will force the hand of the government to actually do what they wanted. But what happened? I'm very sorry to say this. The Abiola disbanded, Leventis United disbanded. Iwanyawu refused. And what happened after? Immediately, Leventis. What did you say, Remy?
I said he played politics that time.
Yeah, exactly. So when the two of them disbanded, he now collected all their major players from those teams that time. The likes of Uwemo, Karika, all those guys. They now all of them went, and he was winning the Nigerian league year in year out, year in year out. Before he also, I don't know what happened to him before. Maybe they changed the name or he sold it to another. Because I don't even know the name of Umaya United any longer. I don't know the team that he met.
It's now called Heartland.
Okay, Atlant. Even Atlant. Where is Atlant today?
It's the same. It's the same thing. It's still based in Owerri.
And
Yeah.
if you look at it, it was not only even in football. If you look at even athletics, that time we dominated athletics both in Africa, even in the world. We were doing well even in athletics, 100 meter, 200 meter, 400 meters. You remember the likes of
You
Simba, so I
forgotten
guess
about
I
table
asked the
tennis,
question
where we
earlier.
African king.
Simba, you remember Innocent Igbunike?
Innocent Ogbunike, yes, Mary Onyali, the Ezinwa
Yes,
brothers,
the
the Ezinwa
fastest man in
brothers,
Africa.
you
Yeah.
understand? Even in tennis, and the likes of Atanda Musa, Yomi Bankole, we were everywhere, and that's why during Africa, the only country that used to get more medal than Nigeria is either Egypt, because they can do all these other field events better than all swimming and all those things. So and you know what happened in swimming? Swimming has a lot of medals. So, and all those sports those days also, they got private sponsorship, and that is why those guys can excel. And even the school sports that we used to do those days, the school sports like Principal Cup and all those things, that is where they used to get all these talents. But look at our schools these days. Most schools are private schools that are just one building, no playground, nothing. So we have moved like 100 years back. And
Simba,
now,
they have turned on the playground to shops.
so
People,
now even the big corporations that we have, they are doing nothing for sports. Dangote, I don't know what Dangote that was even muted the idea of going and buying Arsenal instead of having a local club side that would be. If Dangote should have a club, I don't know how much it will cost him. He can use that one to even promote Nigerian football, have a club side, Dangote Football Club.
The
And he
frustration
can
that
even
he's
afford.
having with his refinery, do you think he wants to waste his time doing a club in Nigeria? A whole Dangote is having frustration with refinery.
Come on now, that would have been a lucrative business if it is
No,
properly organized, like Remy is
Simba.
talking.
Remy,
Let's not down
Prince Daddy, let me say this real
Dangote.
quick. Prince Daddy, sorry, Remy, sorry, I keep saying Remy. Simba, let me tell you the truth.
Yes.
Let me tell you the truth. The problem is it's not that the money, the whatever it takes, and to get things done is not there. It's the hard work that's required to make that thing happen. It's not what people are willing to go through. One thing I've noticed about Nigerians that have money, like those elites, those philanthropists, all those guys that have money, that can use their money to make something happen. The reason why they are not doing those things is because they're not ready to go through the hard work. Because it take work, literally hard work to make those things
But Mike,
happen.
he doesn't have to do
Hold
it.
on
All he
now.
need to hire expertise.
You still have to work, or else you still have to supervise, you still have to be involved. If you're gonna put your money into something, you gotta put in some work, some degree of work. You understand? You have to. Now, here's what I noticed about Nigerians that have money in Nigeria. They are so enjoying that money in that country, because when you have money, you literally can do whatever. They are enjoy. Most of them have at least 15 girlfriends or things like that. That's why people that have money, the reason why that country is not going forward or things is not happening in Nigeria is because people that got put in a position to make things happen. Because in other society, we all can agree in America, the people that are making things happen, that are making jobs, ideas go through, are people who have money, they're privileged, they just have the money. So they will put the money behind it, they'll put their money to work, and they will make things happen for everybody else. So those on the bottom, they don't want to create jobs and things like that. But in Africa, those people that have a little bit of money, they're just okay with that money. They want to, as long as that little bit of money is there, and they
The
can
people that
enjoy.
were doing it before, let me tell
So,
you,
Mike,
at
how
least
do you
the
challenge that
people.
type of system?
That's
No,
why you have
let
to
me
you have to
even
start
ask
putting policy in place, like to
Mike.
make.
Those
Hold on. Let me just answer. What's his name? Gasimov.
guys,
Gasimov.
okay.
You know, in America, when you have money, there's a way the government come after that money, right? In America, you can't have money and think that money is sitting there. You understand? There's a way they come after your money. There's always some kind of things they put in place.
Yeah,
Like if the
definitely.
Yeah,
estate
There's so,
tax,
first of all, for if you have money, you have first thing for if you have money, you have to live in one. So you can't live among the poor anymore in America, right? They design it. And once you move away from that poor area, where it's not like a government assistance, you got to be paying some high taxes or some some kind of something will be you have
property
to
tax, everything is
exactly
taxed.
you have to be paying some huge amount of money to stay rich. So that means you have to keep working. You have to keep working and when you're working, that means you have to put your money to work. And when you put your money to work, you create employment, create opportunity for other people. But
How
in
many big
Africa,
men for Nigeria won't pay
hold on now.
tax?
Do you know why in Nigeria, once you buy your mansion, that's it. No one is coming after you. But that's why all the rich Nigerians are lazy. They are the ones that are supposed to be using their putting their money to work. And as they put their money to work, it's supposed to create opportunity for the poor. But they are not doing that. They just build one mansion, marry 15 wives inside, and all they do is have sex all day. That's what they do. And make babies.
Okay. Mike.
Mike,
Those
how you know what they did inside?
I
Hold
go to
on,
Nigeria and I'm around rich. I
5
know what they
seconds.
do. I'm around the
Guys,
rich.
let me follow real quickly on what Mike said. 1 second, guys. Remy, 1 second. What Mike said last, it's kind of a contradiction somewhat. He said rich Nigerians are lazy. So how did they get the money in the first place? Were they being lazy to get rich?
There's a degree of laziness. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you gave the answer earlier, Mike.
You can't say they are
Hold on.
lazy.
Hold
They
on.
are
Let you
not just
talk. Hold on.
interested.
No,
Hold on.
that's it.
Well,
That's the point.
let me okay, go ahead.
Hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. You gave the answer earlier. It's because the government has a way to go after people's money. If that was the case in Nigeria also, trust me, those people wouldn't want to pay a lot of taxes and lose their money. They will invest in opportunities like sports if it's made available. And if the government also came back and okay, look, I'm going to build a bunch of facilities.
Is that not what we said?
But Prince Daddy, what
Yeah, you
has
said that
changed?
earlier.
Those
But
days,
that's
what we are saying now.
Those days that they are involved, what made them to go get involved those days, and now that they are not even interested? I think it's government.
Hold on. Remy, sorry, Simba. I keep calling you Remy. Simba, do you know the early days, the leagues, all those things? The people who are buying were foreign corporations like Coca-Cola, all those people, Pepsi. They were the one behind those early leagues. They're the one established, in fact.
And but let me tell you,
And those Nigerians they were the one that
Mike. Leventis United in Ibadan that time, they were being sponsored by Pepsi. In fact, they called them Coca-Cola boys. I could remember they used to call them Coca-Cola boys. You understand? So, but the issue here is that it's not even only the private people, even corporations.
In the 70s, before you go forward, in the 70s, a lot of foreign corporations in Nigeria, they were common investors, even car manufacturers, all those foreign European, American companies, they were in Nigeria. So they were the one putting money behind. Exactly. So the moment they left,
SAP policy removed them. No, they didn't leave. They were removed with SAP, structural adjustment policies.
Yeah,
now,
whatever make them leave. But the moment the way white people think, they always want to put their money to work, make more money. They work hard. That's the thing about rich white men. They work. I've been around this guy. They like to work hard.
What about the few ones that we have now? What happened to MTN?
Bros.
Let me tell you, look at how much MTN is making in Nigeria. And they are spending the money on sports in South Africa.
MTN is not making money in Nigeria. If you look at their last financial statement, MTN actually ran at a loss.
Forget about those ones. Those ones are story. Forget about it.
That I'm a shareholder in MTN.
We are not talking about what happened last year. Hey, guys, them up. I don't like this kind of argument. What is MTN has been in Nigeria since 2000 or 2001. So is it what happened last year that you now use to justify whatever they are doing? Okay, what are they sponsors since 2000? Don't go.
MTN are not based in Nigeria now. They are based all over Africa, so they're not there for you.
Let me tell you, MTN. If you go to Ghana, if you see how much they,
if you see how much MTN Nigerian terrain in terms of sports and some other things, what went wrong?
I already explained to you now. The elite Nigeria today, they are lazy. They don't want to put their money to
that's
work.
very vague. Let Remy explain. I mean, he seems to be more.
Let me tell you, the issue is that it's like if the rich Nigerians that are supposed to be supporting sport, I don't know, maybe because of politics, the way we are planning our politics these days, they are not just interested. Even government is not interested. Because government are supposed to even encourage them and then ask them to even have certain amount of money from what
Is
they are
it
making.
possible they are not as rich as we think?
They are
Is
rich.
that the
Forget about it.
possibility?
They are rich.
No, we
They are
say
rich.
don't get me wrong, they have more money than me, I'm sure, right? But is it possible? So, for example, when we look at Nigeria's internal revenue, is Nigeria really a wealthy country? I've
Nigeria
always
I
is not
think
a
you are
believed
wealthy
missing the
country.
point.
Nigeria is a poor country.
Individually, Nigeria is
Nigeria is a
richer
poor country.
right now. Individually, Nigeria is richer now than ever. I mean, people with
Oh,
more money,
okay.
more millionaires.
Can I say something? Can I say something, please, if you don't mind? If you see, it's not only sport that is impacted in Nigeria. Okay, there was a time now, at least if you didn't witness it, at least you must have heard it somewhere that even from Monday to Friday, we have live band of all these popular musicians. They have their own, Miliki, Aria, and all those things that almost every day they'll be
All
artists.
those clubs in
Exactly.
Lagos, in Ibadan, all those things. Yeah,
Churches now,
every day. It's every day, every night.
But this day, they no longer exist as it used to be before because of the economy of that country. When all those Leventis, all those 7-Up, when they were doing well, even football was just a means of them marketing themselves. That's where I want to agree with Simba, because in reality, the like of MTN, the like of Glue, and all those people, you understand, they are supposed to have their own football club
My
and all those.
brothers, I'm telling you guys the truth. Gaston, I'm very sure you've spent time around rich white men and you spent time around rich black men. You see the difference in their mentality.
no, it's in
Average,
fact.
hold on now.
It's
This is what you
100%
see.
fact.
Average rich white man will have one wife, and then he comes to focus on his job, that work, whatever, building that company, expanding it. Even if he has made enough money, you see, it's only white. Hold on, it's only a white billionaire I see that's still working like 12 hours a day. I'm like, guy, what else do you need to? These people are so passionate about, like, they have. I've been around rich black men. I'm telling you, this guy, all they are doing is throwing out their blockers party. Like they want.
Man,
Guy,
that's
the
what
way
he
this
said.
guy they
He make
pass
it
you
sound like
next.
it's 24. They are doing that
Mike,
24/7.
I'm telling you, man.
But
You want?
Abiola,
I'm telling you, they're bringing around rich
honestly,
black people, and I'll be like, guy, let's put money
Mikey,
into this. They will look you
how
like,
many wives do you think Abiola has? But he
yeah,
was doing all
exactly.
these
Go and
things
look
at
at
the same
Atiku
time.
has 35 children. Bros, black man see money, you know. Now, how many one for? To your law.
Mike, now why
I'm
for
telling
you?
you,
But
these are the people that are supposed to be using their money to create
Michael,
opportunity. Do all these things you guys are talking about. But
Solomon no be white man, I no be black man now.
who?
Wait, but Mike, Trump, how many children Trump get? Trump did the same thing now. Trump had many women and different wives. He had
From that worked, you know the kind of work president do, American president do. I'm on a work. Trump is always in Trump Tower. The guy is working. White rich white men, these people they like work. They like to work. I've been around these people. That's why I realized, like, one of these people country they advance. So we when we start, don't even get and we I don't get money. I say, you won't work me die.
It's everywhere in the world.
A white billionaire still working hard.
It's a difficult job to be a president anywhere in the world. You will never have that enough sleep. They will wake you up.
No, African president already work. You just say Bob Biya they work. Now you go see the president in
Nigerian
90 years
presidents, they
old.
are working. Nigerian president, if you rule
Nigerian president are working.
you will never have sleep in your life.
Come on now, Remy, please, man. Nobody here will agree with you.
No.
My brother, African president, no, they don't feel work like we go president. That's why.
Don't let us
That's why some things, basic things, cannot be fixed because it's laziness, man. My brother.
When we say working, the work we are talking about today is not going out there to help you construct the road or lay the bricks. And in terms of paperwork, in terms of meeting, in terms of coming out with different policy, it's not a joke. It's not an easy job.
Yeah, president is not an easy job now. That's why some countries are working well. Some are not working well.
Are we going to say Tinubu is working right now?
It's working now. Why is it not working? Do you think he has
You know, say work, pastor. They can't work where they talk. Don't be work. They say work. We don't say work there. We talk real work.
I see what you guys are doing.
When we say work, even you they work on that day, they look to me, my God, they work more too.
The mayor of London works harder than almost every African president combined.
These people, they will wake up like 6 in the morning.
I mean, let's not deceive ourselves.
The only man, black politician I saw that was a very hard worker. The people that were close to him told me was Fashola. They say Fashola
Say the guy will wake up. Hold on now. They say Fashola will be in office by at least 6, 7 in the morning. And he doesn't leave till like 10 p.m. They say when he was a governor. And we saw the result.
You are talking about, Mike, the same Fashola you are talking about, told everybody that if you are working with Tinubu, you do not have sleep. This man can call you at 2 a.m. in the middle of the night to come and meet him. This guy have meeting upon meeting.
I hope
Remy,
is a hard worker.
Is he showing up? Is he showing up in this government? What are you talking about?
No. Man is not pressing. That is not showing up is another thing.
That's an illusion. That's an illusion.
Let's not take it to
you're portraying Nigerians.
tonight. Let's continue where we are.
I'll break it down little by little for you. It's not working. It's not working. We have student loan. People are accessing the loan. It's not working. They started the highway. We can see with Kuroko rise.
I'm going to pivot to Nigerian politics because I will come here and tell you everything that is wrong with that country. So let's not pivot to that country.
You are telling us lies about those student
Let's
loans.
continue with sports. I think it's a more better conversation.
Sir, you mentioned student loans. Please, sir, let's not deceive ourselves. That student loan is a scam. What is meant to do is to in-debt those children. They are raising the university rates and they're going to put them into debt bondage. I guarantee you, first and foremost, sir, listen, if you are going to have a rule, first and foremost, Nigeria is half Muslim, half Christian, allegedly. In the Quran, it's haram to charge interest. In the Bible, Old Testament, or if you read the Torah, it's also forbidden to charge interest. Now, this same National Assembly, they were quickly able to put together for new national anthem. They were quickly to put together to remove fuel subsidy, all this other nonsense. You would think they would have enough sense. Wait. You would think they had enough sense to say, let's put a rule in place to make sure you cannot charge these children anything more than, let's say, 6 or 7% interest in a country that we have not provided them jobs. So now you saddle them with student debt. Do you know that one of the biggest frustrations
what is the interest rate on the student loan?
Thank you.
How are you going to say that? About 40% of Nigerian kids are out of school. What are you talking about?
Sir, I don't know. Are you saying that student loans? Are you saying that student loans, if not properly, because like I said, what are the rules in place? Have they put a policy in place?
Have you read it? Have you read it, or you just want to speak against it?
No, wait. I want you people to tell me, because you're asking me. Obviously, I've read it. What is the rule that's placed that caps the level of interest that you can charge a university graduate? What's the maximum amount?
The question I ask you, you are talking about the interest. Do you know what is the interest rate on the student loan?
I'm asking you, what's the cap?
You cannot be asking me because you are already saying that it was too much. So if you know that it was too much, then you should tell me.
Listen, you're not answering. Okay.
No,
once again,
my problem is that the pre-qualification for that student
I'm asking you again.
I mean, if your family member has a crime, you can't get it.
Gazenov, you started your argument by quoting Bible, quoting Quran that they are not studying. You should not. You now said, wait, see, you now said that even that they wanted to use it to enslave those children. How can they be charging so much interest and so many things?
So that's not what I said. That's what you heard. I said that is a way to slave children with debt. Now I'm asking in the panel, what is the cap on the maximum rate of interest that those student loans can be charged?
You even mentioned that they shouldn't have charged more than 2 to 7%.
You're not answering me. Wait, Kai. Once again, because you people are telling me you've read it, what is the maximum that can be charged in terms of interest on these student loans? Since you guys said you read it, please say it out loud.
I'm not saying. I ask you whether you read it because you are the one quoting certain figure.
Okay, so since you guys have not read it, I ask you, just like I told to Nigeria the last time, when I told him that the independence document that the British gave him, because I don't want people to say I'm making up stories, he Googled it finally after years of me telling him, and he found out that the document they gave him didn't even have the word independence on it. He said to continue the Queen's Dominion. So I'm asking all of you who are near a computer, open a new tab and find out what is the cap or what is the maximum rate of interest on those student loans. Once again, student loan debt is one of the biggest frustrations in the United States. It's a big voting issue, and because it's not capped, right? So now the Democrats are trying to fix the issue. Republicans are saying no. That is a political problem. My issue is this. Once again, if you are going to implement a student loan plan, you obviously need to have a robust economy so that when these children leave university, they can have a job to pay back their student loans. You've already implemented a devaluing of the naira that says you want it to be free market forces. You've removed subsidies, which has skyrocketed inflation. Now, many multinationals have left Nigeria. If you guys don't know, at least 2 or 3 multinationals have left Nigeria. Companies are fleeing. So wait, so my point is this: is that if there's no job prospects for these children, and once again, you guys have not looked at the cap of the interest rates. Okay, go ahead.
I will respond to first and foremost, the student loan is a free interest. It's a free interest, and after 2 years of graduation, there is a condition. If they have a job, then they will pay back the money. But if they don't have a job, they will not pay nothing until they have a job. And luckily for Nigeria, they are using their NIN number, which is an identification number, with their BVN so that they can trace you easily. Yesterday, I was listening to the Interior Minister. He now said for the first time in the history of Nigeria, we now have arrival gate, e-arrival gate in Nigeria. And they have their room. They can monitor all the 5 airports real time online. That is a beauty, so that they can know everybody that comes in. So in a nutshell, it's a free interest rate. And secondly, the guy that is the managing director of NAV Fund said that after 2 years, if you don't have a job, they will not force you to pay back the loan. And as I know Nigerian very well, at the end of the day, most Nigerians will not pay back that money. They are not like enforcing them to pay the money until they can see that really you have a job, and they can monitor you, because once you have a job, it will reflect on your BVN, and they can monitor, and your NI they can monitor, and then they can ask you to pay back the money. So as of today, 30,000 applicants have been successfully prosecuted. They have got the loan, and about 30,000 are still waiting, and they are going to open up. More and more people are applying for the loan. If you are telling an average Nigeria Gusi or someone that is selling that the stock is no more than 1,000 naira, that they find it very difficult to pay tuition fee for their children in the federal university, which is some are just below 30,000, 50,000 per year. And then
I didn't say it's a bad thing. I didn't say it's a bad thing.
What the problem with Nigeria, I will tell you. The problem with Nigeria, you know why we have not developed? Because Nigerians always procrastinate and always thinking that things cannot be done. You always think that they will dabaru it. It's not going to work. I'm not a kind of person like that. My own philosophy is looking forward, progressing, continue to progress in life. You can make mistakes, but most Nigerians, they always see. I know the leaders have not done very well. The followership too, they have not performed very well too. So every Nigerian always look at drawback of every policy every time. That is negativity. That is almost Nigeria, at least more than 60%. It's government. Will they be able to do it? But when they are not collecting their passport in diaspora in 2 days, they will alarm. I can't believe it can happen in Nigeria. Why? The guy even said, if you want to renew your
passport. We are not collecting passports in 2 days. It's a lie. I went to the New York City consulate to get my passport. It's not 2 days. You have to buy your
not a lie. People, look.
You just said 2 days. I was at the New York consulate to get my passport. It's not 2 days. It's not 2 days. Maybe in London, but in New York here, it's not 2 days.
How long did it take you?
No, it's still processing. You have to take your mail. You have to go and buy pre-postage mail, and you have to wait. Every day I put it in the trunk. It's not 2 days, sir.
My brother, that's not true. That's not true.
I just went and processed it. Hello, I was at the New York consulate right there for the 2nd Street, before the 3rd Street and Lexington. It's not 2 days, so don't lie to the people and say you can come to US and get your passport in 2 days. It's a lie.
Let's be a little bit factual. It's not 2 days, and because I know somebody who went to Atlanta, so it's better than it was before. But don't come here and say it's 2 days, not even a week, not even 2 weeks.
Hello.
Don't lie.
Sorry, the passport
aspect. 2 days in London. in London, renewal.
Even Nigeria, I get on
in
same
London,
day.
but not in New York.
Same
Not
day.
in New
Yeah, you
York.
can say in New York. I'm talking about in London. Who's talking about New York? We are
And
talking
you
about
said diaspora. You said people in diaspora.
Hey, some people are getting it in 2 or 3 days, and some are
The
getting it in
process is better, but you said two people are getting in London 2 or 3 days. That would be a
Yes,
very dramatic
yes,
improvement.
yeah.
But in America, it's not 2 days.
It's not 2 days in America.
Okay, somebody wants to talk to corroborate my point. Okay, go ahead.
Remy, I said even in Nigeria, for you to get your passport, you can get it same day if you fast track it. I got my own same day, and it's 10 years. I can even show you. So for you to say it's not working for 2 days, I don't know.
Did you get it through the normal process, or you bribe people in Nigeria?
No, normal process. Same day, I just went to I went to capture a production room, and I was told to wait before closing time, and they give it to me.
No, see, in Nigeria, actually, it works faster. I was regretting. I was saying to myself, I should have just waited and got my stuff in Nigeria. But I am telling you, I went to the consulate there in New York. It wasn't any stupid 2 days. As a matter of fact, let me tell you what they even did. Let me expose them. What they did, they don't even tell you the true information. You have to go there. Like I said, you have to buy pre-postage this thing. So I put everything in their system. The website is working okay. I uploaded everything. I paid. I brought my receipt. They still want you to come with a passport picture. Then you have to go. They don't tell you this on the website that when you come to New York, you have to get all this kiniko. So downstairs, there's a Korean guy, or be one Asian guy. It's as if he's their body. You have to spend like $30. You're spending so much money. Print out the new this thing, and it's like I did this already online. Why am I redoing this stuff again?
If you listen to the Interior Minister yesterday, what you are saying here, he highlighted on it when he was talking at politics on channels yesterday. The problem is in America because there's a lot of people, and sometimes for you to get all your information, it takes like some few months. But the good news I want to tell you is that for the first time in the history of that country, the Nigerian Immigration Service now have a big data center. So in the next 2 to 3 months, if you are renewing your passport, you don't need to go to to go and do a biometric or whatever. But once you upload all the documents you need on the portal, they will send your passport to you. You don't need to go anywhere anymore because they have already taken your biometric. I mean your biometric before.
No, I agree. Like I said, in Nigeria, I was saying that it works better in Nigeria.
That is a big improvement. And secondly, the e-gate, what they do from this control center is one of the best in Africa, and the solution was provided by a Nigerian company. Now they can monitor you real time online. They can also profile you before you arrive at the Nigerian airport from abroad, just as we used to have in America. When they get the manifest, the passenger list, they can provide all the passengers that's coming to Nigeria. And once you arrive, if you are a person of interest, they'll pick you up immediately. That is the beauty. And second, they have done a lot of work about our border. Now they have a CCTV camera. I don't know how they do it. The guy does not want to give the whole information, but they can monitor most of our border. But not everyone everywhere. But at least they are able to capture about 65%. So they are working on using technology.
But let me ask. How do we pivot to this topic of try to evaluate Tinubu government? I thought we are talking about whether Nigerian government, whether they work or not.
I asked the question. No, because I asked the question. I said, Mike said that they are working hard. And I said, is Tinubu working hard? And he said, yes. That's how we got here to evaluate Tinubu's government.
Mike said that African leaders are not working. That's what he said.
Yeah, I thought that was the topic.
So let me tell you, whatever we are talking now, it doesn't actually explain, it doesn't give answer to Mike's question. We all know that our work ethics as Black people is very, very poor. Most of us who are working in diaspora, we work, they make us to work. It's not a deliberate thing, it's the system that make us to work. Once we get back to our country, we get back to our usual attitude and character. We have a very bad work ethic. So all this what Remy is saying that okay, they are doing passport and that does not answer the question. It's a general thing. It's in our DNA as Black people.
No,
We don't
I am
like to
just
work.
referring to president. I'm not talking about the generality.
But Remy,
Even the president, forget
going
about
back
it.
to what we
Forget
are talking
about
about,
those
Remy,
small things that you are talking
Nigerian
about.
civil
Forget about
servants,
it.
some of them don't even go to work for a week or whatever. Am I lying? I'm talking
You are
about
not
civil
And they
lying.
want
servants.
You are not
salary, and they
lying.
want increase in salary too.
When you talk about Nigerian civil servant,
Man
there's
of prestige, man of prestige. And that's what Tinubu is trying to fix about the Nigerian workers now. He did the same thing in Lagos State.
He cannot, let me tell you, he cannot fix, he cannot, let me tell you this, he
After he
cannot
fixed
fix
that, when he
anything.
removed subsidy, that was helping that was the only thing
Oh,
that was
gas
helping
them up, forget about all this. Don't take us through all this dry route again. We have discussed all these things several months. I don't know why you are just coming with threats of subsidy. We have forgot subsidy. Forget about all those things. Hey, do you want to
Simba,
be
it's
talking
not
about those?
even
I don't like
Tinubu.
all these things.
Simba, it's not even Tinubu that removed the subsidy. Now, I don't know why the guy
Well,
is
even if
talking
it's the
about.
one that removed it, he has
It's not
removed it.
even
Forget
Tinubu.
about it. It's
No,
more
he's
than a
talking
year now
about the
that we are
National
talking about
But
Assembly.
all this
we
thing.
already flogged that too much now. Let's stick with the present topic, please. It'll be better.
Okay, present topic once again. If you are assessing, does Tinubu work hard? You mentioned his passport or
He didn't even. I don't know why we are limiting
ask the question of
this
Tinubu.
thing to Tinubu. He said general. The question Mike asked or what he said, it was a general thing that he mentioned. He didn't mention Tinubu. I don't know why you are making it to go to Tinubu.
I just asked about Tinubu because I said that the average governor.
Let me tell you that kind
The
of
point I was
question that
making was that a black man's work ethic can never match the white man's work ethic. It's just not possible. We don't have that same nature. Like just saying you want to be working hard for yourself, but just for the
Mike,
sake of
what
working
are you
hard.
talking? I work hard now. Mike, I
Bros,
got a business and I have a job. I work hard.
my brother. Now because you don't get money, I'm talking about no. A poor, hold on, let me make myself clear. A poor black man, yes, can work as hard as a poor white man. I'm talking about a rich black
let
man
me tell you,
can
Mikey,
never work as hard as a rich white man.
Because they are where the white are controlling them. That's why they're even working hard. The ones that are poor, the ones that are poor in Nigeria, what do? They wake up every morning, they drink cancan, they drink hypertension.
You have no choice but to work. You want to work with a white man. You can't be. You work with a white man.
Remy, who you blame that? Are you blaming yourself?
Simba, do you work hard?
Yes.
You work hard and you are rich.
Yes.
Àwọn aráàbù ló ń control ẹ̀ tó ń jẹ́ kó máa work hard.
Ẹ má dà lóhùn.
Hey, wọ́n ti jí o, wọ́n ti jí o, wọ́n ti jí o, wọ́n ti jí o.
See, this thing is.
Yeah, Ola, you know what? You know what? There's no way. When you come to America, you know, the way you see your guy, the way you see the white man working. You say you look yourself, you have no choice but to work hard, man. You have no choice because if your own guy is working so hard, moving fast. So how can you now say you want to be lazy? It's not possible now.
I've been fortunate to work with the like of Ike and with the like of Erastus Akimbola. I tell you, no staff. Anybody that they hear me that want to come and challenge, no staff in both Access Bank and Intercontinental Bank that work other than those two leaders that I just mentioned. Then I used to have one or two. That one is a very small company. 3 o'clock, if you don't call that or guy will pick your call. You'll start wondering that this man is sleep at all. So that is why you see some of those entrepreneurs in Nigeria that they are doing fine, that at the age of 40, you will see them having gray hair. Sometimes we'll be joking that this guy in a small person, I can't get gray hair, because what we call work is not all about carrying shovels. Sometimes I think the critical thinking, you want to market, you want to build a product. So where if you are talking, I don't know, hardly you will find, except maybe the person is a thief. Even thieves still they work now. Hardly will you find a multi-millionaire or billionaire in Nigeria that you can say is not working. I disagree. Even you may be doing something illicit.
Ola,
So
let me give you an example of what happened just 2 days ago. I wanted to construct something, maybe that we needed like a welding
you
work.
are not working. Remember, you are not
No,
working. You are lazy.
so just hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying now. I now contracted this work to a guy. And I was expecting that within 2 days, this guy is supposed to deliver the work. Then after 3 days, I now asked him, have you finished? He said, no, there was no light. I said, light? You have been doing this thing for decades. You are still relying on electricity to do your welding work. So how can you move forward if you don't even have a generator? And this is a guy, let me tell you, that goes for Umrah every year. You can't tell me that you don't have money to buy generator. But that is not his priority. That's what Mike is saying. That any little money that we have, instead of it to channel it to something productive, we'll be chasing mundane things.
What are those mundane things?
Mike,
Mention those
Mike,
mundane
are you
things.
saying that Dangote
Mention
does
those
not work?
mundane
Well,
things.
let me
But
tell you guys something. Let me tell you guys something. Hold on. If you come to America, right, you will see some restaurant that became franchise where, like for example, you see McDonald's, you see branches all over, thousands. You see another restaurant called Olive Garden, branches all over. You see, like now, you guys know that all these franchise, all these restaurants, they started with one, right? The moment the owner succeeded, right, when he became successful with that one, the next thing he did was open another branch. The second one, so they keep opening branches and branches, and the more branches they open, that means the more work the owner must do, and the more profit, and also the more it creates jobs for people. Now, tell me, how many successful Nigerian a restaurant in Nigeria has opened another branch and more branches? It's
we
not
have
because
Mr.
it's not because the owner doesn't know that if you open more branches, it will make more money, and it will employ more
No,
people. But you won't do it
Mike,
because of the extra work. Oh
Actually,
Lord, because it's not that you have to
you are
work
making
more.
an over
Mike,
generalization.
that's too simple. Yeah, that's too simple. Hold on, Mike. First and foremost, our franchises were destroyed, right? We had Mr. Biggs that was expanding. The problem is, like you said, you look at.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Because they know that they are working too hard. So they say, why should I keep working too hard? So they just
Okay,
don't want.
wait now, Mike. Let me respond. Okay, now you talk about the franchises. You look at McDonald's, you look at Chick-fil-A, you look at all these franchises in America. Remember, they have not only banks that they can get credit and
Come on, man.
capital
Don't
access
start
to.
to.
You can
It's another
no,
excuse.
that's a fact
Another
now.
excuse.
Don't start
Another
to.
excuse.
It's a fact.
Another
How many
excuse.
banks? Wait, now, gentlemen, listen. How many banks in Nigeria will give an up and coming business restaurant?
I
Wait,
didn't even
let
go
me
that
finish the
far.
question. Mike, let me finish the
Okay,
question. Chill out.
finish. Yeah.
How many banks? You guys, one person was just talking about different banks in Nigeria. I guess he's a banker. Let's be real. How many banks in Nigeria will give credit facility to a restaurant that has opened maybe 3 successful branches and now they want to turn it into a franchise? How many banks will give them the funds so they can expand?
Okay, let's even buy your points. That's not even what we are saying. I'm saying that this guy has made money. He has the money to open the next branch. They have the money already, is what I'm telling you. They don't even, it's not a matter of I need the bank to give me loan to open more branches. No. They have one restaurant. They've made money. They built mansion. From that one restaurant, they make money. Now, I don't hold the money. Hold on. I'm talking about Nigeria that own a restaurant. That restaurant has been there for 20 years. And that restaurant has made this man rich. He's used the money from that restaurant to build 3 mansions. How come he can't consider using that money used to build one of the mansions to open another branch?
Because Mike, that's not how businesses scale. Businesses don't scale with individual money. Businesses scale.
No. You can
Gas them up. This question that you are saying, that you are asking. Okay, Ola, answer him.
Okay, guys, them up. No, I'm even going to say something. See, the impression that banks don't give loan. Let's just clear that impression.
That was what I
But
wanted
let's
to
not even
correct
get
now.
into that one. Let's not even get into that one.
He did not
Let's
even
focus
know.
on
He did not know. He just talking. He didn't know.
He's just trying to excuse black man. That's why he's trying to excuse black man. Even in America here, how many black restaurants? How many black? Even let's not talk about America here. Hold on. Gas him up.
Let me finish because you guys didn't answer me.
But hold on now. I want you to even answer this one to further your.
Let me finish. I will answer you in a second. I'm asking again. Remember, when a business scales, McDonald's that you're talking about, if you even watch the documentary and if you watch the film on Ray Kroc, he met the 2 McDonald brothers. He was an actual salesperson. He knew business. He saw their operation and he helped them expand and he took over. But remember, he didn't expand it individually. He went to get corporate backing. He got loans. He got financing to expand.
Fine.
Wait. In the film, the guy, like, listen, the guy in the film even told him, look, McDonald's, you're not in the burger game. You're in the real estate game. So my point is, I'm asking again, I didn't say banks don't give loans. I said, how many banks that you guys are aware of have given capital facilities to a thriving restaurant in Nigeria?
Okay, fine. I get your point. Wait, hold on, guys. Just give me 1 second. Guys, please, give me 1 second.
He's talking about long-term loan, no, not short-term.
Let's even leave Nigeria.
You are the moderator. Let us talk. You are the moderator.
Well, allow me now. I was trying for a long time.
Credit system is not, it's not up to date. I mean, it's not up to standard. So you
guys are living in America here. You all go around, you see black-owned restaurants. They're usually like soul food. Black American, they sell soul food. And the Nigerians, some of them open like another restaurant. I've been to cities where predominantly Nigerians, where they have successful restaurants. And yet, I don't see any black restaurant where they open other branches. It's the same thing in America. Blacks will just open that one restaurant, that one business, and they'll keep it that one. And I know some of them have been there for decades. Just that one. They don't expand it.
Okay. Can we say something? Let me tell you something. We can't be comparing apple and oranges. Let's be fair.
So black man is apple, white man is orange.
Wait now. Did I say that?
What else are you saying, man? I'm telling you that black people, rich black people are lazy. They know they can expand the extra work they have to do. They won't do it.
You still did not answer the question. Hopefully, my other
forget that blank excuse. Those ones are talking excuses, man. The fact is, you say Nigeria is the reason why they don't do it. But what about in America? Black men are opening restaurants, successful restaurants. How come they don't expand it?
Mike, this guy is a banker. I want to hear his response of long-term capital financing for restaurants to expand.
Let's talk business simple, like we say. We talk small.
Mike, let the guy respond now.
Okay, go ahead. Like, give us your. I know Allah very well now. So, go ahead.
See, the mistake we are making is this: just because we have food chain that expanded in America, that they build their franchise over decades, if not almost a century, it doesn't mean that we should now say the exact same thing in Nigeria. It is unfortunate. We used to have things like that in Nigeria before the military just dabaru everything. But even if it's not happening now, are the banks in Nigeria still financing businesses? Yes. But what banks in Nigeria, they are like capital venture because number one, high interest. A capital venture, before they can give you money, they want to look at your project. Okay, if I give you 100 million today, can I get 600 million from you in 5 years? That's what they're after. They are under pressure too to return money back to the stakeholder. So you want to start your own restaurant business you are talking about, you will sit down and present to the bank, okay, this is your turnover, this is going to be your profit every year. Your banks will look at two things. If they are getting your revenue, if you are getting deposit from you, that every businesses, they are the one doing the collection. They look at it from that angle too. They now look again at your long term, because what banks.
So why did we take this conversation about banks now? I mean, come on now.
I'm learning. Mike, cool down, man. You do the job.
We don't want to hear about how banks work. We're just talking about how black man is lazy. Let's keep it to that simple this thing. We don't need to be getting into.
You like to keep things too simple. Okay,
Mike.
The fact of the matter is, you guys are just want to.
Mike, let's Ola explain to guys them.
Okay, go ahead.
Why are you demonizing black people like that?
We need to look in the mirror and face reality. Until we start to accept the reality of our mentality, we'll never change. We'll keep denying. We'll keep denying the way we do things.
Mike, let's Ola talk.
Because when I was mentioning subsidy, you people said you talked about it already. Mike, you've said this 1 billion times. The horse is dead. You've beaten it. We know black man is lazy. Ola, remember, my premise is a business that is already successful, not a startup. We're talking of a restaurant with maybe 2 or 3 locations already.
It even make it easier. That your example make it easier for them to even get loan. Ola, am I right?
Ola, please elaborate. Show me the examples of a franchise that has 3 successful operations already, profit, and you guys have helped them expand into a national franchise chain.
Hear me out, Gademo. See, it doesn't have to be food chain. You have to talk of business generally. I am aware of how banks supported and are still supporting Dangote business today. As at the time I was in the bank alone, you understand, our exposure to Dangote was almost to the tune of 15 billion naira. Now, the like of Silverbird you see that is running there, it's not running with its own personal cash. So there are so many businesses in Lagos today or in Nigeria today that are supported by the banks, your telecommunication, your oil, and all those stuff. So when these guys are raising their interest,
yes.
Wait, so you don't look at business from the narrow point that, oh, because some people have food, it has to be food. You have to look
No,
at
but
your
Mr. Oma, I'm not looking at it that narrow. I'm looking at it. Remember, in America, they will tell you that small business, even though it might be a lie, is the backbone of America. Small business. So my point is this. I agree with you. And most of the banks are financing a lot of our large-scale industries in Nigeria, but they have to pivot. Maybe it might not be banking. Maybe they have to open credit unions. Like you said, before the military that borrowed everything, we had things like small loan institutions, credit unions. That has to be where we are now creating small business enterprise, because it's the small business that is the backbone of any industrial
Gas them up.
country.
Gas them up. Let me tell
my
you
brother,
this. I'm
look at it
talking.
this way.
Ola, let me just give him this. As far back as even the early 90s, I was involved in my auntie's business. She was doing oil business, and she's just an individual. That time, Trade Bank, I remember Trade Bank. Ola, if you remember Trade Bank, the bank that belongs to Kwara and Kogi that time, Trade Bank. If they will come to our shop and come and be
I
begging,
remember where we're now.
you understand? They come and be begging her to come and take loan. Up till now, one of my friend that is selling poultry feed, he uses First Bank. He gets loan from First Bank. I don't know why people are just I don't even like the this idea of because it's something that you have never tried.
Simba, that's not true. You don't know what business. I don't put my business out there. I never said Nigerian banks don't lend. As a matter of fact, I'll put a little bit. I was
So what is
working
your
on
point? What is your point
Simba,
now?
slow down. I was actually trying to.
Gademo, I have a comment
Let me respond to it quickly. Let me
that
just respond to it.
to the bank is close to 500 million in its cassava chain. Close to 500 million in its cassava value chain. And we used to work in the same bank together. So, because now when they allocated land for them in Ekiti, he went to the banks to borrow. This guy will plant his own cassava, he has his own processing plant, and he exports everything. So now, even while at the bank that time, someone of my grade, then one of his farm in Port Harcourt, in Port Harcourt side, we call it South side, was worth like 60 million. We were even talking of around 2007. If we see money to get that money from the bank. So the thing is this: the information you have and the type of business you are doing and the presentation you made. Should be this guy that was challenging the multi-choice that time. This guy that was challenging multi-choice when he
ITV.
Exactly. It was GT Bank.
That's sponsoring
the guy all with 2 billion naira. You know what 2 billion means as at that time. You understand? So
definitely I agree. But once again, sir, Mr. Ola, you don't.
You know the wahala between Innosimoto and GT Bank now. You know how much
Mr. Ola,
you know his exposure to GT Bank.
I'm not disputing that. You see, look, I want you guys to be clear. Once again,
what I'm saying, it doesn't have to be full chain. It can be any business.
But Mr. Ola, don't do that. No, be clear, Mr. Ola, be fair and listen to what I'm saying. I am not saying food chain only. I simply said, once again, we love to call America, UK, these other countries, small business is the backbone. Even China, I do a lot of business with the Chinese, right? I do a lot of business with the Chinese. Many of their state ventures, there is a partnership between state and private enterprise. They encourage small business. They go to their bank of industry, they say that they're going to be doing this, and they are getting their loans to, even if it's a small scale, they'll, like you said, they'll do their feasibility studies to see if this is a viable, plant that they can invest in, blah, blah, blah. This is what they're doing. My point is this. We can't keep leaving banking to only be at the top of hundreds of millions of naira, billions of naira. No, there has to be a revolution in banking in Nigeria for the small business owners. That's all I'm saying.
That's why we have microfinance. See, look. That's why we have microfinance. Let me tell you something. I've said that in air before. A guy the guy is an architect. You understand? He needed money that time. Unfortunately, he wasn't keeping money in the bank. So he came to me, and I had an incorporated business, and I used to have my account manager with Oceanic Bank that time. You just have to arrange loan for that guy. And the guy today, I'm not making it up. The guy today is a multi-billionaire. The guy was already rich as at that time, but not as rich as that. So what did he do? He just got that money to participate in the project with Union Homes. After all those Shinko people, when they gave them money, they invested that money in stock, and they messed Union Home money. The upfront they paid, they messed the money up. They were now saying, okay, guys should go and get loan. You build your house to a particular level. We put it to a particular level. Then we come and do inspection. We do the evaluation, and we give you your money. The guy was getting money. Because now it was easy, because number one, you make a promise that, okay, you will be paying this money this way, you will be paying it this way, and the bank will see that, okay, visibility of this thing was straight. Although it didn't start with the bank directly like that, so we were arranging 10% for the guy initially. You understand? So, but once bank can guarantee that, okay, this guy will be able to pay my money back, they will give you that.
But Mr. Oba, when you look at the portfolio. No, go ahead. I wanted to mention AMCOM, and when you look at the portfolio of AMCOM, you see that
our environment is not that. We don't have when I say risk portfolio, in the sense that I'm talking of the type of depositor fund that you want to throw into business. Okay, look at it this way now. Even if a bank is going to borrow Mama Eleja money, now Mama Eleja will be able to present that business in such a way that, okay, if I give you this loan at 23% or 27%, that Mama Eleja should be able to pay back. That's the way they will look at it. So if they can't do this,
can she pay back anything at 27%? How can she expand? Is her ability to raise her prices even up to 27%?
Look at it this way. Do you know how much diesel a branch of bank? Okay, let me give you a branch. Okay. One intercontinental bank at Ali Avenue, then maybe I just want to look at it in case you know. It will consume a drum of diesel a day, and that's if they don't run it throughout for the generator. Then look at the staff there. Probably they have a manager there that was earning average of 30 million a year. I'm talking back to 2007. And then you see how some officers there, they are earning there. Then the cost of movement, the cost of the NDSC, the Nigerian Deposit Insurance, the cost of doing all those stuff that you see. Even the cost of seeking all those cash, because when you have a deposit, because some people can bring their millions to the bank. You promise them, okay, don't worry, come and fix the money, I will give you 13%. Some will even be negotiating 17% with you. So if you are taking money from a customer at the rate of 17%, tell me. So where you want to lend out that money, you still pay your staff, won't you mark up?
No, I agree. See, but that's what I'm saying. That is where it's not.
Hold on, guys. Let us also get in conversation. You guys are just. Let me ask Simba a question, Ricky. Simba.
Ola, please put your email in the back chat. We can communicate through email.
Yeah. You guys can discuss your bank and this thing. Well, anyway, Simba, let me ask you a question, man. Simba, you ever notice like maybe one idea coming to your mind was kind of complicated, and we see that something that can potentially build, make something happen, or build something, or make something great, and then you begin to share with your Nigerians or some black people, And you always
They
notice
will
that the first
discourage you now. They will give you reason why it is not
no,
going to be
the
possible.
first thing when they look at it, the first thing they will say is, it's not easy. That's the first thing you hear. It's not easy. And they begin to tell you the reason why it's so hard. So you wonder, okay, it's not easy. So what's the point of telling you? Success supposed to be easy. But then I noticed when I interact with, like, literally, I spend a lot of time interacting with white guys, even guys that do business, white guys. Sometimes I even think of something that's so complicated, I even think it's impossible to say. But the moment I speak it out, the first response the white man will tell me is, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. I'm like, guy, are you going? Even me gonna be like, this guy, you sure? This thing look impossible. It's just an idea that comes to my mind, but I don't even think it's possible. But the white guy will quickly be positive and be optimistic about it. Like, yo, let's give it a shot. Let's look at it. Let's think. They believe that anything can be done, no matter how hard it is. But when I'm not saying we inherited like that. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying it's probably just a culture or a mentality that is just common. I'm not saying it's everybody. I'm just saying that it's so common. Wait, let me learn now. I just know that it's so common that in my interaction with blacks, and this is not just Africans, even blacks in the diaspora, black American, Caribbean, African, black man, just present something. If that thing doesn't look so easy,
we don't like taking risks for
the first thing they will tell you is
Mike,
it's not
that
easy.
is it. We don't like taking risks.
Yeah, the first thing they will tell you is not easy. And then they begin to tell you, they begin to look at why it shouldn't be done. And why it can't be done. That's all they will tell you, why that thing cannot be done, why we should not do it, why. And I'm wondering to myself, like, okay.
Mike, life is balanced. So you say that position. Let me ask you the alternative position. How many white men have actually invested with you to the scale that you can compete with them? Or forget you, that have actually brought these investments down to Africa to the point that we can now compete against them? Since they are altruistic, as you say.
My brother, I'm just telling you about my interaction. And I study people's mentality. I just noticed the difference in the mentality of average white person I interact with and average black person I interact with. Now, I don't care about the war, this race war that you guys are doing, white versus black. I'm not into that. I'm just telling you, the same way I will tell you, that when I interact with a Yoruba man, the different mentality, or when I interact with a Fulani man or Igbo man, that's what I'm saying here.
Like dodging things, Mike. Stop dodging.
My brother,
let me interject before I leave. I think Mike is making a generalized statement. You know.
Yeah, it's you can't say it's generalizing because I made it clear that I'm not saying it's every human being, and I didn't say it. Hold on now, let me make it clear. You let me say, guy, chill out now. Let me just learn. Let me prestige. I made it clear. I said I'm not saying it's an inherent thing. And I'm not saying that it's everybody, but I'm just saying that something that's so common that I notice in my interaction, right, with blacks versus with whites. I just noticed. Now, I'm not saying it's all white men that are like that, too. There's some of them that are morons, too. They'll be, but most a typical white man interact with the moment I say it, they'll be like, oh, let's get it done. Let's give it a shot. But most black men I interact with will just give you reason why we should not do it.
But Mike, we're not disputing that. What I'm asking you is, okay, that's their words. Now let's look at their action. Based on what you're saying, the next logical step would be to say that based on what they're telling you, that these people are ready to invest with you, ready to pour money into Africa on a large scale, or Black American communities on a large scale, because they are ready to take advantage and build wealth. How many have done it with you, and how many are doing it in Africa?
So is it their job? Is it their job? So what are you saying? Are you saying this for me to hold it against them or what?
That's not what I'm saying.
My own elites, my own black philanthropists, all of them, they're not doing it, and you're telling me to be mad at the white man for not doing it? Really?
Nobody said anything about being mad. I'm asking you a very simple thing. You see, this is what you like to do. You like to paint the world as if I'm black and white. Nobody said anything like that. I'm asking you a very simple thing. One person is telling you A, then the next step after they tell you A should be B. If they like your idea so much, then they will help you invest. They will be doing these things in Africa. They are not doing it. So either it's lip service or they are bullshitting you. Which one is it?
What are you talking about? Bullshitting me? What? I'm telling you about my interaction in business and in ideas. In my law, I'm not talking about to go and build Africa. I never mentioned anything about me telling a white man, let's go build Africa, and he said, let's go and do it. That's not
That's
what
why I
I'm
asked you
talking
how
about.
many.
Maybe you didn't
So
pay
that's why
attention to what I said.
I did.
What I'm
No,
saying
you are
is,
not trying. No,
go
I
ahead.
heard what you said. I want you to answer the question. How many of them have personally invested with you to the point that you can
Invest.
now compete with
This
them?
guy, who do you think I mainly do business with? You think it's black people?
I
What do you
didn't
think
answer the question. Answer the question.
Most of
How
my
many have
business partners are
invested
white.
with
In
you?
fact, 99%, if not 100%. Actually,
Okay.
99% of people I do business with are white, Asians, and Hispanics.
I didn't say do business with. I said how many
I'm a
have
businessman.
invested.
I don't believe in all these other things you guys are doing. This way, go and build
But
all
Mike,
these
doesn't
Kumaya
it based on the location where you are? I mean, the kind of business you are doing. You can't just make that kind of assumption. I mean,
No. I've been
I own
around.
some business too. I just don't care for
My
white people.
brother, I started dealing with
I
blacks.
care for
In
whoever
fact,
can
I interact with
purchase.
black business, brother.
The man of prestige. I don't think we need to be arguing about this. Okay, let us look at our own society.
No, wait,
How
Simba, hold on.
many?
No. I don't like when we don't. When
So
somebody says
Remy,
something,
are you buying the same
hold
idea
on.
Mike is painting that
No,
Yes,
wait,
so
no,
I
black people are
got it.
lazy?
Mike. No, wait,
I
please
got it.
forget. Mike said you guys are letting Mike say these things again. The question is, Mike refused, and this is why I don't take these people serious when they come online and say this bullshit. He's saying that white people will tell him A, B, and C. Yes, it's a good idea. I'm asking a simple question: how many have invested with you? Then you see what he said is, who I do business with, which means maybe his suppliers that he buys products from, which means that the people who are supplying him the things that he probably ships it to Nigeria are white. No problem, but that doesn't mean they are investing with you. The action must match the action must match the words.
Let's make it conversation. First and foremost, you as a Nigerian, you do not expect any other foreigner to come and develop your country for you. The white man, did you think they are stupid?
I didn't say develop my country. I'm specifically talking about Mike.
Calm down. Let me finish because I've been listening to your conversation. It is we that we are going to develop our own country because when you develop to a certain part, I will use China as an example. When the white people or those big manufacturers in America and the Western world, they saw a lot of cheap labor in China and they pour into China. And
that's not what happened.
No, let me finish. They are making absolute profit, a lot of profit, getting quality product from China and selling it in Western world and making a kill. But Chinese people, they do like dummy heads. They start copying what they are producing. And when they master it, they kick them out. Now, they are the one controlling all of the market now. In terms of
Remy, that's not what happened. Remy, you see, this is why I say when I challenge people about history, we get angry. First and foremost, China was selected by Nixon in 1970 after the blacks in America were rioting. So they took away production from the inner cities and they moved production to China. They could have easily moved those factories back to Africa and we could have had the same type of growth that China had. That's one. But Remy, wait, I don't want you to push Mike off the hook. I'm asking Mike again now that he's back. How many white men have invested, not people he buys products from, how many white men have brought capital out of their own pocket and invested with Mike for whatever business he's doing?
How many white men have invested with me? I tell you that I do business with white people, and you're telling me how many white men have invested with me.
I didn't say doing business.
Are you saying invested in me or invested with me?
Both. How many have brought their own capital and said, go and do what you got to do, let's work together? That brought
Why would they give me their money? No. Wait. God, no.
You brought your own and they brought their own. How many have you partnered with? Not doing business with. Tell me the white partnerships you have.
I just told you that most of my business partners are white, and you're still asking me this question.
So answer the question. No,
most people I do business with are white. So when you do business, I don't know you have to invest. How do you do business? I thought you said it's not about business. How else do you do business? Putting your money.
No, don't lie. I can, for example.
Do you want me to start putting out contracts? Did you see alone? I'll start showing you.
No. Listen. I don't care about your contracts. For example, I do business with the Chinese. That doesn't mean I'm partnered with the Chinese. I buy products from them. They take my money.
No. I'm not talking about buying products.
So how many white people are you partnered with that you are bringing capital and they are bringing capital with legit partnership agreements?
All of them. All the ones I'm doing business with. We put money into projects.
Okay. So no problem. That you could have asked. I was asking just.
Man, that's what I keep telling you now. So I don't know how else I'm supposed to answer the question.
I think you have ironed that one out. To be frank with you,
you know one funny thing about this, our argument is this.
It's not
sometimes
very
when we don't know.
It's not very relevant. What we are trying to
Do you think my business is trade, buying and selling? No.
What we are trying to
I'm into project management, my guy.
If black people have, at least I've been to 3 continents already, even here in Finland, I have seen the power of the Pakistanis, the Indian, and so many of them. They work together, they pull their fund together, and they are the one controlling the African market here. Most of the stuff they sell are from Asia and from Africa. If you want to buy your pandu yam, if you want to buy yam, if you want to buy anything from Africa, they are selling. How did they get it? But when we talk about black people, it's always very difficult for us to come together and have that understanding, pool resources together in terms of fund, head, and brain and everything. It's always difficult for black man.
Let me respond to you on that. See, sometimes
I don't know why. So
sometimes what you know is what you know. What you don't know, you don't know. Now, in this city that I am now, Nigerians that are entrepreneurs, that they do their own thing, they are doing their own thing. We have Nigerians that they are into full real estate, they are billionaires, they are into it. We have Nigerians that are into food chain. We have Nigerians that are farmers. The thing is this: everybody cannot be Simba, everybody cannot be entrepreneur. Let's get that right. In as much as you want to say, oh, Nigeria, we don't do anything, I keep saying, because fintech, because I belong in the financial, I can easily mention 50 people that started their business afresh in Nigeria today. Like, you know, InterSwitch is my favorite. Because do you know why it's my favorite? It's not longer a Nigerian team alone. You see InterSwitch in Ghana, you see it in Gambia, you see it across the sub-Saharan Africa country. Then you see e-transfer too. And you see all these small boys that are coming again, that they are doing their things. Now, all those guys you see in the computer village that you see there, you may be calling them traders, because banks, they lend money to them and they are doing their businesses and they are very well.
Who lend money to them?
Banks.
Banks?
Yes.
Okay. He's the same person that said banks will not give people loan. Now you're
contradicting yourself. Who told you that? I said banks are selective with their risk portfolio. Now, me say bank no they give money to people. Yeah, I said that.
I was not arguing with the earlier.
Me, I will say bank no they give money.
No, he didn't say that.
No, it's Gardner up that said no. That said Ola was just trying to let him know that happened.
I said they don't give to small businesses, small, medium enterprises, and he said it's the microfinance. He didn't say that, but go ahead,
No.
Okay, maybe it was Gazo.
Like that guy, I said, like because it depends on definition of small business. Okay, a small business in Canada now is business from 500,000 and below. And you see, it's a real small business. You know that $500,000 and below. That's small business. Now, the architect I make an example of the other time. How will you define that guy? It was still a small business. So there's a difference between small business and petty business. So a petty trader now that is selling tom and this thing that is totally different from a small business, because a small business in Nigeria, by my own calculation, will still be within the range of 50 million. You understand? So it depends. What you know is what you know. What you don't know, you don't know. But you can't just wake up now. You don't have a good pitching. You can't even put your document together. You just wake up. Oh, you want to be selling cigarettes. You went to the bank to give you money. I said, no. You will sit down with your guy. You will put proposal. You will let them know, okay, this is going to be your cash flow, and this is going to be your profit. And you will give example of those people that are doing all those stuff. So it's not as if you just wake up, give me money. Which bank? You understand? Which bank won't do that for you? No bank will do that for you.
No, even
what is your point? What is your point, sir?
No bank will do that. No bank.
Black people are running business in Nigeria. If you don't know, you just don't know. Because businesses in Nigeria.
No one is saying black people are not running business now. We are talking about some difficult tasks.
Black people are lazy when they get money.
When they become rich, now they're trying to take it to the next level. They are too lazy. That's the point we are making.
I gave an example of Ike.
Interswitch.
Yeah,
Good
you can find
example.
one or two or a few of them, but I'm just saying, like, in general, like majority of our people,
Mike, are you saying
when they
that
become
Dangote?
rich,
You've
So,
been
so
told
Mike, are you
that
saying
listen,
Dangote?
let me
those
make my
people that
point clear to you.
control
Let me make my
those people
point
that
clear to
control
you.
big corporations in America, you'll be shocked they are not up to 5% of the population of
Mike,
America.
are you
Bro,
saying that Dangote and Bua are lazy?
yeah, those guys are lazy too, trust me. They
Okay.
are just lucky. You think if
Lucky.
Dangote was in a country where he has so many
Okay,
competition like
lucky.
the US,
Dangote and Bua, they are
he'll be
lucky.
working that lazy and be making that kind of money.
Why are you not competing with them in Nigeria? Go and try and compete in Nigeria first before you come
I'm
and
not
tell me
saying
that.
the guy is lazy, but hold on. Let me make it clear. Gasimo, hold on. When I say lazy, I'm not saying completely lazy. I'm saying put him next to a white man as doing the same thing he's doing. He'll be considered lazy. I'm telling you.
Boy, Mike, that comparison, I don't know why you're making that comparison. I mean,
You
there's a
see
lot
what
of
Mike
people
Mike
working.
You haven't been
Hold
around.
on, there's a lot
That's
of
why.
people working hard in Nigeria. It's not just Otedolo, it's not just Dangote. Look at the tech
If people
industry.
are
I
working, if
mean,
they
I
are
see a lot of young Nigeria. Go and Google it or look in Nigerian
man of
space.
prestige, they
There's
have
a lot of
people
young Nigerians, 24,
man of prestige.
25. They are billionaires
You
in
know the
tech.
metrics I'm using to make these judgments. With that much wealth in Nigeria, for that country not to be things not to be going on good, then that means people with the money are lazy.
Well, I
Hold
mean,
on
you
now,
have
hold
some
on.
point. I'm not, it's
Let me
just the
tell you.
Nigerian environment.
There's so
I
much money
mean,
in Nigeria, but because some people are lazy, for money to circulate, there must be activity. Some people will be working hard. You understand? Productivity is what makes environment progress and create jobs and things like that. You three things: capital, labor, and productivity. Right? That's the basic pillar of economic. Right? Capital, labor, and productivity. We have the capital, we have the labor, the workers, but the productivity of those with the money is not there. That's why things is fucked up. You can blame president all day, blame politicians all day. The people with money are lazy with their money. That's why you're not seeing. I'm
Mike,
telling you. Hold on now, hold on. And I'm giving you, and I'm telling you, compare your society to this advanced country that will come to. 80% of employers, man of prestige, or more than 80% of employers in Western countries are entrepreneurs, philanthropists. Most of the people you work for is not government in America. It's some man, white man, that decided to create that company, create that thing, and create those franchises that are all over the place. And they are the one that
Wait,
create all the
Mike, are you
jobs.
saying that 80% of the
but I think,
workforce is
Mike, I would have put
private
it
Rich
in a
men,
different perspective.
the
Not
job
necessarily
creators
the upper
in
echelon
America,
for
in
life. I
Western
would say
world are
the
rich,
average
rich
Nigerian
white men.
laborers, they are lazy.
Wait,
You know, they don't
wait
No,
like
no,
now,
to work hard.
laborers are hardworking. No, you're missing my argument. The lazy people are the rich. Lazy,
Wow.
man of prestige. People that create,
I'm listening. Go
hold
ahead,
on, man of
Mike.
prestige. Listen, if you listen well, you understand. The people that create job in America and in this Western world are rich white men. They're the one that create jobs.
True.
Whether I want to agree with me or not, it's not the
True.
government, it's the
No, no,
rich
no,
white
that's
men.
true.
Yes, and that's why I'm telling you that the
that
rich
no,
Nigerian men are not creating jobs.
it's a
Let me tell
lie.
you
It's a
something, Mike.
lie.
What you don't
It's
No,
know,
the
no,
I'll
no,
rich
tell
Ola,
you.
white men that are creating jobs. I
Mike,
can start
Mike
naming
is
all of
right.
all the
You go to
franchises,
Nigeria and it's army.
Ola. See, you
even the
guys, no,
hospitals you
wait,
walk
we have to
is
fact
named
check
after
this
one
thing.
white man.
Wait, listen, let's fact check everything. First and foremost, the largest employer in the United States is the federal government, not private
No,
enterprise.
there's the largest single employer. Hold on now, the largest single employer. But
But
employment, hold on,
No,
the
no, no,
jobs.
no, no.
now,
It's
Mike,
not. It's
no,
not the
no,
federal
no.
government. It's a small
Let me
scale,
finish.
small businesses.
Let me finish, please. The largest employer in the United States is the federal government. Now,
Not
Mike
only
will
United
say
States,
The
Canada
largest
is part
single
of it.
employer, but the
it's the
largest.
federal government. So now,
What percentage
listen.
of
No, no,
employment
no,
is
no, no, no.
okay?
Gassimo, make it the largest single employer. That's Mike is
Exactly.
right on that.
But my point is this: when Mike now turns around and says like 80%, because that's what he said, 90%
Yes,
of
more
us
than
are what
80% of employment is employees by rich white men. That's what I said.
no, remember, hold on, slow down, Mike. Remember, you have federal employees, then you also have state and other municipal employees.
Put them together.
So wait,
Private companies
listen
still
now,
employ more
Jesus
people.
Christ. I didn't say that they don't. My point is that it's a partnership, private and public partnership. Nigeria
Really?
doesn't have strong private and public partnership. For
So
example, I'll give you guys, wait, Mike, let me give you guys this example. Mike is in the US, right?
so the
The
government is
US,
partnering with all these McDonald's. Abi? Government is partnering with all
listen.
these. Come on now.
Mike, can you fucking listen for 3 seconds? God damn, man. The USDA, the people that are in charge of the farming in the United States, they subsidize the farmers. I'm glad he mentioned it because he's shooting himself in the foot. McDonald's, for example, there's a restaurant called Arby's. They subsidize the farmers, they get the beef, they get the pork, they get the potatoes, everything. Every week, Arby's comes out with a new sandwich. Why? Because they have to, instead of them having an oversupply of beef and other things, they give it at a discount or at a lower rate to these fast food franchises who now come out with a new sandwich with their marketing departments. Most of where they're getting it from is through subsidization from the USADA. Now, Nigeria can do the same thing, but do we have a large franchise network to feed the people?
Hold on.
You see the problem?
Gassimo, do you eat in that restaurant, Abis?
No, I'm
I thought
a vegan.
they are just known for their
I'm a
meat.
vegan.
Man of President, let me respond to him. What he's saying is that the rich white men are creating opportunity and the government is giving them support, putting support behind them. And now the rich black men in Nigeria are not creating any opportunities and he's blaming government. At least let's create the opportunity first. And then if the government don't see them and put and partner with them, and then we can now say, okay, it's the government. But these guys are not doing anything with their money. They are not creating anything. So what's government partnering with? You have to create it first. And secondly, why are the rich black men not creating anything in America? All these hold on. All these NBA players, you can't tell me there are no wealthy black men. There are thousands of black men they drafted into NBA, NFL. Hold on. Let me land.
It's a poor example because
Gassimo,
80%
you say I don't let you talk. Now when it's not you two, you are not doing the same thing now.
I just want you to know 80% of NBA players and NFL players are broke 6 years after they leave the league.
Whether broke or not, the fact of the matter is there are a lot of black men with money. Okay, you even stretching my argument, they become broke because they don't know how to put their money to work. Secondly, even and you can't tell me that it's so difficult to put your money to work. It's laziness. That's why they become broke. What I'm saying is, no. The point I'm making is you're trying to tell me that the excuse why the rich white men are thriving and what they are doing because the government partner with them. But they have to create before government can partner with your business, you have to create the business first, right? Before government can partner with your franchise, you have to create it first. But at least they created it. So they created it, and it took a lot of work to create it.
Do understand in Mike's
But what I'm telling you is the black men are not creating anything.
Because the banks in America have community banks.
Just give me a minute.
Now it's the banks.
Because what I do,
my brother, we need to start looking in the mirror and accept reality. Accept responsibility for the way we do things.
A business started with a single branch. A billionaire started a business with a single branch. And that business owner expanded that business to like 500 branches. And you say a rich man is lazy? He's so lazy that he expanded from one single branch to 500. That 500, they will call it branch in America, they will call it franchise. Okay, Dangote is so lazy that he didn't only build cement plant in Nigeria, he extended to Sub-Saharan Africa. He's so lazy. Hold on. I'm trying to get the logic. They are so lazy. Adenuga is so lazy that his Globacom extend beyond Nigeria. I can't say Airpiece. This guy with Airpiece is so lazy that his fleet is expanding.
No, those ones are hardworking. There are the few exceptions.
See, let me tell you something. Statistically,
there are the few exceptions.
Just 1 minute.
There are the few exceptions, man.
Okay, wait. Now, as it starts,
if you want to count the hardworking black men in Nigeria, they're not 100.
24% Nigerians are entrepreneurs, while America, 16% of American population are entrepreneurs. You understand? So what we
are entrepreneurs doesn't mean. I think you're missing the argument. I'm telling you that most rich Africans, rich black men, are lazy.
Ola,
You are
Mike
making
doesn't want to tell you. Ola,
very
Mike is
And when I
not
say
answering
lazy,
this
the word lazy is subjective. And I'm
Mike,
talking about lazy in
Mike, okay, so
comparison to the rich white men. Is what I'm saying. I'm not
okay,
saying
you
they're
said
just lazy in totality. Hold on, calm down,
there's somebody
calm down.
just oh my
Okay.
goodness.
Wait. Gasimo.
No,
If
you
me and
just
you,
gave
wait, Gasimo, let me use this analogy. Give me a second. Now. Let me use the analogy to make myself clear to you guys. You
okay.
and I live in a neighborhood, and you are the best footballer in the neighborhood. Yes, in the neighborhood, we are say you are gifted, you are talented. But when we take you to next to Ronaldo, Messi, and everything, you become Utu. You can't play, right? So what
Yeah.
I'm saying is, when you start pointing at these black men that are doing this and that, and I'm saying, yeah, within our circle, we can say those are the best we have. Yeah, they're hardworking one. When you put them, the rich, I'm talking about the rich Nigerians that are doing few things, making little things. But you put them next to the rich, those white men that are making things happen, man, they will look lazy to you. I'm telling you.
Okay, so let me respond. Good. You said your point. Let me respond. So now here's the thing. When you look at economics, right, they'll give you the calculation for how you calculate GDP. In the old days, it was GNP, which is household consumption minus foreign exchange, blah, 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 all this stuff, right? There are inputs that you put in your system. I was alluding to that with the USDA and the subsidizing of farmers in the United States, which allows for cheap products to be sold to the fast food franchises, which then allows for the average American to be able to eat at a fast food place affordably, even though it's not healthy, but it's cheap, right? Well, now with inflation, it's going up in price. My point is this: there are inputs. The input in Africa that is missing, and that's why I was pushing at Ola, is that the banks, and it's not his fault, like it's not their fault. He said, look, they have to give interest on their deposits at 17, 13%. They have their overhead and all this other stuff. So there has to be tinkering within the system to make sure that there are proper inputs, just like we're talking about football. So you can have a system that is at play. If you don't know, Mike, you should know this. And just give me 2 more seconds and then you can respond. Or anybody else, let me land. The United States, the highway system is also reinforces as a military system so that in case of anything, the tanks can easily maneuver on those things. So they're intertwined. There's a relationship between private and public enterprise. There are things that the public will do, there are things that the private enterprise will do. That's the arrangement. Now, the problem in Nigeria is that we don't have a real good partnership between private and public. We have a partnership, it's not a working partnership. So the black businessman needs the capital to scale. Ola has talked about some of them can get it. We're talking about enough of them need to get more and more access. As you said, when you build it up, now you can go to the government. Is a fact. Amazon, Oracle, Microsoft, Apple, these four tech, Facebook themselves, these four tech industries, five tech companies, they all get government contracts. Tesla, that is a powerhouse today, was selected through connection, because there were other electrical vehicle manufacturing companies.
So Nigerian
Tesla,
government are not giving out
now
contracts.
let me finish. God damn, Mike, you gotta
No,
slow
go ahead,
down.
go ahead. Sorry, just finish.
I'm showing you the point of the input in a system. Respond to that. My point is this: is that those four tech companies I just said, Oracle, Apple, Microsoft, and this other one, they are Amazon, they all get government contracts. Like you said, they built it up and now they're able to do business with the government. Chrysler, GM, when 2008 happened, even though I don't agree with it, they were in such of a partnership that the American government said they were too big to fail, that if they fail, it will cause massive economic problems. We need to get to a point where our industries are intertwined in a proper relationship with our government so that, like you said, maybe the government and the state governments of Nigeria can be the largest single employers, but then the remaining people of Nigeria can be employed by entrepreneurs who are getting tax incentives, who are getting tax breaks, who are getting other incentives to continue expanding their business. That is a system. So it's easy to say the black man is lazy when there's no system. If you say the black man is lazy to not build a system, I agree with you. But you can't just say the black man is lazy.
No, the rich black man is lazy is what I said, though. I didn't say the black man is lazy.
And the rich black man doesn't have a system. That's my point. Where's
It's
the
lazy.
system?
That's why it doesn't have a system. If it's hard working, you create a system. My brother, listen, man, if we want to progress, we have to start just looking in the mirror and just saying, come, why am I fucking up, man? Because the fact of the matter is, just look at our society and look at Oyinbo man society. You see what Oyinbo man you see what Oyinbo man is doing for himself. Look, we are not doing much for ourselves. We just have to accept it. Like, yeah, we are losing. We are not winning. Let's just accept it, man. We can sit and give excuses all day. Why not? Well, let's
But
just
Mike,
accept it.
you see, one thing I don't like that you are doing, I feel you are being very disingenuous. You cannot ignore. I just mentioned connections of our political elite to foreign powers. You cannot ignore U.S.
Those elites
intervention.
are black men too now, so we are all one.
Say again.
The elites you are blaming for why black man is not progressing. Those elites are black men too. So the
No,
fact is,
what
we
I'm
are
saying
as a collective, bros, we are not doing well,
is,
man. We are not performing. Let's just accept it.
Mike, you cannot act as if the elites are being held as puppets by foreign powers. That's a fact.
Blame him. Okay.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
So you are telling
When
me that hold on. You're telling me that
let me ask you,
wait. You're telling me that
wait,
the okay, go
Mike,
ahead.
I want to answer my question. Just answer the question. When you saw these West African so-called coups happening, if France is not interfering, why was their reaction so swift at them no longer having access to these West African countries if they were not interfering for all these years?
Hey, Gasimo.
Please answer the question.
Wait now, I'm trying to answer your question. You
Okay.
can't tell me that the Americans and the French and the British are not interested in holding the Chinese people down too. They are interested. They are interested in holding the Indians down. Everyone is interested in holding the next people down. The fact of the matter is the fact that if they're able to successfully to hold you down, you are the number one. You got to blame yourself. At one point we have to start looking at Africa and saying, how do we allow ourselves to be held down? And we have to take responsibility because those Oyimbos are not going to stop holding you down, trying to do whatever they take because it's a world of competition. Everybody wants to win. You understand? Until we have to understand that. Hold on. Until we get to a point we understand this is what we are living in. We are all in a game to be on top, to win. We have to play. The Chinese man don't sit around saying, "Oh, the Americans are trying to put us down. They are doing everything to make sure we collapse." They don't waste their time talking about that. They do something about it.
So why are the African elite not doing something about it?
Because they are black men.
I beg, Mike, I'm not sure. See, look, I'm gonna let you. Mike is just being silly, man. Shout out to let me go. Mike is being silly.
All right. Until bro, see the way I'm talking. Until you start talking to ourselves like this, we will not wake up. I'm telling you.
Yes. Look,
We need to be real. We need to be harsh and real ourselves because you can sit around and blame those that are doing what it takes to put us down for their own society to rise. We can sit around and blame them all day. They're not going to stop doing it. The Europeans need to have the Europeans have to make sure Africa is down for them to remain on top. You understand?
But Mike,
so what I'm not going to do is sit down with you and be talking about them all day because that's not the solution to my problem is not in their hands because they will not stop doing what they are doing. France will not stop doing what France is doing. UK, whatever. But I have to look at my own brother, my own African, and say, "Come, what do we need to do? How can we strategize to get ourselves?"
Wait, yourself, you have to look in the mirror. You cannot be coming on this platform. Wait now. You cannot come on these platforms and brag that you don't do business with any black person and think that things will change.
I don't do business with.
No. Find some black people that you took an empower with, and then you are halfway solving the problem. You cannot say all 90% of the people you do business with are only whites and think things will change. You can't say every black man is lazy.
When you say empower, you say I should empower someone. How should I empower the person? Explain it.
Find some serious black people that they have their capital, that they are serious about project management, since that's your area of expertise.
You think if I say you think if I see a black person that's diligent,
that's serious, and I'm not gonna get somewhere with, I will not partner with the person. My brother, I'm all about making. I'm all about winning. No, I don't discriminate, man. I don't judge.
Party. That's what you said.
Hmm?
You said it's only blockers party that a black man is after. So, Mike, again, please look in the mirror. I'll let you go with this. Look in the mirror, and find some black people. Maybe you did Kaizo. You know, Kaizo is a successful guy. Work with Kaizo.
Which success? Kaizo is successful where? Kaizo that's hustling for YouTube money. And you go any length. How can you go Kaizo is successful man? That one just go school for nothing, man. that's a typical black failure right there. You get masters, see what he's doing, dust for a living. What kind of black man is that?
He's a high IQ scientist. Partner with him, do some
Kaizo is
projects
not high
together.
IQ, man. Kaizo is embarrassing, man.
Okay, fine then. One man is
Some
high.
people when they go to school, but they still don't have brain.
One man, he's high IQ. Partner with one man, build some stuff. There's a guy, Caesar, that used to come on Kaizo's show. Chooks. There are other people.
What is the high IQ?
See, Caesar is into tech now. Caesar is doing very well for himself in tech. Partner with those kind of people and build something, bro. Look, this is my challenge to you. It's June of 2024. By December of 2024, the next time I'll put it in my phone now. I'll remind you if I'm on YouTube disturbing people. I'll say, Mike, Shebi, I asked you in June. Give me one person that you've partnered with from any of these platforms, even if it's not this platform. Find one black.
Wait. You think if I'm looking for people to partner with, I'll come on Dusty shows to come and be looking for people? Are you kidding me?
I said whether it's on
I
this
look for
platform.
real people, man.
Okay,
These people on YouTube. If it's not like just a while away time. In real life, most of these people I won't be interacting with them. Trust me, man.
Okay, I agree. Find some real people, and that would be
I
my
work with real
challenge.
people in real life, man. I do great things with
So
great
Mike,
people.
my challenge to you is build your portfolio of black project managers so that you can say, guys, keep quiet.
I even want to ask
What am I going to gain from that? Building portfolio
Mike,
of black,
Mike,
gathering a bunch
what's
of
your
black
domain?
people.
What's your domain within the project management? You like technology or just like normal enterprise? Enterprise provision. What exactly are you into in area of project management?
I should be talking about my business on the internet. No, I'm sorry.
No,
okay. I'm into IT now. You understand?
Okay, good for you.
My domain,
no. One thing I will never do is put my business on the internet. I don't do that.
Mike, no, don't do that. Mike, Ola's email is in the back chat. Contact me, please.
So guys, wait now. Just a minute. So you don't want to talk of your business on internet? I don't understand.
Now, not with you now.
People are no.
I mean, if I find you interesting enough to discuss my business with you, of course I will.
I just say mention domain. I'm not saying give me what you are into in detail. What's your domain? Are you in Earth? Are you in?
Don't worry about my domain. Don't worry.
Wait, Mike. Ola's emails in the back chat. Reach out to him. If he's a serious person, I know you. I trust you. You can now come and blast him and say Ola was not a serious person. That's my challenge to you. Reach out to Ola and see if you can prove that this man is not a lazy black man.
To achieve what? To achieve what?
Black unity, black empowerment. That's my
black empowerment. What the hell does that even mean?
The same thing that it means for Warren Buffett to be doing business.
Yeah, I see the dance right now.
So I do business with black man's problem with solve, Abby.
You see the problem. You are just as guilty as the black man. You two na blockers party now. You do after I beg. You're not serious. I'll talk to you guys later, man. Mike, no, the serious person.
Well, I'm about to leave, man. If you guys don't want to hang around, it's fine.
You don't try. Me say if I won't go sleep, to be honest, you don't try. You don't try. But the one way we say you raise my blood pressure, just be very careful because tomorrow I'm not going to come easy with you. All right, now we're done.
All right, man. Let me end the show, man.
See you later.